Big West Conference Series, this time with the Dirtbags of Long Beach State. The Bows winning last night 10-5, game number 2. A chance to win the series and look ahead to a sweep on Sunday. The Rainbow Warriors 22-6 overall, 9-4 in the Big West Conference. Long Beach State 10-17, 4-9 in Big West Conference play. We welcome you upstairs. I'm Josh Pacheco. Scott Robbs will join me shortly. It is a sellout. Last night was a sellout. Tonight, standing room only here at the ballpark, as this 22-6 team has captured the attention of a lot of people here around this island and beyond with the way they play. And they are driving in runs. That has been something that has been a big addition to what this Hawaii baseball team has done here in 2025. Last night, Hawaii put up 10. They have scored 3 consecutive games with 10 runs or more. That goes back to the HPU game on Tuesday, the 14-10 win on Sunday against CSUN. They scored in double digits that Friday in that series, so it's 4 out of 5 in which Hawaii has hit 10 runs or more. But last night, it was also the hits. Hawaii had a hit in every inning last night, including 6 in the 8th. They had 4 in the 3rd. They had 3 in the 2nd. The 17 hits that Hawaii last night matched a season high. So this team is doing kind of a little bit more than what the 2024 version of this team did en route to what was a 37-16 season. Both coaches, TJ Bruce and Rich Hill, are out exchanging lineups. Fans still kind of matriculating to their way to their seats here on a breezy night here at Les Murakami Stadium. And as they exchange their lineups, we give you TJ Bruce's batting order for the Dirtbags. Kyle Ashworth in right field is the leadoff hitter. Hitting second in center field is Alex Champagne. Armando Briseño, the shortstop, hits third. Batting cleanup playing at first base is Connor Sharpio. Matt Toomey is the designated hitter, batting fifth. Reed Montgomery, the freshman with his first career RBI last night, will hit sixth. Easton Elliott gets the start at second base. He will hit seventh. Batting eighth, playing at third base, Nathan Cadena. And Efren Ortega is the catcher. He will hit ninth. And they will take on Liam O'Brien, the right-handed senior for Hawaii. 6'5", 215-pound right-hander from Tucson, Arizona, as the Bows are still bringing their starters out from the dugout before they take the field. O'Brien, 33 innings. He has 33 strikeouts, but the problem with O'Brien is that he has 19 walks, and that has been a big issue here over the last couple of weeks as O'Brien's outings have gotten a little bit shorter, which means, well, he's got to do a little bit more around him, and that includes the bullpen. In fact, last week against CSUN on that Saturday night, O'Brien had gone 4 1/3 innings, did allow 3 runs, 1 earned, but it was the 4 walks. He threw 78 pitches in that outing, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts, just 1 hit. Team stays in games, but O'Brien has had trouble, which was the concern coming into the year. O'Brien has had a little bit of trouble consistently finding the strike zone as he gets a final dap up and hug from his guys right near third base as they get ready to take the field in their white jerseys. The black caps tonight with the H logo up front. Hawaii takes the field, and let's give you the defensive alignment, which is pretty much the same except behind the plate. Kamana Nahaku starts in left field. Matthew Miura is the center fielder. And out in right is Jared Kwan. Third to first, Ketrin Kinsey, Jordan Donahue, Shunsuke Sakaino, and Ben Ziegler-Namoa. David Verhel de Dios caught a little bit last night. He is the catcher tonight, and he will be behind the plate for Liam O'Brien. A 10-5 win for Hawaii last night. fourth consecutive win. Long Beach State, coming off of what was a good weekend last weekend against UC Santa Barbara, took that series, and that is why the record of 4-9 in the conference is a little misleading. They have played well against tough competition, but it's also a reminder that with a month and a half away from the Big West Conference tournament, a team like Long Beach State, with their record and their ability to compete, is not out of it. I mean, heck, given how the middle of the conference is looking right now, even the teams at the bottom, CSUN, who nearly took the series from Hawaii, UC Riverside, who did take a series from Hawaii, looking at all of what they are looking at the bottom, even with 3-11 records, even those teams right now are not out of the running nearing the midway point of conference play. In fact, the top five right now, Cal Poly at 11-0, UC Irvine at 11-1, Hawaii 9-4, Cal State Fullerton 8-6, and UC San Diego 5-6, actually in a tie with Cal State Bakersfield. There are only 4 teams above 500 in Big West Conference play, so you know it's going to get pretty spicy going down the stretch. Kyle Ashworth about to step in. Tonight's first pitch is brought to you by MotoGen Medical. They have treatments used to elevate pain and help heal joints naturally. Go to MODOGEN.com and sign up for a free evaluation. Ashworth, the right fielder, stepping in. O'Brien rocks and delivers a first pitch. It's a fastball high. Ball 1, and we are underway. First pitch time of 6:37. 77 degrees and windy. Wind gusts up to 24 miles an hour here in Manoa. 1-0 to the right, left-handed hitting Ashworth. He takes the fastball over the inside corner, strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike to Ashworth, a grad student hitting .333 with 2 home runs and 21 runs driven in. Third baseman Kinsey in a couple of steps. 1-1. Fastball. That one lifted out of play to the left. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ashworth on a 7-game hitting streak. 13 of 27. He's in 41 in that stretch. 6 doubles, 5 RBI. 1-2 is a breaking ball. High chopper to short. Picked up by Donahue. He'll throw over to first on the run and record out number 1. I will bring up Alex Champagne. The Flags breezing left to right. They are at half staff because of the passing of former state representative Gene Ward. He passed away on Friday. As ordered by the governor, those flags will be at half staff through sunset on Monday. Champagne, left-handed hitter, looks at a first pitch down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Champagne hitting .320 with 7 runs driven in. 1-0 from O'Brien. That fastball snaps over, strike 1 on the outer half. 0 for 3 last night with a couple of walks was Champagne. One. Fastball. That's a tad bit high. 2 balls, 1 strike. AJ Lostaglio is our home plate umpire. Chris Marr at first. Bradley Hungerford is the crew chief. He's at third. 2-1 pitch to Champagne. Fastball, bounce toward the right side. Sakino, the second baseman, picks it up, tosses it over to first, and records the second out. 2 away, nobody on, top of the first inning. And Armando Briseño, who did the bulk of the damage last night for Long Beach State, will step in. He was 1 for 3. He had a bases-clearing double, and he had an RBI sac fly. Briseño hitting .313, 4 home runs, a team best 24 runs driven in. Right-handed hitter against O'Brien, who looks at a fastball for a called strike on the inside part of the plate. 0-1. And so far, O'Brien is pounding the fastball in. 93 on the radar gun on that last one. 0-1. Another fastball, and it's hit right up the middle for a base hit. So a 2-out base knock. Briseño's second hit of the weekend. And that brings Connor Sharpio up. Sharpio hit 6th in the batting order yesterday. He walked 3 times. He was 0 for 2, so they move him up to the cleanup spot in the order. Sharpio hitting .233 with 17 runs driven in. Right, everybody, well, except for left field and Nahaku, everybody playing very deep in the outfield, given the way the winds are blowing. Pitch to Sharpio is a slider for a called strike. Up, but over the inner part of the plate, 0-1. And Quant is maybe about 7 feet shy of the track. Miura maybe about 10 to 15. Nahaku's actually turned out pretty deep out there and left. 0-1 from O'Brien. Breaking ball is lined right past Donahue into center field. Briseño takes a hard turnaround second, but turns back. And a couple of base runners here on back-to-back singles here in the top of the first. That's already more hits than O'Brien gave up in his last start last Saturday against CSUN. And Matt Toomey, a freshman designated hitter, will step in. Toomey hitting .232 with 2 RBI. He was 2 for 5 in yesterday's game. Briseño at second, Sharpio at first, no score, top of the first. And the pitch to Toomey. He looks at a called strike on the outer half, 0-1. The one difference from last week is that O'Brien's throwing strikes. He hasn't really been wild around the plate. That's a stark difference from 7 days ago. 0-1. Fastball. That's lined back to the screen. Foul. 0-2. Took the no decision last week as he could not hit the minimum. But the number of walks, he's had 15 walks in his last 4 games. 0-2. Offering from O'Brien. Another fastball. This is floated in the air, foul territory. And that's going to land right in front of the first row and right on top of the pitch clock. It's a foul ball. That's 15 walks. I think I had it to 18 strikeouts in those 4 games. So you have those wild up and down swings that you've gotten from O'Brien, who shakes off the side, now is ready, puts his hands belt high. 0-2. Here's the pitch. Slider right on the outside corner, strike 3. And after giving up a couple of hits with 2 outs, the punch out wraps up the inning. No runs on 2 hits, no errors. And 2 base runners left. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Dirtbags 0. Hawaii coming to the plate. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Lex Brody's Tire Company would like to say thank you very much for supporting UH. Wear your favorite UH gear into Lex Brody's and get an extra 5% off tires, brakes, and most other services on top of LexBrodys.com Super Saver coupons. You're the best fans, and Lex Brody's voted #1 in North America is the best choice for brake repairs and to purchase tires. Please visit LexBrodys.com for additional details and to set an online appointment.
Thank you very
Lex
much.
Brody's Tire Company.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's long-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Visit LexBrodys.com for the best tire value on Oahu. Thank you very much.
You won't get it anywhere else. Lex Brody's Tire Company.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
We go to the bottom of the first inning. Long Beach State 0. Hawaii coming to the plate. And here's the batting order that Rich Hill signed. It is lit up by Dial Electric Supply. They see the light. Shunsuke Sakaino, the second baseman, hitting leadoff, followed by shortstop Jordan Donahue. Batting third in center field is Matthew Miura. The cleanup hitter at first base, Ben Ziegler-Namoa. Hitting fifth, left fielder Kamana Nahaku. Jared Quant is in right field batting sixth, and hitting seventh is the designated hitter Draven Nushida. Kedron Kinsey, another start at third, hitting eighth, and behind the plate, the freshman David Verhalde Dios. He rounds out the nine as they will take on right-hander Jake Fields. Fields, a redshirt freshman from El Dorado Hills, California, 0-1 with a 5.06 earned run average in 16 innings of work, 16 strikeouts to 9 walks, a whip over 1.5, and a 267 batting average. And as I welcome Scott Robbs in here in the bottom of the first inning, this is kind of like a bullpen game. Fields is not going to go a long way, so the Dirtbags would love to stretch him out as much as they can.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly when you have another game coming up tomorrow. But, if he's pitching well, I think he would probably stretch him out. If he's not, then they've got to find ways to win Long Beach State. After this weekend, you're at the halfway point already of the league, and they're 4-9.
Yeah, the good thing for Long Beach State is that everybody else has kind of struggled. I mean, you've got 4 teams above 500, and everybody else is just...
There's kind of a separation right now
from
that 5 spot down. Like the top 5 are kind of, and particularly the top 3 are starting to separate even from 4 and 5 a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt. It's just waddling it short, everybody is. Here's Sakino, left-handed hitter against the righty Fields, as his first pitch is taken for a called strike, knee high. Sakino hitting .347, 2 home runs, 21 runs driven in. I wouldn't say he's in a slump because he's not hitting as well as he has recently as the breaking ball is outside, but he is still finding a way to get on. He is on a 5-game hitting streak.
Well, I don't think we expected him to hit .425 for the year, did we?
No, definitely not. 1-1, and the offering. Swing and a miss. That's actually foul tipped into the glove of catcher Efren Ortega. 1 ball and 2 strikes. But the play he made at second base last night, that diving stab middle of the diamond, one of the best plays we've seen all year.
It's funny, I was watching that down on the field.
1-2, high bouncer to the right side. Second baseman Elliott has it. Has to hurry to first. Just got there to beat Sakino for out number 1.
I was wondering if you were going to make that like your defensive play of the game or something last night. That was a terrific play.
Oh, we have a catch of the day, but I just called it a web gem, which it was.
It was. Yeah, sure.
108 for Jordan Donahue, the Hawaii shortstop, coming in hitting .364 with 4 RBI. He's been hitting in 5 consecutive games. It's a hit a game, but still bringing traffic on the base paths. Returned at the shortstop position and has looked like himself since returning from the hammock bone injury. First pitch to the left-handed hitter is taken down and inside for ball 1. TJ Bruce, Long Beach State's head coach, still trying to really form the identity of this team in his first year. 1-0. Swing in on the hands. This is popped up. Left of home plate. Ortega, the catcher, is able to grab it right at the back of that circle around home, and there's out number 2.
Yeah, just got an email. Good news. The Wahine softball team next door completed a doubleheader sweep today against UC Davis, 4-3 and 3-2.
And that was big. I mean, they lost yesterday's game. They're right around that playoff hunt.
Yeah, they're now like a game over 500, but last weekend going down to Fullerton and winning 2 out of 3, it's almost never happened.
Right.
They've got a tournament this year as well, and I think Hawaii's trying to position themselves in softball to make it like the baseball team's trying.
The top 6 go to the softball tournament. No score, bottom 1. First pitch to Matthew Miura is up and inside, ball 1.
And, of course, the volleyball team avenging yesterday's sweep with a sweep. Today I was listening to Tiff. I think the game lasted like an hour and 20 minutes. I mean,
it was actually longer than yesterday, believe it or not. 1-0 to Miura is a called strike run on the inside corner, and they nearly squandered that third set. They had several match points, but I think the injury to Tetrisky right in that first match point, that's going to be something to watch for with Long Beach State next week.
If Tetrisky's out, there's no chance, Josh.
Yeah. 1-1. Breaking ball. Miura drives this to right field. Ashworth settling near the track. He will make the catch halfway between the track and the wall. And Fields retires Hawaii in order here in the bottom of the first inning. We're scoreless as we go to the second. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for flooring.
Contractor's license number C19140.
Aloha, my name is Gino Sequena, Executive Director of the Hawaii Building and Construction Trades Council, an organization that has served Hawaii for over 6 decades. We are one big ohana of the top 15 construction trade unions in Hawaii, and it's highly likely that you, your friends, or family members are employed by one of our trades. No matter where you go in Hawaii, you're bound to see one of the projects or communities we have helped build and sustain. Mahalo to all of you for your support to help us in working together to build a better tomorrow.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Over to the second inning. Long Beach State nothing. Hawaii nothing. Dirtbags will bring up 6, 7, and 8 in the order against Liam O'Brien. Hawaii Baseball brought to you by the Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Industry Association. They are hiring journeymen and apprentices. Grow your career and go to hwcia.com. That's hwcia.com today to apply. Liam O'Brien's numbers coming into this weekend, and the NCAA doesn't really like to update their stats all that often, so we go by the stats coming into this weekend. Leads the nation in hits per inning at 3 entering the weekend, and 8th in the country with his 1.36 earned run average. A little deceiving given the amount of walks recently, but all of that, he's still kind of limited the trouble when he's been in it, as the freshman Reed Montgomery will take a first pitch breaking ball down and inside. Did that get the foot of the home plate umpire? He looks a little off kilter after that. 1 ball, no strikes.
It was interesting talking to some of the coaches this last week about Liam, that he's really starting to buy into the mental aspect, the mental preparation. This is a team in Rich Hill who believes big time in, yoga and visualizations and things like that. And Liam had never really tried that. And he is, I think you're right. I think that ball did get a piece of the home plate umpire.
Yeah, but it didn't get his foot. Let's just say higher and centralized.
He'll be okay.
1-0's down and away. 2 balls, no strikes.
We all feel his pain.
Credit third baseman Bradley Hungerford. He was the one that walked over and took a little bit of time, rubbed up the baseball before he gave it back to O'Brien. 2-0. Here's a fastball called strike at the waist.
Probably said to him, "You're not planning on having any more kids, are you?"
2 balls and a strike to Montgomery. First career RBI last night for the left-handed hitter. And it's 2-1. That's down low. 3 balls and 1 strike. Easton Elliott seeing his first work of the weekend. He is on deck. 3-1. Fastball is high and away. Ball 4. First walk from O'Brien.
And these are the kind of things that they're trying to work with him on. And, in junior college at Gonzaga last year, I mean, he has $1 million arm. He has major league stuff. But the difference between a major leaguer and somebody that has major league stuff is the mental aspect and the control and the consistency.
Right.
And he's trying to figure out how to put all that stuff together because he has all the other attributes. He could make a lot of money someday.
1 on, nobody out. And Easton Elliott, another left-handed hitter, hitting 176 with an RBI. Third baseman Kinsey coming in. Elliott takes a letter-high strike. 0-1. A lot of freshmen on this Long Beach State team. They've got more freshmen than seniors, I think, and juniors combined. One of the reasons why the rebuild might take a little while. 0-1 fastball, misses a bit high.
Well, I mean, you look at UH, for example. It was a complete rebuild when Rich Hill came in. And now in year 4, and that's about when you start hoping that the fruits of your labor pay off. And it's starting to pay off for Hawaii. I mean, Hawaii is definitely a contender for the postseason. But it takes a few years. You got to be patient.
1-1. This one off the end of the bat, sprayed foul left side. That will get into the seats out in Section J.
Had a nice long conversation with TJ Bruce a couple of days ago, and he has a plan. I mean, it's not like he just walked in there and said, I'm going to become the head coach of my alma mater. He has a plan, and he's sticking to it, and I think it's going to pay off for him.
1 ball, 2 strikes. O'Brien fires. Breaking ball, called strike 3 up in the zone. And Elliott down looking. That's the first out here in inning number 2.
I thought that was a really nice pitch.
85 miles an hour. It's borderline.
Yep.
But Elliott retired. Here's Nathan Cadena, the third baseman, who's hitting .222, 3 home runs, 14 RBI. Cadena had it rough yesterday, struck out 4 times before he had a 9th inning double. We're scoreless, top of the second. Montgomery at first off the leadoff walk. O'Brien sets and delivers. Way outside and high. And Vergel de Dios fakes a throw over to first. 1 ball, no strikes. A Long Beach State team hitting .244. It's part of the reason why it kind of feels like that rebuild will take a little while, because this is a team still trying to find its stride offensively. O'Brien will toss it over to first. Back in is Montgomery, who's got a stolen base in 2 tries this year. One and 0. O'Brien comes to the plate. A fastball right down Vineyard for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hawaii winning last night 10-5. And another strong start to a series.
How about 17 hits last night, Josh?
Tied a season high. 1-1. And a bit upstairs. O'Brien spins out after his delivery. May have put a little too much on that toss home. It's 2-1.
I mean, this team right now, their identity has been their offense.
We've talked about it several times over the course of the last several weekends. It's still the Hawaii brand of baseball, but with a little more pop to it. 2-1. Runner goes. This one is floated behind second. Sakino going out, and he makes the catch. Diving behind him down in shallow right. Throws over to first. Double play.
Play of the year, Josh. Play of the year.
That is why Sakino has been one of the biggest transfers to Hawaii here in 2025. That catch of the day brought to you by Young's Fish Market, home of the Wow, Lao, Lao. No runs, no hits, and thanks to that incredible double play turn, nobody left on base. So we'll go to the bottom of the second. We're scoreless. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
This place they call paradise, I call my home. Blessed to be born and raised local ground.
With hotels, condo resorts, and vacation rentals on 5 Hawaiian islands, Castle Resorts and Hotels is a Kama'aina favorite. When you need a place to stay to attend a tournament, family function, or a golf getaway, visit castleresorts.com for special Kama'aina rates.
H-A-W-A, 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 there ain't no other place like these islands.
Castle Resorts and Hotels. Born in Hawaii, built on hospitality, inspired by aloha.
H-A-W-A, there ain't no other place like these islands.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu. Brought to you by Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union.
No scores. We go to the bottom of inning number 2. Shunsuke Sakino, I want to go back to what you said to end the top half. Play of the year on extension that you just don't find. I don't care if we're talking about college baseball or pro baseball. That was a kind of extension and read on a floater behind second that you just don't see many people know how to grab.
It was a do or die play for him. Also for the base runner, And Sakino just made one of the great catches you'll see in college baseball, and then was able to pop up and throw a strike to first base, and they got the runner by a lot.
While we have a moment, we pause 10 seconds for station ID. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
ESPN Honolulu is Hawaii's sports leader. KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM. Part of the IO family of companies.
Scott Robbs, Josh Pacheco, and about 3,000 to 4,000 people here for a sellout. 5th consecutive sellout on a Saturday night as Ben Ziegler-Namoa swings at the first offering to him and lines it out to center field. Coming in, twisting his body to his left and making a difficult catch is Champagne, the center fielder, for the first out.
I thought for a moment he was going to lose that ball.
You've got the breezy winds, but that one was a line drive that was probably, shoulder level, that he had to kind of adjust his eyes and make a catch on. One away for Kamana Nahaku, Hawaii's leading hitter by average at 378. 6 home runs, 21 runs driven in. And the first offering to Nahaku runs high and near his helmet inside, 1-0.
Not sure how that didn't hit him.
Good reflexes out of the way. Big West Player of the Week, Golden Spikes National Player of the Week from USA Baseball, 1-0. That's downstairs, 2-0 to the Hawaii left fielder.
Some folks may not be aware of Golden Spike. It's, I guess you'd say, the college baseball equivalent of the Heisman Trophy.
There have been some very notable names that have won that. 2-0. Check swing. Fastball called strike in the outer half as the Manoa Mist comes down. One of those names is a guy that Rich Hill knows a lot about. It's his former player, Chris Bryant.
He actually had 2 Golden Spike winners.
Mm-hmm.
He also had a pitcher that won the Golden Spike, Matus, who I think his career got derailed because of injury and stuff. But
One shown, 2-1, put down third base side, but it's going to go foul. 2-2.
So, I mean, you've coached 2 national players. Basically, that's the National Player of the Year, the Golden Spike Award. There are other organizations that have the award. I think the Golden Spike is generally regarded as the premier award winner in college baseball. And so they have a foundation, obviously, and they name a weekly National Player of the Week. So that's quite the honor for Kamana. As rain begins to blow across the field, Josh.
Call that the Manoa Mist.
That looks like it might be. Oh, yeah, it's probably mist.
Yeah. Rain really not in the forecast. It's more of the wind. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jake Fields to the plate. That's down low and in the carpet, 3-2. I mean, that weekend that he had last weekend, I think everybody's still buzzing about the 5 home runs he hit in 3 games. 3-2. Fields kicks and fires. A swing, and that's ripped to third. Played off a hop by Kadena. His throw across to first gets there to beat Nahaku for the second out. Kadena was positioned well and made the strong throw. Defensively for Long Beach State, left fielders Reed Montgomery, Alex Champagne in center, Kyle Ashworth playing in right. Across the diamond, Kadena at third, shortstop Armando Briseño, second baseman Easton Elliott, Connor Sharpio over at first. Efren Ortega is behind the plate for Fields. 2 out, nobody on, no score. Bottom 2, and a strike called to Jared Kwan.
Well, it's like Quant didn't even tear his rotator cuff. I don't think he's missed any action, has he, since he injured himself 2 weeks ago?
Just that Tuesday game against Hawaii Hilo. Next pitch, breaking ball, ripped down the right field line. This one's trouble. This one's gone. Jared Quant inside the right field foul pole knocks out the home run. His second of the season, and Hawaii scores first.
Chover's feeling pretty good, Josh.
A line drive just over the right field wall, and it is 1-0 Hawaii, bottom 2.
Yeah, he just turned on that inside pitch. You're right. It was a line drive. It was probably about maybe 5 or 6 feet above the outfield wall, but it just stayed on the line and just went right over that wall and into the darkness.
That run brought to you by Sports Stance Sporting Goods. It's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life. As designated hitter Draven Nushida takes a first pitch low, ball one. And that extra base hit brought to you by Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, proud supporters of UH Athletics. 1-0 to Nushida is swung on and lined into left center field. That drops for a hit. So Nushida will keep things going with 2 out as he goes opposite way for a single. By the way, that home run allowed by Fields, the 3rd home run he has given up this season. It's been important against these Long Beach State pitchers. We talked about it last night with Kellen Montgomery. Same thing here with Fields. Get on them early and get them on their heels and see how they react. 2 out, 1 on, 1-0 Hawaii, and Kedron Kinsey, the Hawaii third baseman, steps up and takes a fastball outside.
He had 3 hits last night, Kinsey, and it's that next man up mentality. Hawaii's got a couple of guys that are banged up. He's got the opportunity. He took advantage last night. Gets to start again here tonight. It's kind of been the mantra for Rich Hill's teams.
1-0, off-speed pitch is high. 2 balls, no strikes.
I'm sorry, Josh. I think none bigger than Kamana Nahaku. Yeah. I mean, he came out of nowhere, right? Got opportunities, took advantage. And look at what he's doing now. Kendrick's going to get the chance too.
That 3-hit game that you mentioned last night as they checked on the runner at first, he's back. His first 3-hit game as a Rainbow Warrior.
Well, that's not surprising. He hasn't played that much.
But the offense has been there. The defense kind of coming along. Next pitch that just missed. 3-0.
Yeah, he put one out last week at Northridge. He's got big. When you stand next to him, he's a big kid. Yeah. I think they list him at 6'3", but he's put together.
3-0 pitch. That's up and in for ball 4. So 2 on. All of the action here coming with 2 out. You referenced the injuries. Sage Lancaster with a fractured finger might be out another week or so. Hasn't played in about a week and a half. So they're without him. They're without Elijah Iquez with his hand injury. He's out, likely to be back before the Big West Conference tournament. And because of that, that infield's been so beaten up. Last weekend at CSUN, of course, you can't take everybody. There are limits on how many players you could take. Hawaii took 2 more infielders than they usually would. So they sacrificed a couple of pitcher bullpen guys to bring in a few more infielders just in case something were to happen.
And Kinsey was one of the beneficiaries of that, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. We will see a pinch hitter for David Verhelde Dios here in the 2nd inning, and it's Jack Salmon. Rich Hill is not wasting any time trying to do something here. Verhelde Dios, not a great hitter. The catcher spot has been trouble offensively. First pitch to the left-handed hitting Salmon. He drives it out to center field. Champagne turning back at the track, looks up, he makes the catch. All of 1 pitch to Salmon. He flies out to deep center, and that ends the inning. Quant's home run gets the scoring started. A run on 2 hits for Hawaii, no errors, and 2 runners left. After 2, Hawaii 1, Long Beach State nothing. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
How do you get 100% of your work done when you're 40% short-staffed? Across Hawaii, city and state departments grapple with thousands of vacant positions. And with fewer workers, that means longer lines at the DMV, delayed building permits, and slowdowns in essential services. The government could resolve this by offering more competitive wages and benefits. For you, we hope they do. A message brought to you by HGEA, because Hawaii works best when we do.
The Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Industry Association is looking for skilled drywall installers, finishers, and cement plasterers. Whether you're a journeyman or an apprentice, we offer great opportunities for career growth in Hawaii's thriving construction industry. You'll enjoy benefits like health insurance, paid vacation, and a retirement plan. If you're dependable and excited about being part of a great industry, call Lisa at 808-271-4195 or go to hwcia.com. That's hwcia.com and apply.
Aloha, this is Stan Mahilona from Sports Stan. You're listening to University of Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Hawaii 1, Long Beach State 0 as we head to the third. New catcher is Connor Palmera. He replaces Jack Salmon, who pinch hit for David Verhel de Dios. And those changes brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company, where your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase.
I always like the aggressiveness of Rich Hill's approach. I mean, you're in the second inning and you're pinch hitting for your catcher because you have an opportunity to put on some more runs. And you kind of mentioned it, that catching position, a trio of guys that have been playing back there. It's kind of a black hole overall. And so why not early on bring in a pinch hitter? You got other guys that are capable. And Connor Palmera, who's gotten a lot of playing time, will now come in 1 inning less than he full game.
The only thing that is on the flip side of that, Hawaii does not have a lot of left-handed bats that are on the bench. You just got Cooney, who has been very trustworthy here in the last couple of weeks. Then you got Will Bowen. As we'll see Efren Ortega get his first at-bat of the series against Liam O'Brien. The first offering to the Long Beach State catcher is taken for a strike on the inner half. Ortega hitting 192. The freshman has 3 runs driven in. So far, 1 walk from O'Brien. He has struck out 2. 0-1 in on the hands and foul back. Ortega, then the top of the order. Kyle Ashworth and Alex Champagne. Long Beach State sitting in 9th in the Big West standings at 4-9. Looking up at UC Santa Barbara, who won today at 6-8. 0-2. Breaking ball, low and outside. Count at 1-2.
Hawaii came into this weekend series with an RPI of 40. It didn't move yesterday after their game, but it did move up a couple of spots before this game. I'll tell you why in a second.
1-2 pitch. That's a slider running low and inside. 2-2.
Because Marshall, who Hawaii opened up their season with, has taken the first 2 games this weekend against number 13 Southern Miss.
Wow.
And their last game before this, last Sunday, they beat nationally ranked Troy. So they've won 3 in a row against nationally ranked teams, which is helping Hawaii.
2 balls, 2 strikes. O'Brien's pitch. Ooh, that's a fastball that drills Ortega right on the first 3 of 33 in the back of his jersey.
That will leave a mark.
92 miles an hour. And Ortega reaches base to start the third. Top of the order for Kyle Ashworth. Ground out to short to lead off the game. Third inning brought to you by Ushijima Architects Incorporated. Let's see what Ashworth does here. With the runner at first and nobody out and already chasing a run is Long Beach State. Pitch. Ashworth takes a fastball low.
You know, the Long Beach State for years and years and years was known for their small ball, their defense, things like that. And TJ Bruce, their head coach, he says, you know, we'll still employ small ball, but not to the extent that the Dirtbags have been known to be.
1-0. Gets the outside edge. Strike 1 to the left-handed hitter, Ashworth. And that takes a little while. I think nowadays you have to have a little more than just small ball if you're going to win. Just look at the SEC. 1-1. That fastball runs inside and nearly got Ashworth. It's 2-1. And O'Brien kind of awkwardly running off the mound on the backside after that delivery. Had his hand on his helmet. That's what it was. He nearly tripped on himself. Left of the mound. Was that on your first pitch last year?
It was on my way up the stairs tonight. No.
No. Counts at 2-1. O'Brien delivers. That's a fastball missing the inside corner. 3-1. Kind of feels like he's overthrowing.
Well, this kind of feels like a typical Liam O'Brien outing, to be honest with you. There are peaks and valleys, and you just try to hang on while you can.
Ortega leading off of first. O'Brien's 3-1 is away for ball 4.
I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of leash for Liam O'Brien. Talking to pitcher coach Keith Zuniga, he said the bullpen's pretty fresh. He's pretty happy. They feel like they gave Freddie Rodriguez enough of a rest. He pitched in Tuesday's game against HPU that he probably would be the first guy out of the bullpen if they needed extended innings.
Yeah. Freddie pitched on Tuesday, opened that game to try to get him a little more work. Struggled in that CSUN series as the Hawaii infield sans catcher Palmera going out and trying to settle O'Brien down. I mean, he looked, and I'm not just talking about missing the strike zone, he looked a bit wild. He's a guy that it seems like just pours everything into every pitch. Now he wants a new baseball. And sometimes that can lead to heat getting by a hitter, but sometimes that also means he is all over the map getting to the plate. 2 on, nobody out. 1-0 Hawaii, top of the third. Here's Champagne. Grounded out to second back in the first inning. Runner from second doesn't go. Pitch misses up and away, and already Hawaii sending some guys to the bullpen. Hawaii had a play on where they had the first baseman crashing in and Sakaino, the second baseman, covering the bag at first in case there was a bunt put down. 1 ball, no strikes. And now O'Brien steps off with the pitch clock down to 1. Home plate umpire telling Champagne, let's get back in there. Still hoisting the bat over his left shoulder. 1-0 pitch. Runners go, and this one is laced into the seats and foul. Far left side, upper level. Long Beach State, seeing everybody crashing in, figured that would be a good time to try a double steal. TJ Bruce having a little bit of fun here with this opportunity in a 1-0 game.
Well, Brian needs to just focus on this hitter at the plate, try to get a strikeout. That's, I'm sure, what he's looking for.
Throw over to second. It gets by Sakaino into center field. Ortega thought about going to third. He decided better of it because Miura was backing that up at his position. And O'Brien very fortunate that that doesn't go to Burnham.
Yeah, Miura was paying attention, luckily, because that could have been the disaster for Hawaii. But had the base runner gone, he would have been a dead duck.
Yeah, here comes Rich Hill out of the Hawaii dugout, and he is sensing that O'Brien, I mean, you mentioned at one point kind of a typical Liam O'Brien. This looks like O'Brien's really out of sorts. And they're fortunate, too, because, again, Hawaii's had that play on with the corner infielders. They're fortunate that Sakaino didn't actually break away, that he was still by second trying to field that throw over to catch Ortega.
Well, I know if you're Rich Hill, you want to try to give – you don't want to take O'Brien out after 1+ inning. You want to try to extend him. You want to try to get him to work himself out of this. This is part of the development process for this young man. The mental aspect. Hits the leadoff batter and then comes back and walks the next guy. It at times snowballs for him. And so this is where he has to really bite down and really focus on the hitter that's coming up next.
Double barrel action in the Hawaii bullpen. Lefty Corey Ronan and righty Zach Ten.
Yeah, Zach Ten was another guy that Zuni mentioned and had last couple of good outings, and they're feeling good about it.
So meeting over. It's a 1-1 count to Champagne. 2 on, nobody out. Hawaii leading 1-0 top 3. And the pitch. That misses low and away. 2 balls and a strike. And that same play, quarter infielder Ziegler Namo at first, Kinsey at third, crashing forward. Then the middle infielders going toward the corners. And now TJ Bruce is going to call an offensive timeout and bring everybody together. I mean, it seems like you're just sensing right now you want to get everybody on the same page because this feels like your inning if you're Long Beach State that you cannot squander.
Absolutely. And this has become now, it's kind of fun, actually. I think it's a little bit of a chess match between the two head coaches, right? I mean, there are only so many situations, particularly if you have two guys on, nobody else, and you're asking the guy at the plate to sacrifice. Now, he did square and fire off a couple of, or fouled off one pitch, but I think this is just to make Liam O'Brien think a little bit longer while he stands out there on the mound.
And not only that, I mean, you got Briseño on deck, and he has been the run producer in this series. He drove in 4 last night. Champagne showing bunt, 2-1, pulls it back and takes outside, 3-1. Rich Hill was talking about yesterday. He remembers TJ Bruce because he said Bruce hit a game winner off of one of his teams, and he said TJ probably doesn't remember it, but if you ask him, he will.
Sure.
3-1. O'Brien's pitch outside and low. The bases are loaded. A hit by pitch, a walk, and a walk. And does Rich Hill, with the bases loaded and nobody out, give O'Brien one more chance? Does he stick with him against Briseño? So we mentioned he had the bases clearing double that tied the game at 4 last night. Had a sac fly RBI in the 9th. As Briseño steps in, and O'Brien will get the chance here. Ortega at third, Ashworth at second, Champagne at first. Nobody out. Pitch to Briseño, runs inside, 1-0. What are you seeing? I mean, it almost just
Good
seems
question. I mean, it's the same thing we've seen for a good portion this year. Just not able to find the strike zone on the consistent basis. I mean,
goes slider there, and Briseño pokes it back foul.
I mean, he has good stuff. Maybe he needs to trust the defense behind him a little bit more. I know he leads the country in opponent batting average against. But this is a situation where the base is loaded. It's early in the game. Try to let your defense maybe turn 2, give up the run. Who cares? It's 1-0.
1-1. That's another slider called strike inner half, 1-2.
But I think also the other reason why Rich maybe is leaving him in there is just because what you saw right there. I mean, the guy does throw in the mid-90s to upper 90s, and he could all of a sudden get on the roll and strike out the side.
Seems like the fastball is untrustworthy, but maybe you're going to work behind the slider. 1-2. Slider. Here's a chopper towards short. Donahue has it to second for 1. On to first. It's not in time. A run, however, will score on a fielder's choice as Ortega scores from third, and it's a 1-1 game here in the 3rd inning.
Kind of a high, slow chop to short, and Sakano tried to turn the double play from second and just couldn't get the throw there in time. Good hustle by Briseño.
His 5th RBI of the weekend. That gives him now 25 on the season, the team lead. And with runners at the corners and 1 out, here's Connor Sharpio, who singled back in the 1st inning. So like you said, I mean, you give up the run, but it seems like maybe O'Brien has settled on what he needs to do to kind of get back in a groove. Maybe that slider is his elixir here. Bunt showed. Oh, look out. That comes up and in on him, and I want to know where that struck him. That came very high and inside as he was showing bunt. Oh, man.
I think that went off the bill of his helmet.
Wow.
Thank goodness for helmets. I mean, that was scary. I thought initially that might have taken his, because he squared the bunt. It was a fastball. I thought that thing might have hit him square in the face.
That's what I thought, too.
He's up now, and he's walking down to first base, I think.
That's a good sign. Now, Rich Hill is asking if he can get a review on whether he went around on the swing. Let's see.
Absolutely he did.
Yeah.
He fouled it off.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was close.
Did it hit him?
I
don't know if it. I think it might have just scared him. Where it looked like the ball went off his bat, didn't it?
I want to see that again. I had a hard time looking at it.
Might be.
Now, I'm guessing they can't review it because the umpires are going to go back to their positions. So it goes down as a hit by pitch. Bases are loaded yet again.
Second batter hit this inning.
Yeah, and here's Toomey.
Well, 2 hit batsmen, 2 walks in this inning already, Josh.
Not a hit. We're tied at 1, top of the third. Toomey struck out looking in the first. O'Brien ready, and he delivers. Fastball outside and high. He's right now, that fastball is just not close.
And for him.
And here comes Rich Hill, and that's going to be it for O'Brien.
Yeah, and I mean, he relies so heavily on that fastball that if he can't locate it, this is the kind of problem that you get a short evening.
The other thing about that pitch, though, I mean, we've seen him hit mid-90s, right? I mean, I think he's hit 96 at one point.
But that means absolutely nothing if you can't throw a strike.
Well, the reason I bring that up is that he's not been close to that. I mean, that last one was at 90, and that is well below what you normally see from him.
Yeah, that's a really good observation by you, Josh.
I mean, he started around 93, and that is ticked down to 90 here toward the very end. So O'Brien is done. And Hawaii goes to its bullpen. And this call to the bullpen is brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. Zach Ten's coming into the game. A 1-0 count, bases loaded, 1 out, top of the third. We're tied at 1. With this pitching change, we'll step aside for a minute. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for flooring.
Contractor's license number C19140.
Westwood One is your home for the biggest day in women's college basketball. Hi, this is Ryan Radke. On Sunday, join me, Debbie Antonelli, and Roz Goldon Woode live from Tampa as we crown a Division I champion. JB Long and Kim Adams will be in the studio. They'll host our special extended pregame show beginning at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. If it's the women's NCAA championship game, it's right here.
On ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM and 1420 AM. Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
New pitcher for Hawaii is Zach Ten, as Liam O'Brien can only go 2 2.3 innings. Ten, the righty from Kailua, the Iolani alum, coming in with a bases-loaded situation.
Yeah, we saw Zach quite a bit last year in his first season with the UH. He was pretty effective. This year, been kind of up and down, but lately he's been pretty strong. He's making his 10th appearance, all in relief. He's thrown 9 2/3 innings this year. He has a 1-1 mark and a 4.66 ERA. In those 9 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 5 earned runs, 6 walks, 4 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .235 against 10.
A guy that's going to put the ball in play. They like that slider against right-handed hitters that falls off the table. Pitched 2 innings against HPU, a strikeout and a hit. So a 1-0 count assumed here to Toomey. Ashworth at third, Briseño at second, Sharpio at first. 1-0 pitch to Toomey is a breaking ball up in the zone and a called strike, 1-1. A run came in on Briseño's fielder's choice RBI as Liam O'Brien loaded the bases twice without a hit.
It was all self-inflicted harm.
1-1. That's upstairs.
You know, it's also interesting, Josh, is the difference in type of pitchers you're going. If you're Long Beach State, you're going from a guy that's a power pitcher in Liam Neeson to a right-handed guy that's more of a crafty type of pitcher. Zen's not going to wow you with his fastball. It's more his placement, his mix of speeds that make him successful.
2-1 to Toomey is on the outside corner, strike 2. Did you say Liam Neeson?
Did I say Liam Neeson?
Have you been watching a Liam Neeson movie recently?
I haven't, but I am a Liam Neeson fan.
Yeah. Who isn't? 2 balls.
Did I say Liam Neeson?
You did.
Well, he's the only other Liam I know. That's probably why.
2-2 is up high. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
There's a guy that has a fake account on X that likes to troll people. His name is Liam Neeson. But people think it's really Liam Neeson. People are ripping the guy all the time. How can you see this, Dylan? It's a parody account.
3-2. 10 sets and delivers. Swing, and this one driven out of play to the left. Count stays full. Seems like you're on X more than I am because I had no idea there was a parody Liam Neeson account.
Yeah, and I don't know why it showed up in my feed, but I see it every once in a while.
1-1 game, top of the third. Long Beach State threatening. 10 taps the left foot down. Now comes to the plate. That's a check swing inside and low, ball 4, and that brings in Ashworth from third. Long Beach State will take a 2-1 lead. Definitely inside and low. Toomey will get the RBI. Ashworth home. Briseño to third. Sharpio to second. That is the third walk from Hawaii pitching in this inning.
Yeah, this is really an uncharacteristic inning for Hawaii.
Reed Montgomery walked in the second as the Manoa mist continues to come down. 10 looking over at third, comes to the plate, and a breaking ball is driven out toward left center field. On the run, Nahaku. He's going to make the catch. Tagging from third, Briseño. He will come in. Sharpio tags up as well. He goes from second to third. Long Beach State extends its lead. It's now 3-1.
Keep in mind, all these runs will be charged to Liam O'Brien.
I mean, if you wanted, you could charge it to Liam Neeson, too.
Yeah, well, I don't want him getting mad at me.
Or Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson.
Montgomery's second career RBI on that sacrifice fly, and here's Easton Elliott.
Well, we do live in a society of only headline readers, right? So people just see the name quickly and they think it's him.
Right. Elliott struck out looking back in the second inning. So you're right on that run, too. O'Brien is still responsible for Sharpio on base. That's his last runner.
All this, 3 runs without the benefit of a hit, Josh.
Stunning. Runner from first doesn't go. Here's a softly hit ball right side, and waiting for it is Sakino. The second baseman throws it over to first to get the out, and the inning comes to an end. As you said, 3 runs in without a hit, without an error, and 2 base runners left on. Dirtbags 3, Hawaii 1, as we go to the home half of the third. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Lex Brody's Tire Company would like to say thank you very much for supporting UH. Wear your favorite UH gear into Lex Brody's and get an extra 5% off tires, brakes, and most other services on top of LexBrodys.com Super Saver coupons. You're the best fans, and Lex Brody's voted #1 in North America is the best choice for brake repairs and to purchase tires. Please visit LexBrodys.com for additional details and to set an online appointment.
Thank you very
Lex
much.
Brody's Tire Company.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's long-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Visit LexBrodys.com for the best tire value on Oahu. Thank you very much.
You won't get it anywhere else. Lex Brody's Tire Company.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Long Beach State has a 3-1 lead as we go to the bottom of inning number 3. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, which is brought to you by Waiakea Hawaiian Volcanic Beverages. As an official partner of UH Athletics, Waiakea's naturally alkaline water keeps Hawaii's athletes performing at their peak. Learn more at waiakea.com or find us at a KTA or Foodland near you.
Josh, one thing this team has been really good at is being resilient, and they've done a really good job as well as at answering back after innings in which the opponent scores multiple runs, at least coming back with a run of their own. So we'll see what Hawaii could do here in the bottom of the third, down 3-1.
Both of these teams did that third, fourth inning yesterday. Shinsuke Sakino will lead off the home half of the third. He grounded out to second his first time up. Both teams with 2 hits. The column that matters is the run column, where it is 3-2 or 3-1 Long Beach State. Pitch to Sakino is line back foul. You know that so I was busting your chops and saying Liam Neeson.
Yeah.
So on X, at UAB Fan 92, which I don't think is a parody account, although if it is, it's great to know a parody account is listening to this broadcast. 01, taking high 1-1, says, y'all are talking about Liam Neeson, and I was introduced to him through the movie Next of Kin, acting alongside Patrick Swayze.
I've seen a lot of Liam Neeson movies. They're all kind of the same, but they're good.
1-1. That's an off-speed pitch high and away. 2 balls and a strike. I will admit I have not seen Next of Kin. Have you?
You know, I don't remember titles very well. I just, I'm the kind of guy who lays on the couch and just flips through and I find movies and I watch them.
Yeah.
But I don't remember what the title. I just know, hey, that was a good movie. I probably have seen it.
2-1. That's down low. 3-1 to Sakino. I'm kind of like that when I'm at the hotel and I don't really know what to watch. And usually they've got like TNT or TBS. So there's always a Star Wars.
There's
movie
always
on.
something on. Yeah.
Star Wars is good filler when you don't have live sports on the Turner networks. 3 balls and a strike from Jake Fields. The right-hander's pitch is taken for a called strike. Fastball on the outer half.
Now, the question is, when you say Star Wars, there's so many different types of Star Wars. You're not talking about the 1977 cinematic classic, the original Star Wars.
No, it's
That's the
more
only one that
modern
matters
ones.
to me.
I agree. 3-2. Sakino swings, drives this down the left field line. Montgomery chasing near the foul line, loses his cap, slides to the turf, and makes the catch in foul territory for the first out. The freshman had to go a long way to track that down. That cap is certainly too big because he's lost it like 3 times here in this series. 1 out for Jordan Donahue, who fouled out to the catcher Ortega back in the first inning. He's 0 for 1. It's tough too because at hotels they don't have the same kind of channel options as you would
Josh,
have at
this
home.
is 2025. You can get everything you want off your phone.
This ball is hit well, deep out to right field. Ashworth settling, will hold up near the track, makes the catch for the second out.
You know, when that first went off the bat and you heard everybody probably in the background collectively going, ooh, I thought that was way out of
So
here.
did I. So did I.
And it got out there and, gosh, it died about 10 feet in front of the warning track.
That's when you didn't have a 24-mile-an-hour gust. You had a 5-mile-an-hour gust out there and right. 2 down, nobody on. Hawaii trailing 3-1, bottom of the third inning. And Matthew Miura will step into the right-handed batter's box. Flied out to right in the first inning. Fields retired at the top of the Hawaii lineup in order back in the first. First offering to Miura is change up low, 1 ball, no strikes. But if you want to watch all that stuff on your phone, I mean, granted, if you have Spectrum, you have the app,
Right.
then you're good. If not, you got to get all the streaming services.
But, I mean, you can find all that. I'm sure you have Netflix.
1-0, past the first baseman, diving in to his right and into right field. Miura gets on base for Hawaii's third hit.
Hey, we saw Hawaii do a lot of damage last night with 2 outs.
That's one of the MOs of this Hawaii team. 2 out, doesn't matter. Ben Ziegler-Namoa steps in. Line out to deep center back in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. Great crowd tonight. Our second consecutive sellout. Last night sold out mid-game.
Yeah, I wasn't aware it was a sellout till after the game.
Yeah. I think we learned it like 4th or 5th inning as Miura dives back safely at first. Tonight's standing room only. And it is packed. See what kind of crowd we get tomorrow.
Yeah, our Sunday crowds have been good.
Pitch to Ziegler-Namoa is upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes.
I think a couple of the things will affect tomorrow's crowd. Number 1, the weather, and you said the weather's supposed to be okay.
Windy.
Yeah, that's no big deal.
Yeah.
I don't have hair, so I don't. But also how they do tonight.
Yeah, you're right. 1-0 pitch. That's taken. Strike 1. Bottom of the zone. You do have hair. It's just it in the form of a beard.
Yeah, that's true. So it's on my face and it fell off my head.
So, I mean, maybe the beard blows in the wind. I don't know.
It's I have a chin goatee, I guess, or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, there you go.
I think I'd just let it grow out and then comb it over my head. Comb over.
We'll check on Miura again. He's back in at first. You're a threat to steal. He's 11 for 15 in stolen base opportunities this year.
I mean, a 3-1 ball game, bottom of the third. Hawaii, we've seen a lot of times. Sometimes it takes them a little while to get going offensively. It didn't last night, but we've seen games like this. It's early.
Runner goes. Pitch is ripped out into right field. That is going to drop in one hop off the fence. Let's watch Miura. He's taking a turn around third. Here comes the throw. It's on its way home, and it's not in time. It is a wall ball single for Ziegler Namoa. Miura comes home to score, and it is 3-2, bottom three.
2 out hits. This is what this team does better than just about anybody else in all of college baseball.
RBI number 28 for Ben. Gets Hawaii within a run. That single, that run, brought to you by Sports Stand Sporting Goods. It's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life. That's how hard the ball was struck. One hopping off of the fence, but also credit to Ashworth for bringing it back in so quickly on the right side. Here's Kamana Nahaku. First offering to him is up high for ball one.
Well, you were mentioning that this is going to be kind of a bullpen night for Long Beach State. And, Fields isn't out away from giving TJ Bruce 3 innings, which is probably as good as you would expect if you can get out of this half inning.
A ball thrown away toward first. They were looking to pick off Ziegler Namoa. It's in foul territory. He's running around second. He's looking for 3, and he is going to get there on the E1. That ball was wide toward the outfield side of first and out of the reach of Sharpio. First error of the night against Long Beach State.
And we're going to get a mound visit as well. So just as we're talking about trying to get him through 3 innings, I don't know if they're going to allow him to stay out there.
The pitch count, fortunately for him, is not that bad. It's at 38 coming in, but at this point, you're not really talking about the pitch count. You're talking a little bit more about whether he can hold this thing together as Hawaii is threatening in the 3rd inning. This is the exact opposite of what Hawaii gave up in the top half of the inning, which had 2 hit batters, had 3 walks, a run on a bases-loaded walk, a run on a sac fly RBI, and a run on a fielder's choice. It's like you're patching together a 3-run inning with duct tape, but you still make it work. 1-0 count to Nahaku. Fields ready, his pitch. In on the hands, and that's line back foul. Nahaku, a dangerous hitter. He's been dangerous with his power, but he can do so much more than that. His play in left field has been very sharp as time is called, and Rich Hill will walk down the third base line, ask Nahaku to meet him halfway, and have a little bit of a chat while looking at the pitcher to see if they can get in his head.
Yeah.
He has said he can tell if the pitcher gets rattled by it when they look out at him, and if the pitcher's looking right at him, it's like, we didn't get him. But if the pitcher's kind of looking around, trying to find something to focus in on, you're like, all right, we might have a chance to get him. It's a 1-1 count to Nahaku. Ziegler Namoa at third with 2 out. Fields ready. Right-hander's pitch. That's a fastball about shoulder high. It misses 2-1.
I had an umpire describe Rich Hill today to me as quirky. And I thought, that's a good word to describe Rich Hill's managing, coaching style. It's different. It's quirky.
Yeah. 2-1. Look out. Breaking ball high and over Nahaku's head. 3-1. I feel like quirky's a safe word.
Well, yeah. And I think that was the intention.
Yeah. I don't think an umpire is going to say something that is a little more firm. 3-1. Fields out of the stretch, his pitch. Bunt show. Nahaku puts it down third base line, but it's going to turn foul about 2/3 of the way up. Even if that was in play, third baseman had a chance.
That's funny they did that because that was one of the plays that this umpire was talking to me about that makes Rich Hill quirky. He goes, he'll try to squeeze guys in with 2 outs. You know, you just don't see those kind of things that often, right?
That tells you how well Rich Hill knows his players.
Well, it also tells you that, you know, even the umpires are aware that they have to be on their toes at all times for a UH baseball game because, as this umpire said to me, anything can happen. You can't predict with Rich, right?
Full count. 3-2. Fastball. Nahaku drives this out to center. Champagne, the center fielder, back to his left. He makes the catch. And that ends the frame. Sigler Namoa's 2-out RBI single chips into the Long Beach State lead. 1 run on 2 hits, 1 error. That was the error by Fields. And a runner left on base. We've completed 3. Long Beach State leads Hawaii 3-2. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Hardware Hawaii. Customer first in Kailua.
Hi, this is Eddie. I'm the lead lumber for Hardware Hawaii in Kailua. I like helping customers find what they need. It's not like another stranger just shopping here. My customers are like my friends, and then I just help them all, and I feel good, and it just makes my day. We're out here in the lumberyard ready to serve you.
Hardware Hawaii. Customer first in Kailua.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything's possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Long Beach State 3, Hawaii 2. We have completed 3 here at a sold-out Les Murakami Stadium. The story of this game, Liam O'Brien, who could not get through the 3rd inning, walked 3, struck out 2. Long Beach State would plate 3 in that 3rd inning. Hawaii would get a run back. It is a 3-2 game, and as Nathan Cadena will step in for Long Beach State, I turn it over to Scott Robbs.
Thank you very much, Josh. By the way, those 3 runs in the top of the 3rd, all without the benefit of a hit as well. You mentioned the walks, but a couple of hit batsmen as well. So 3 innings in the books as Zach Ten begins his first full inning of relief of Liam O'Brien. Did a good job coming in last inning as Cardina steps in. Bats in the 8 hole. He'll be followed by Ortega. Top of the order, it's Ashworth. 3-2 ball game, and the first pitch down from 10 is a called strike. Now, I'm sure you remember this, Josh, but Cardina was the guy who was at the plate that hit that bloop in the shallow right center that Sakano went back, dove, and made the grab, and then doubled up the runner at first base who was already at second, thinking there was no way on earth that Sakano would make the play, but he did as the next pitch was fouled off.
Play of the year. You called it spot on.
It's one of those plays, you see it, and you know that it happened, but you can't believe it initially. Like, did he really make that cat? You know what I mean? Nothing into the count. 10. Toes the rubber from the stretch. Winds, delivers, fires a fastball. It's swung on a miss. Strike 3. So 10 picks up his first strikeout of the ball game. Strikes out the leadoff hitter here in the 4th inning. And there's one down now for Efren Ortega, the catcher. Ortega scored in that 3-run 3rd inning. He was one of those guys hit by a pitch. In fact, he led off last inning, getting plunked by an O'Brien fastball, and eventually came around to score. So Ortega in the 9 hole. Now, I think for Zach Ten, for him to be successful, it's just be right around the plate. He's not going to get a lot of strikeouts. That was a good strikeout right there of Cardina as he brings the first pitch down for a strike to Ortega. And that was the problem. I think O'Brien over pitching, sold out crowd. He might have been a little over too amped. But whatever it wasn't effective. The 0-1 pitch, 10. Fires the fastball a little bit outside. Dirtbags come in 10-17 on the year and 4-9 in Big West play. How about today? We got a chance to see that UC Irvine is human.
Yeah.
They came into today's game against Oregon State with the nation's longest winning streak of 12. 10 being delivered on the mound. The 1-1 pitch, check swing. Did he go around? No, and that one misses. And yesterday in Corvallis, Irvine went up to Oregon State and beat them like 12-0. But Oregon State finally won today. Well, not finally, but won the second game of this series. So they're tied at a game apiece. And that snapped the nation's longest win streak. The 2-1 pitch, breaking ball in there for a strike at the knees. Nice pitch by 10.
It's very possible those two teams could host a region.
I think right now I would say they would. I agree with you. It's possible. You know, it's interesting. Looking at D1 baseball, and they came out with that thing. I'm sure you talked about it yesterday, and that they have Hawaii going to Athens, Georgia, as a 3 seed in that 4-team regional. The 2-2 pitch, hard hit ball past the third baseman. That's Kinsey, and into foul territory. Quickly getting it is Nahaku to bring it in, and he holds the hitter Ortega to a single. That ball ripped right down the line on third base side, inside the bag, but Nahaku hustling over there and bringing it in. Ortega, of course, a catcher, so maybe not the swiftest of runners, but still.
Dallas J. Duarte would like to have a word with you.
Yes, we missed Dallas.
Yes, we
don't
do.
we? So 1 down, runner aboard. We head to the top of the order. Kyle Ashworth, the right fielder. Ashworth has walked and scored. He swings it from the left side, and 10 brings down a pitch for a strike. Hawaii with single runs in the second and third innings. Dirtbags did all their damage in the top of the third. Short lead over at first. Ziegler Namoa holding the runner aboard. You wouldn't think Ortega would go, but you never know. Here's the pitch down to Ashworth. Curveball, and that's a strike. But anyway, getting back to that D1 baseball thing, I think they had like 4 teams out in the West.
Yeah.
They had Irvine, UCLA, I think Arizona State, and Oregon State, or Oregon, one of those two. Something like that. A 0-2 fastball down low, blocked by Palmera. Connor Palmera didn't start the game, came in defensively last inning. Rahel Del Dios got the start and then was coming to the plate with a couple of runners on, and Rich Hill decided to bring in a pinch hitter. Poor David didn't even get an at-bat. Pitch on the inside corner. Just misses, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2, Long Beach State, top of the inning number 4. On a still night in Manoa, you're talking about the wind possibilities, Josh, but it's been pretty still, and as I say that, the flakes begin to start picking up.
Jinx.
Yeah. I am the bocce king, I tell you. The 2-2 high, and the count goes full. The approach today for Long Beach State, a little bit different. They've been a lot more patient. I guess when you don't see a lot of strikes, it's easy to be patient.
Yeah.
And Liam O'Brien struggled to find the strike zone in his short work, 2 in the third innings. 10 trying to look for an inning-ending double play. Instead, he'll go over to first. Ortega back into the bag.
Since you mentioned Dallas, since we mentioned Dallas J. Duarte,
You mentioned Dallas.
He was supposed to play independent ball.
Oh, yeah?
With Connor Harrison on that same team, but Duarte backed out kind of last minute, so he's not playing baseball anymore.
Feels like he was here forever.
Yeah.
In a good way. The 3-2 pitch, that one misses. The runner's going. It doesn't matter. Palmera throws it down there anyway, but there's a walk. Hawaii pitching now between O'Brien and 10. I have 5 walks issued by UH. This is a team that does not walk a lot of hitters. So Ashworth now over at first base. Ortega will take his spot over at second base, and the hitter will be Alex Champagne, the center fielder. Has not been an easy evening for Hawaii to this point, even though they're down only by 1 run. And 10 for the third straight hitter, gets ahead to start the at-bat. It's 0-1 to Champaign.
When you look back to last night, Hawaii had 6 walks as a pitching staff, which is very, very uncommon. 5 tonight, so that's 11.
Yeah, this is a team that just, it's about a 3-to-1 ratio, strikeouts to walks. Pitched on the Champaign is a ball. Not a big guy is Alex, 5'8", 165 pounds. He's a senior, and he's actually out of Littleton, Colorado. Began his career at ASU. As you'd imagine, the majority of kids out of California, that ball popped foul, third base side. Kinsey giving chase. He'll run out of room, and that's a souvenir. When I was coming up here after the pregame show for TV, I heard a guy yelling to a bunch of his friends, "Hey, I went to Goodwill before the game. I got plenty gloves for everybody." And he had a bunch of gloves in his hand as he's walking into the stadium. He literally, this guy went to Goodwill, bought a bunch of gloves for everybody to try to catch a foul ball, I guess, tonight.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I thought that was very cool. So still a ball and 2 strikes. 10 fires. High bouncer towards the right side. Sakino fields, drops, picks it up, and is only placed to first where he flips it over to Ziegler Namoa. I think Sakino in his head started the double play before he had the ball in his glove.
And realistically, that was going to be a tough play anyway. His body was going toward first base. That was going to be a long throw to second to try to get Ashworth. So in reality, the sure out at first was the best out anyway.
Absolutely agree, Josh. So 2 down now, and they're going to intentionally walk Briseño, who I think everybody is okay with that. So now the bases are full with 2 away. Keep in mind, only 3 hits for Long Beach State here today, but they have had a lot of guys on base. And so they're going to leave it up to the cleanup hitter, Connor Sharpio. Sharpio, the first baseman, was hit by a pitch. He singled back in the first inning. Nowhere to put Sharpio. And the pitch is low.
Tonight's misleading stat, Long Beach State with runners in scoring position 0 for 4. Yet they've scored 3 runs, and they have the 3-2 lead.
Tough situation for 10. The 1-0 breaking ball, bounce foul on the left side. How about our Giants, Josh? If the season were to end today, they'd be in the postseason.
4-1 win. I'll take it.
I mean, a lot of teams are crowned in April.
That is true.
No, it's not.
Well, you know, the West is good. The NL West has been good so far.
It is.
Dodgers are human.
They haven't even
That's
played
good.
10 games yet, but got to brag about something.
Yes. We'll take it here in April. In May, we'll come
We
back.
know
with a
the
little more
Dodgers are
reality.
going to win the
Yeah.
West. Come
Yeah.
on. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sharpio with a chance to break this one open here in the 4th inning, up 3-2. 10 fires the fastball. That one is into the carpet. And for some reason here on this Saturday night in front of a sellout crowd, Hawaii pitching having a hard time finding the strike zone.
Just got an email, by the way.
Uh-huh.
You'll be on Gary Dickman's show
That's
Monday
right.
morning at 6:35.
I will.
Did he just text you just now?
Earlier today. There's a pop-up on the infield. This should end it. The shortstop, Donahue, makes the catch for out number 3, and Zach 10 pitches himself out of a bases-loaded jam. So for the Dirtbags in the 4th, no runs, a hit. There were no Hawaii errors, and there were 3 runners left on base. We'll head to the last of the 4th. Long Beach State 3, Hawaii 2. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Ukea Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAN. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
Building a winning program requires vision, careful planning, and expert execution. Since 1994, Ushijima Architects has provided the highest quality professional planning and design services for various projects throughout our state. Our highly experienced team provides the full spectrum of services, from feasibility studies and master plans to complete architectural design work. Call us today at 808-946-9544. Ushijima Architects is a proud sponsor of University of Hawaii Baseball.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
3-2 Long Beach State as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning, but let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
Your official radio home of University of Hawaii Sports is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM.
Scott and Josh with you back in Manoa, bottom of the fourth inning. Beach leading the Bows 3-2, and Long Beach State has gone to the bullpen. Jake Fields' evening is foul. He goes 3 innings, and they bring in Albert Robles.
Yeah, Albert Robles, the closer for Long Beach State. A little surprising to see the right-hander in here. The senior 1-0 with 3 saves, a 4.76 earned run average in 22 2/3 innings. And Scott, we knew Fields' day would be kind of short. He was under the weather, but would try to get as much out of him as he could. And they got those 3 innings, and he gives it to Robles with a lead.
Yeah. So I think if you're TJ Bruce, you have to be happy with what you got out of Jake Fields. You can also tell how important this game is that you would go in the fourth inning to your closer. As Jared Quant steps in to lead things off for Hawaii. Quant responsible for Hawaii's first run in the second inning as he turned on a fastball and pulled it over the right field wall for a home run. And he goes opposite field this time. Down the left field line, doesn't land foul. It does by about a half a foot.
The one deceiving thing about Robles is he has made 3 starts this year, so we'll get an opportunity to see what kind of length he can give.
Robles, a transfer from UNLV. He's out of Moreno Valley, California. 6'1", 220-pound senior. The winds are blowing out to right, just to let you know. It's a lefty versus righty matchup. Quant swinging it from the left side. Right-hander Robles fires the fastball high and outside. Of course, the flags are at half-mast in honor of the passing of Representative Gene Ward from Hawaii Kai yesterday at 82 years old. He had just stepped down a couple of weeks ago. Longtime representative out there at East Honolulu. The 1-2 fastball high and away to Quant to even things up. Softball won a doubleheader next door earlier today, 4-3, 3-2 over UC Riverside. And the volleyball team bounced back. They swept CSUN in the San Fernando Valley earlier. The 2-2 down the Quant, the pitch hit in the air, out towards right. That's going to stay in the ballpark, and that's going to be caught out there by Ashworth. Right now, with the wind kind of blowing out towards right, and the way that ball kind of initially launched, you thought, well, you'd never think like this. But last Sunday, because Nahaku hit 3 on one game, you now start to think as a broadcaster, well, maybe somebody can have multiple home runs.
Right.
Because we just don't see that with Hawaii baseball that often, right?
Yeah, unfortunately for Quant, that one got a little more at the end of the bat.
Yeah, he got on top of the ball a little bit too much.
The imagination runs wild nowadays.
Yeah, there was a little too much top spin on that one. So just a fly out to right. There's one away, and in steps Draven Nishida. Nishida singled in his only plate appearance. He's 1 for 1. The fastball misses high.
Longest outing for Robles, 4 innings.
You need to get somebody to fix. Okay, there you go. The scoreboard said 3 balls and 2 strikes. I'm sorry?
4 innings for Robles, his longest outing of the season for Long Beach State. That was against UC San Diego back on March 21st.
So he's not really, as the pitch misses to Nishida, he's not they called it a strike. He's not a traditional closer.
Correct. Like Hawaii doesn't have technically a traditional 9th inning closer.
Yeah, and they haven't, I don't think, under Rich Hill, have they?
I don't think so.
Nishida hitting from the left side. Robles, the right-hander. He's got the hair flowing from behind the cap. Pitch fouled back and off the netting.
Who's the last guy that you remember as like a true 9th inning closer? Dylan Thomas?
Probably.
Back at, I think, Mike Trapasso's last year, second to last year.
Somewhere around there. And, I'm not married to having designated roles. I think what we've seen the last 3+ years that You don't have to have traditional roles. It's kind of like sports in general. If the pitch misses upstairs to Nishida, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. I mean, look at how professional basketball has changed. You have positionless positions, basically, right? You have 7-foot guys bringing the ball up the court. When I was a kid, 7-foot guys could barely get down the court. The 2-2 to Nishida. Pops that one straight back. That'll be on top of the roof. Yes, it will. Saw Timmy Chang down here.
Yeah.
Before the game, and he came down and said hello to us at the TV side. And I said, "Hey, Timmy, I thought Aliviano was supposed to start Tuesday." He said he's starting tomorrow afternoon's game, Josh, to let you know. We did both agree that was an all-time great prank by UH Athletics.
Yes, it was.
They went all out. The 2-2, Nishida looks at the pitch away, and the count goes full. We're in the bottom of the fourth. It's a 3-2 Long Beach State lead. 1 out, nobody on.
I was happy to know that I wasn't the only one that got fooled, though.
No, you weren't. I saw other people that were fooled like you.
Pal Eldridge.
Did Pal really bite
He
on
admitted it to me earlier today.
Here's the payoff to Nishida, and he stays alive. Wastes that one out of play.
I was wondering, I was here in the booth last night, and I saw my ugly grill on television, and I was like, why? And I went home, and I watched the replay, and it was to mention that I got fooled. It was deserved. I deserve every shame for that possible.
Well, as soon as you saw it, you texted me. I'm sitting at a Spectrum outlet trying to get my cable bill straightened out. I'm not thinking it's April 1st. So we'll try the 3-2 pitch again. The payoff to Nishida, and he skies one up into shallow left center field. The trio of players go back. It's the center fielder, Champagne, who will finally come in and make the catch. And when you sent me that text initially, I think I responded, wow. And then I thought to myself, well, this doesn't make sense to me because I haven't heard anything about him being a pitcher, having baseball experience. And why would you bring him in the middle of the season? And then it clicked. Oh, yeah, it's April 1st.
Yeah.
And then I said, I wonder if Josh realizes that. Yes, Ketrin Kinsey, the third baseman, will come to the plate. Robles has come in here and has retired the first 2 hitters he has faced to start the 4th inning. And Kinsey looks at a pitch inside. So what I did was yesterday, by the way, I called Josh to let him know. I said, I got a breaking story. Don't tell anybody the source, but I just came back from lunch with Ron Ganot, which was a lie. I did. And I said, he told me, he's going to walk on to the basketball team.
To my response was,
Alejado's going to be a walk-on guard.
to my response was, when's the last time you've actually had lunch with Ron Ganot?
Exactly. I said about once a year when we're getting ready for the fundraiser. No, Josh, you were a good sport, though. You took it like a man. You got. Here's Kinsey. And he looks at strike 2. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Kinsey, 2 down, 4th inning.
I mean, it's on the internet. You can't take it back.
But on the other hand, the video that was done on Twitter of your call over that 10-run 9th inning last week against CSUN with the video done by our own Keegan Ota, who works for ESPN Honolulu. There's a swing and a miss. Was fabulous.
Thank you.
And that swing and a miss will end a very quiet 4th inning for the Bows as they go up and down in order. So no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played 4 in Mono. It's 3-2 Long Beach State. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
At Dow Electric Supply, we're your local-based company with your needs in mind. We see the light in Hawaii, and rest assured, we are with you all the way. Our sales counter and will call are here to serve Hawaii's electricians, developers, utility companies, businesses, and homeowners. The Dial Lighting Gallery showroom is open by appointment only. Go online to www.dialelectricsupply.com. Open weekdays from 7 to 3. At Dial Electric Supply, we see the light.
Healthier is working together as a team. Hawaii Pacific Health's team-based approach is designed to make sure you see the right healthcare expert at the right time. It's about collaboration that brings together the skills and personalized care you need. And it's about coordinated care from a team of physicians, nurse practitioners, registered nurses, and other specialists, all working together to help you live healthier. Learn more at hawaiipacifichealth.org/healthierlife.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Top of the fifth inning for Long Beach. 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Hawaii. 2 runs on 4 hits and no errors. And Rich Hill has gone to the bullpen, Josh, and is bringing in his 3rd pitcher of the game. It's a familiar guy, the lefty Corey Ronan, 6'2", 195-pound junior out of Jacksonville, Illinois.
Ronan's been getting some opportunities recently. 1-1 record in 11 and third innings, 8.74 earned run average, and we last saw Ronan against CSUN back on that Sunday. Gave up 4 runs on 3 hits in an inning with a walk and a strikeout, but getting himself in a Big West bullpen rotation and an opportunity here in the middle innings.
I think another good showing by Zach Ten. That's 3 now. He threw an inning and 2/3 of shutout ball against Long Beach State. He's a guy that can give that bullpen a real boost. It's already a pretty strong bullpen, and it's kind of interesting. You're saying during the break that he hasn't gone to Freddie Rodriguez yet, or somebody like a Corey Ronan getting the opportunity. That shows a couple of things. Number one, he has trust in Ronan, even though Corey kind of struggled in his last outing. And number 2 is I think he feels they're going to get some offense here eventually. And then you want to save maybe the top arms in the bullpen for later on in the game. That would be my guess.
Especially with Magdaleno likely not to be brought back.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to pitch today. Yeah, you're right. Number 5 hitter in the order, Matt Toomey, the DH, will step in.
By the way, that call to the bullpen was brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com.
0-1 the count to Toomey. He'll be followed by Reed Montgomery, the left fielder, and second baseman Easton Elliott. So Ronan, the lefty, he winds, he fires, and that pitch on the inside corner is for a strike. He's another guy that kind of reminds me, not quite at the same level as Liam O'Brien, but another guy that has just oozes with talent. It's just the consistency, because Ronan, he throws in the mid-90. Another guy that throws, a lot of guys throw hard nowadays. But he has some good secondary pitches as well, as that curveball is a bit high. And the count goes 1-2. And he's also one of the few guys still left around from the Mike Trapasso era.
Right.
Jacksonville, Illinois, my understanding is kind of a suburb of Chicago in that area. There's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Ronan comes in, gets the strikeout to start the 5th.
You mentioned Ten's line, just a hit in an inning in 2/3. The only X I would put on that line is the 3 walks.
Yeah, I agree. So here comes Reed Montgomery, swinging it from the left side, the left fielder. Montgomery has walked, and he has driven in a run on a sac fly. The 3 runs all coming in the 3rd inning without the benefit of a hit, as Ronan brings down the strike. Montgomery out of Mission Viejo, California. Big cut. And coming up empty is Montgomery. Montgomery, 6 foot, 210 pound. He's a redshirt freshman. And Ronan looking for back-to-back strikeouts. Palmera sets up on the outside half, and that's where the ball is, but a bit low. So these 2 teams will battle again tomorrow on T-Shirt Sunday. And that will wrap up this series. It'll either be a rubber game or it will be a chance for Hawaii to go for the sweep. The 1-2 way outside. No, he went around, strike, the ball dropped. Palmera brings it down to first. And back-to-back strikeouts for Ronan. This is the good Ronan we're seeing right now, Josh. The one mixing up his speed, bringing that curveball along with that strong fastball. It's very effective. Hear Josh in the background. They'll be okay. He'll be all right, Josh. And here comes Easton Elliott, the second baseman. Elliott looking for his first knock of the night. He's 0 for 2. And he shows bunt, fouls it back. I got to tell you, Josh, if you're born and your parents name you Easton, you gotta be a baseball player.
Gotta be.
I said to Matty Noy down there earlier, I said, hey, they got a guy who's named after a bat. And he said, what, DeMarini? I said, no, his name's Easton.
Unless, or if you're named Louisville.
Yeah, Louisville was the other word somebody threw out there. The 0-1 for Ronan. He looks like he's dealing in the zone right there. Brings on the breaking pitch a bit low.
Marucci would be the other one.
Yeah.
So I would also imagine that one of your parents is a really good hitter.
That's true. And it could be the mom. Could have been a good
That's
softball
right.
player.
That's right.
The next pitch from Ronan, and he paints the strike zone right there. Ronan, if he can get through this at bat, I mean, can't imagine he wouldn't come out for the 6th inning, would you?
I would think he would.
He could be the key guy for Hawaii tonight in terms of stabilizing out the pitching, because the pitching's been okay. I mean, O'Brien went 2 in the 3rd innings, but really struggled with his control. It wasn't just the walks. He hit a couple of guys and just kind of lost his rhythm pretty early in that one.
Sorry, Scott. By the way, Easton Elliott's dad.
4
years of professional baseball in the Cardinals organization.
There you go. Deuces wild, 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. The breaking pitch. That one fooled Elliott. He was frozen at the dish. And Ronan sets the dirt bags down in order, striking out the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We'll head to the home half of the 5th inning. Still 3-2 Dirtbags, and you're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for flooring.
Contractor's license number C19140.
How do you get 100% of your work done when you're 40% short-staffed? Across Hawaii, city and state departments grapple with thousands of vacant positions. And with fewer workers, that means longer lines at the DMV, delayed building permits, and slowdowns in essential services. The government could resolve this by offering more competitive wages and benefits. For you, we hope they do. A message brought to you by HGEA, because Hawaii works best when we do.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Bottom of the 5th inning in Manoa, 3-2 ball game. The Beach leading Hawaii. 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Long Beach State. 2-4-0 for the University of Hawaii. UH did hold a early 1-0 lead after 2 innings, but the Beach picked up all 3 of their runs in the 3rd inning without a hit. It was just kind of one of those innings where everything went the wrong way of Hawaii pitching, walks, hit batsmen, and things like that. But other than just that inning, the other 4 innings, Goose Egg's up there, and you saw 10. He looked good in an inning and 2/3, and we just saw Corey Ronan. You and I were just talking. That might have been the best we've seen him look all season. He struck out the side.
Yeah, I think so. He's trusted that fastball, which he's upped his velo on, and that curveball looked really, really solid against left-handed hitters.
So Albert Robles, who came in to start the 4th inning, back out there now for his 2nd inning of work, and he's going to face Connor Palmera, batting in the 9th spot to lead things off for Hawaii here in the 5th inning. 3-2 Long Beach State. This is Palmera's first at-bat of the ball game. He came in defensively in the 3rd inning. Or David Vergel del Dios. And the first pitch down for a strike to Palmera, who did not play last night. Nope, he did. He was 0 for 1. Came in as a pinch hitter. Hunter Faldo started the game last night. Next pitch down to Connor. Big swing comes up empty, and it's 0-2. Palmera only hitting 167 on the year. He is 7 for 42. And the truth is, Josh, I think he's a much better hitter than that.
No doubt.
The 0-2. Palmera looks at a ball. I mean, we had a little bit of a chance to see Connor back in his freshman year when he started his career at UH. Like I've mentioned before, I remember when he called his home run at Arizona State.
Yeah.
His rookie year. Then went away, went to JC, went to Cal State Bakersfield for a couple of years, and will end his college career where he started it. The 1-2 coming from Robles. That one hit hard on the ground, but foul just wide of the bag at third. 3-2 ball game here in the fourth inning. Hawaii sitting at 22-6 on the year, 9-4 in Big West play. Their RPI as of first pitch tonight sitting at 38. They still have 3 opponents who have RPIs better than them in Cal Poly, UC Irvine, and Oregon State. And they're going to see Cal Poly next week on the road. And the week after, they're going to see Irvine on the road. And you're going to be at both places, Josh.
We're going to watch pressure baseball at its best. At
I'm
some
excited.
of the some of the best places in the Big West, too.
I think the key for Hawaii, just try to survive that 8-game road trip. Come away 500 or better. I think, that'd be pretty good. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Palmera. Leading off the bottom of the 5th inning, that pitch sent foul upstairs on the first base side. Anybody make a catch, Josh?
Off of like 3 hops.
Well, that's not a catch then.
No, it's not. Just the guy walking by with a beer in his hand.
Well, he didn't spill the beer, I hope.
Definitely not.
Okay. Those things are, yesterday I went as a fan. I don't drink, but I was looking and, gosh, they're expensive. Or put it this way, I don't drink very often. That ball is fouled down the right field line out of play. And I was like, I don't know if I would spend that much money for a beer.
Well, it's easier for a lot of people because they have those carts now.
Yeah,
that
which is
people bring
great.
around. Yeah.
Now they just need to bring people around to sell popcorn and stuff.
Yes.
Good at bat by Palmer. At least good up until now. If he can get a base hit, it'd be great. The 2-2 pitch. High ball 3. Hawaii looking to get the leadoff hitter aboard.
It's already an 8-pitch at bat.
And then the question is, if he does get on, does Rich Hill bring in a pinch runner? So Palmera has worked the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Robles holding the glove up high, now in his motion, brings the pitch down, called strike 3. Palmera had tossed the bat to the side, but from my vantage point, Josh, that was strike 3.
Either that or too close to take. That's a close one, probably top inside quadrant of the zone.
Well, it was too close to take, and the home plate umpire rang him up. That's A.J. Lastiglio. And now we'll head to the top of the order, and Shunsuke Sakaino, the second baseman. He's 0 for 2, but he made the play of the season defensively earlier in this one. Sakaino swinging it from the left side. Boy, I'd love to push across a run, try to get this game tied as we're in the middle half of this one. Sakaino fouled off the first pitch. I mean, I got to imagine when the highlights of his career had to be last week hitting that 2-run home run against Northridge.
Oh, no doubt.
In that 9th inning. His old school. Robles very deliberate on the mound, isn't he? The 0-1 down to Sakaino. Fouled up and out of play. So the Bows will play Long Beach State, and then you guys will fly out Monday, I guess, because Tuesday play at Santa Clara.
That's right.
Santa Clara, I was looking yesterday. The West Coast in general, that conference, kind of down.
Yeah.
Santa Clara down as well. Didn't you go up there last year or the year before?
Yeah, last year.
The pitch. Did he go around? They'll appeal to third. The umpire says no.
How did he hold up on that?
I don't know, because it was high and inside, and it was more self-preservation, but he was trying not to make the bat break the plane either. Now, I know last time you guys went up to Santa Clara, everybody went over to Rich Hill's mom's house for dinner.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Except me.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to talk to Rich about that.
No, he already gave me the invite.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was just an accident not to invite you, Josh. They consider you part of the team.
I did see something that there's some kind of fan event that's going to take, like a Hawaii fan event that's going to take place before the game. I don't have the details on it, but I did see that circulating on the internet.
One away, 2-2 the count to Sakaino. 3-2 game. Long Beach State leads, and the pitch down to Sakaino called strike 3. I can see why Robles is probably their best pitcher out of the bullpen. He does a great job of setting up his money pitches, and that breaking ball just hammered right into the strike zone. Sakaino couldn't do anything, and there's 2 down.
Hawaii Baseball brought to you by MotoGen Medical. They have treatments used to elevate pain and help heal joints naturally. Go to modogen.com and sign up for a free evaluation.
Well, I remember Hawaii and Santa Clara playing back in the 70s and 80s. They used to play quite a bit back then because that was the alma mater of Les Murakami. And the first pitch from Robles down to Jordan Donahue for a strike. Donahue looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 2. After a 17-hit performance last night, there are 2 outs in the 5th inning, and Hawaii only has 4 knocks. Robles' 0-1 pitch fouled over towards the dugout on the first base side. How far is it from Santa Clara to drive to San Luis Obispo?
I looked without traffic, 3 hours, 4 minutes.
That far, huh?
So I'm just going to plan for 4.5 hours.
Yeah. Take your time. Make a stop in a couple of those little cool towns up on the coast. The pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Donahue. Nobody on. And this game has really settled in here in the middle innings into kind of a pitcher's duel, hasn't it?
It has.
But not with the guys that started the game.
No, not at all.
Donahue has grounded out. He's flied out. Robles from the stretch fires the pitch. Fouled back.
As we have learned, do not plan California travel by the amount of miles it takes to get there. Plan it on time because traffic is nuts.
But you know what, though? If you live in Hawaii, I mean, that's how I've always done it.
Mm-hmm.
I've always done it by time, not how many miles.
Right.
Like, how far is it from your house to UH? Well, maybe it's 10 minutes, but on rush hour, it takes me an hour. Exactly. Or 10 miles, but it takes you an hour. 1 and 2. The offering. Just misses outside.
I learned that going from Northridge to Riverside. It said 82 miles, and I was thinking, it's going to take, an hour and a half, 2 hours. It took 3.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Wow. Donahue with that big open stance from the left side awaits. Robles gets the sign. The fastball downstairs. Donahue showing the ability to take a good pitch.
Well, that's the thing you were saying, though. I mean, Robles looks good, but Hawaii hitters have made him work to set up that out pitch.
Well, and also if you're a Hawaii supporter or fan, you want to see their best guy out of the bullpen in the middle innings, right? Because what is this team known for? Comebacks,
right?
And late inning heroics. 6 walk-off wins this year. It's been unbelievable. And what's been unbelievable to me is the amount of recognition this program is getting now. And they're developing a following thanks to social media. And there's a called strike 3. Donahue knew it. And Robles, like what Ronan did last inning, strikes out the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We've played 5 complete in Manoa, Long Beach State 3, Hawaii 2. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Aloha from Waiakea. As a proud corporate sponsor of University of Hawaii Athletics, we're committed to keeping our athletes and fans hydrated with delicious volcanic water straight from the Big Island. Rooted in Hawaiian values, we believe in honoring the Aina, land, supporting our community, and living with aloha in everything we do. You can find us at most stores across the islands or learn more at waiakea.com. Live aloha, drink Waiakea.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection. One that helps better their everyday through the things they value most. Friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything's possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu. Brought to you by Ushijima Architects.
Top of the 6th inning, game 2 of this 3-game weekend series between Hawaii and Long Beach State. The Bows got the opener last night, 10-5, but as we go to the 6th inning here in the rematch, it's a 3-2 Long Beach State lead, and Josh's game has been kind of interesting because early on it looked like it was going to be a high-scoring affair, but I mean, after 3 innings, when you handed it off to me, it was 3-2 But since then, it's been the bullpens, and in particular for Hawaii, Corey Ronan coming out of the bullpen last inning and striking out the side.
Yeah, I mean, Zach 10 went an inning in 2/3 and kind of pitched himself out of a jam in the 4th inning where he had the bases loaded, and then Ronan just came in, strikeout, and looked absolutely dominant. By the way, Long Beach State has stranded 7 on base here through 5 innings. So they've had their opportunities, and to increase the praise on the Hawaii bullpen, the fact that they have kept this here at a 3-2 game, given all of that, is a big deal here.
I agree. Nathan Cardina will stroll to the plate, the third baseman, hitting in the 8th hole. Followed by Ortega, top of the order, Ashworth, as we begin the 6th inning. Now the question for Ronan is, can he put back-to-back outstanding innings together? His first pitch hit in the air, play ball out in center field, and Muir drifts back and squeezes it for out number 1. That makes your job a lot easier. One pitch, one away.
By the way, the 6th inning brought to you by Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union for life.
And so that'll bring up the catcher, Efren Ortega. Ortega's had a pretty good game, was hit by a pitch back in the 3rd, eventually came around and scored and singled in the 4th inning. Ortega listed at 5'11", 185 pounds. He's only a freshman out of Birmingham High School in Sylmar, California. I believe Sylmar's in the Central Valley, isn't there? Somewhere in Central California? Is that right? Do you know, Josh?
I don't.
I think it is. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Why don't you look it up?
I will.
Please.
You don't need to ask me twice.
Ronan really looks locked in here tonight. He's dictating the pace to the hitters, not the other way around. He fires that one into the carpet, evens things up at 1-1 to Ortega.
Sylmar in the San Fernando Valley.
Well, that's like by Northridge then. That's not even close to the Central Valley.
The northernmost neighborhood within the city of Los Angeles.
Okay. Well, that's right by Northridge. I know why I'm thinking of Sylmar. That's where they had the big earthquake, I think, in 94. The Northridge Sylmar, if I'm not mistaken.
According to Wikipedia, it's known for its profusion of Sylvan olive orchards. If you love olives.
I do like olives.
That makes one of us.
Oh, really? You don't like olives?
No.
Oh. So I guess you don't like martinis. 2-1 pitch. That one hit in the air out towards right. Drifting back to his left near the track is Quant. And he gets there in time to make the catch. I don't like martinis either, Josh. But I do like olives. That's 5 in a row now set down by Ronan since coming in to begin the 5th inning. So we'll head to the top of the order now. Kyle Ashworth. Ashworth, the right fielder, walked and scored in that 3rd inning and walked in the 4th. So Ashworth does not have an official at-bat. Kinsey at 3rd playing even with the bag, but well off the bag. They're expecting the left end hitting Ashworth to maybe pull something as the pitch on the outside corner is a strike called. 0-1 to Ashworth. 3-2 Long Beach State, top of the 6th inning. And tomorrow I'll be bringing olives to the ballpark for Josh. I wish you said you hated peanut M&Ms. The 0-1 misses away.
Freddie Rodriguez now in the Hawaii bullpen. They're kind of wondering, I mean, Hawaii did use its closer last night, so maybe Rodriguez slides down in that kind of role. Close game here in the 6th.
Could be. The next pitch from Ronan, curveball for a strike. His breaking pitches have been really good tonight. His curveball has been terrific.
And he's left nothing over the middle of the plate.
No.
He's worked around the edges really well.
Very well. Yeah, there's no question. Don't want to botch it, but to this point, this is by far the best Corey Ronan's looked this year. The pitch. Fastball outside. So we do know that if we ever want olives, just go to Sylmar.
Yeah.
Next time you go to Northridge, just take an Uber to the neighboring city.
I have some downtime.
Yeah, if you have some downtime. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Ronan delivers high. And the count goes full.
Or if you need me to get you a bottle of olive oil.
Olive oil is expensive, yes. Get me some olive oil. Real olive oil, not the counterfeit stuff.
I know where I'll go for basketball next year.
Well, you have to go to Italy to get real olive oil, probably. The payoff pitch. Ronan fires. And that one missed somewhere. You can hear the crowd. Maybe a tad bit low. Take a look at the replay, Josh, on television, and that looked pretty good to me.
Very close.
Looked like it caught the outside corner. Doesn't matter what we think. And for the third straight at bat, Ashworth will walk. So a 2-out walk to Ashworth. He becomes the first base runner against Corey Ronan as Alex Champagne, the center fielder, strides in. How many walks do you have officially for Hawaii pitching now? 8? 7? I have 7 as well. First pitch from Ronan. The fastball is high. Now, it's great to get those first 2 outs, but you got to get 3 to get back in the dugout, right? So this is where Corey, that mental aspect. We've been talking a lot about mental preparation, and this is where that part, the hard part, begins for Corey Ronan, trying to retire the last hitter of the inning. That pitch misses high, 2-0. So Ronan had been looking sharp. Struck out the side last inning, retired the first 2 guys here this inning, but he walks Ashworth, and now a 2-0 count on Champagne. That's going to bring Palmera out to the mound to have a discussion with him.
Just got attendance numbers, by the way.
Oh, okay. What do we have?
Tickets issued 4,585. Turnstile 3,333. You got to add those walk-up numbers in.
So,
there.
well, this is, and you know, this is the secret. Whenever you hear this place is sold out, there's always going to be some open seats.
Oh, yeah.
So if they say standing room only, buy a standing room only ticket and go sit down where there's an empty seat, because a lot of those empty seats are corporate seats,
right?
That people aren't occupying. All right, Palmera back behind the plate, Ronan on the bump. He fires a 2-0 pitch, popped up foul territory. Third base side, playable for Kinsey, and he gets there in time to make the catch for out number 3. So a little bit of trouble for Corey Ronan, but he's able to pitch himself out of it, and he ends the 6th inning for the Dirtbags. No runs, no hits, no Hawaii errors, and a runner left. We played 5.5 in Manoa. Still 3-2 Long Beach State. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Hi, this is Dr. Charles Arakaki. I've been helping patients lose weight using the breakthrough medicine semaglutide. Many of my new patients are telling me that their insurance stopped covering their Ozempic and Wegovy prescriptions. Now it's too expensive for them. My team and I can help. For less than half the price of name brand drugs, our program includes custom prescribed medication, blood tests, medical monitoring, and 3D body scans. Call us at 808-582-8808. That's 808-582-8808.
By now, everyone has heard of GLP-1s for weight loss. Dr. Arakaki and Motogen Medical are offering programs starting at $99. That's only $99 for the top GLP weight loss medication and a full medical weight loss program. Dr. Arakaki is more successful than others by using the Staiku Body Analyzer along with a complete medical program. If you're ready to start your weight loss journey, call Motogen Medical and Dr. Arakaki at 808-562-5000. That's 808-562-5000.
Aloha, this is Stan Mahilona from Sports Stan. You're listening to University of Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Scott Robs, Josh Pacheco with you in the Robs Leahy press box here at Les Murakami Stadium as Robles, the reliever, since coming in a couple of innings ago. He came in to begin the 4th inning, and Albert Robles has been, well, unhittable, literally. In fact, he set Hawaii down in order in the 5th inning, striking out the side. And he has done a really good job to this point. Well, he's going to face 2, 3, and 4 in the order. It's going to be Jordan Donahue, Matt Miura, and Ben Ziegler-Namoa. Hawaii has not scored since they scored a run in the 3rd inning. We're in the bottom of the 6th. And Miura will step in to lead things. I think I said Jordan Donahue. I misread my book. Excuse me. Thank you, Josh, for helping me. And here comes Matt Miura. Miura has a single in 2 plate appearances. Robles' first pitch to start the inning misses outside.
To kind of give you the confidence level Long Beach State has in Robles, they're technically their closer. That bullpen is quiet.
I think they're just going to ride his arm as long as they can. I mean, they've got the lead. Mira takes the strike out of the knees. Mira's been just red hot of late. Love to get the leadoff runner aboard here in the 6th inning. Sold out crowd, but they haven't had a whole lot to cheer for. As there's one lofted in the air out to right field. Easy play for Ashworth, who makes the catch for out number 1. They're kind of just reaching out and slapping that one in the air. 1 down. And here's Ben Ziegler-Namoa, the first baseman. Ben has doubled. And driven in a run. So Ziegler-Namoa steps in, batting from the left side. The one thing about this team, Josh, that sometimes concerns me is that they've had so much success coming back in games. Now, this is a 1-run deficit, so that's not a big deal. But sometimes maybe you start thinking a little like, oh, we'll get them next year. You know, we got a couple more innings.
Right.
You know, that, I mean, instead of like the sense of urgency now, waiting till later, and you're not always going to come from behind and win games. Well, they have pretty much every time, it seems like. 1-0 down to Ziegler-Namoa is a strike call. Ben pulled one down the right field line for that double. That drove in a run. Back in the 3rd inning. That's the last time Hawaii has scored. 1-1 to Ziegler-Namoa. Misses away. Outfield playing straight away. Montgomery in left, Champagne in center, and Ashworth in right. Very still at the moment. Robles, he's been in control. Out on that bump since coming in relief. Fires the pitch, misses high. And we might begin to see maybe a small chink in the armor of Robles.
By the way, I think we might have seen the end of Ronan. Just saw him inside the bullpen talking to a few guys. So that might mean Freddie Rodriguez will see him for the 7th.
That would make sense. And if it is the case, terrific 2 innings by Corey Ronan. There's a swing and a miss from Ziegler-Namoa, and the count goes full. Got to keep in mind, Hawaii's been on this incredible offensive run where they've scored, 9 or more runs in 7 or 8 straight games. And eventually that's not going to happen. So you're going to have to find a way to win some low-scoring games. And that's what Hawaii is trying to do here tonight. The pitch down to Ziegler-Namoa, and he swings and misses for strike 3. So Robles looks like advertised, doesn't he?
He does. 8 up, 8 down for the right-hander.
8 up, 8 down, and 4 strikeouts. How many strikeouts do you have for him?
5.
5. Okay, 5 strikeouts. I stand corrected. That's even better.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Nahaku can do with 2 down, the base is empty. 3-2 ball game, bottom of the 6th inning. And Nahaku takes the pitch. And it's a ball high and inside. You get the feeling this may come down to the 9th inning, huh, Josh?
Feels like it.
Like a lot of the games have this year. Robles fires the pitch. Swung on and missed by Nahaku. So you said the longest Robles has gone is 4 innings this year.
Right.
This is his 3rd inning of relief?
Correct.
So you don't expect him to be out there the rest of the game.
No.
You wouldn't think, right?
I don't think so.
There's a pop-up on the infield, left side. The 3rd baseman, Cardina, calls everyone off, and he makes the catch for out number 3. And for the 2nd consecutive inning, Hawaii goes down in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We played 6 here in Manoa, Long Beach State 3, Hawaii 2. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Ukea Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAN. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
Building a winning program requires vision, careful planning, and expert execution. Since 1994, Ushijima Architects has provided the highest quality professional planning and design services for various projects throughout our state. Our highly experienced team provides the full spectrum of services, from feasibility studies and master plans to complete architectural design work. Call us today at 808-946-9544. Ushijima Architects is a proud sponsor of University of Hawaii Baseball.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
We played 6 innings here in Manoa for Long Beach State. 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error. For Hawaii, 2 runs on 4 hits and no errors. 3 innings left in regulation. Hawaii trying to win the first 2 games of this series. Long Beach State trying to make it a rubber game tomorrow afternoon. We're going to find out in the next hour or so, and to take you the rest of the way, my good friend, the voice of Rainbow Baseball, Josh Michelle.
Thank you, Scotty. Did you just say time? Did you do that?
I'm not saying anything, Josh.
Okay. I heard a word that started with H and ended with R. And
I
I
said
thought,
in the next.
okay.
I didn't designate an exact amount of time. We've already concluded that theoretically a baseball game could never end.
That is very true. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. Freddie Rodriguez, the 4th Hawaii pitcher tonight. The junior from West Sacramento, California, is 3-0 with a save, a 4.18 earned run average in 23 2/3 innings, 27 strikeouts to 8 walks. Got the start on Tuesday against Hawaii Pacific University, pitched a scoreless inning with a hit. Wanted to get a good outing out of him, and they did. He earned his 3rd win of the season. And how's about the job from Corey Ronan? 2 innings of relief, no runs, no hits, 3 Ks, and a walk. O'Brien 2 1/3, 10 an inning in 2/3. Ronan for 2, and now Freddie Rodriguez, who will face the meat and potatoes of the Long Beach State order, starting with Armando Briseño, who was intentionally walked his last time up, and he takes the first offering low and away, ball 1. 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Long Beach State. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Hawaii. Briseño, RBI fielder's choice in the 3rd. He singled in the 1st. 1-0, misses up and in. 2 balls, no strikes. Connor Sharpio and Matt Toomey will follow. It's 3, 4, and 5 in the order. 2-0 from Freddie Rodriguez. A pitch down low. 3 balls, no strikes. Rodriguez has 27 strikeouts to 8 walks. 3-0. And that's a fastball taken all the way, strike 1. Briseño drove in 4 last night, including a bases clearing double in the 4th. He had a sac fly RBI as well. 3-1. That's down low, ball 4. The 8th walk issued by Hawaii pitching, and the leadoff man reaches here in the top of the 7th. And that will bring up Connor Sharpio, who took his time and is still kind of taking his time to get to home plate. The home plate umpire, AJ Lastaglio, is clapping his hands, telling him, hey, let's go. Let's get in there. So let's see how Rodriguez handles this. Let's also see how Long Beach State handles it. Hold the runner at first, and Sharpio takes a strike that pops out of the glove of Paul Mara. 0-1. stories, the Big West storylines here of the weekend. UC Irvine losing at Oregon State 4-2. Nation's longest winning streak comes to an end.
And unfortunately, that doesn't affect the conference standings.
Right. 0-1. Big cut and miss. Pitch up and in. 0-2. And Cal Poly remaining unbeaten. They win, unbeaten in Big West play. 8-3 win over UC San Diego. I got a couple of nuggets on that.
Okay.
That I'll share with you in a moment. 0-2 to Sharpio.
If you don't break your phone.
The pitch misses outside. It's courtesy of our good friend Max Kelton, who does the road games on radio for Cal Poly. Out of 307 Division I baseball programs, only one perfect in conference play, and that's Cal Poly.
I believe that. I mean, that makes sense, right? I mean, that's
the
pretty
SEC,
impressive.
SEC beats each other up.
Yeah, well, most conferences do.
Yeah. 1-2. Rodriguez to the plate. Swinging on the hands. Right back to Rodriguez. Settles. Throws to the shortstop. Donahue at second. On to first. A 1-6-3 double play that empties the bases with 2 out.
Freddie did a great job of turning that double play because he made sure he fielded the ball cleanly first, and he paused to make sure the shortstop Donahue was in the perfect position to receive the throw. 1-6-3, excellent double play, and that's why Hawaii leads the country in turning those.
2 out, nobody on. 3-2 Long Beach State leading Hawaii, and Matt Toomey will step in. Bases loaded walk. In the third, he is struck out twice. Rodriguez winds his pitch. Swing, and that's foul back. Here's the other note. Only one other program has recorded a better start in Big West baseball history. You got to go back to 1988 when Fresno State started 18-0. We forget sometimes Fresno State was in the Big West.
Oh, the Big West has had a lot of teams. UNLV.
0-1. Swing and a softly hit right side. Rodriguez off the mound. Gloves. He will place the tag. A somewhat hard tag on Toomey up the line. Got the out, one unassisted, and the inning comes to an end. Long Beach State has not had a hit since the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. Let's stretch here in Manoa. Long Beach State 3, Hawaii 2 as we go to the home half of the 7th. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Ready for UH football, huh?
Yep, check this out.
Oh.
Around sound. That works.
Whoa, I ready, bro.
Yeah, watch this.
How come the blender went off?
Huh?
The blender in the kitchen went off, bro.
Nah.
Try again.
Oh, man.
Okay, we can make some like a fruit smoothies.
When you want your home or business wired right, call a unionized electrical contractor. 847-5341.
IBEW, local 1186, lighting your path to the future.
Winning in life takes smart plays and solid teamwork. And at Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, we've got your back. Whether you're saving for the big moments, scoring a great loan, or planning your financial future, we're with you every step of the way. With low rates, easy online banking, and service that goes the distance, we're here for you, for your family, for life. Visit hificu.com or visit us for more details.
Membership open to Oahu and Maui residents. Federally insured by NCUA.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
3-2 Long Beach State lead as we head to the last of the 7th. Albert Robles still working for the Dirtbags. 9 up, 9 down, including 5 strikeouts. The one thing he hasn't had is a ground ball out. 5 strikeouts. He's had 3 flyouts to the outfield and 1 pop-up in the infield. It's been a masterful performance by Robles.
And one thing he hasn't had is any offensive support since he's come in there to stymie the Hawaii offense. And as we said, you can hold this Hawaii offense down for a while. It's hard to hold them down for a long time.
One of the 2 runs in the run column for Hawaii came from Jared Kwan with his home run back in the 2nd inning. It was a solo shot, his 2nd home run of the year, and he will lead things off against Robles as the wind gusts out to right once again. Pitch to Kwan. Takes a bit high. 1-0. He's 1 for 2. Flied out to right back in the 4th.
Yeah, that home run he hit early in the game. I mean, that was a no-doubter line drive. It just kept on going.
1-0 from Robles. Swing, that's tipped in and out of the glove of catcher Ortega. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's been amazing that Quant, he had that injury on that walk-off balk against UC Davis. And you're right, you said this earlier, just missed 1 game.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
Good thing. I mean, the silver lining is that the labrum tear is in his non-throwing shoulder. It doesn't affect his swing either.
1-1. Check swing. There's a strike call to the outside corner. The only thing that they recommend he doesn't do is dive, because that's where the injury happened, diving at home. And he was trying to get around Vergel de Dios, who is swinging. There is a cross-up of Signs. Rich Hill put that on him for the cross-up of Signs and why that happened. 1-2. Fastball misses shoulder high. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Are you sure it was when he slid into home? I was told
Or dove into home.
Yeah, but I was told it actually happened earlier when he dove into second base. And so when he scored, it just aggravated. I mean, he was already sore. So when he slid in on the thing, but I haven't really found out if that is the case or not.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. 6th K for Robles out of the bullpen. Kept that down in the zone. And Quant came up empty for the first out. 89 miles an hour knee high. And he is dominating Hawaii hitters.
Yeah, he's got Hawaii befuddled. They're not even close to figuring him out right now.
Draven Nushida, a single and a fly out to center. He is 1 for 2. Hawaii with 4 hits. Long Beach State with 3. The Bows have not had a base runner nor a hit since the 3rd. That was against the starter, Jake Fields. Nushida looks at a letter high strike. Fastball there, 0-1.
You look at Robles, his ERA coming in 4.76, but opponent's only hitting 213, which tells me he's maybe had 1 or 2 really bad outings. It's kind of inflated that ERA. Because if opponents are only hitting 213, you're doing a good job.
Get a offensive timeout taken by Rich Hill as he walks down to talk to Nushida. And while that happens, and Robles is just standing stoically on the top of the mound like a statue looking down at home plate, third baseman comes over to talk to him. And I'm sure Robles is thinking, look, man, I am, now they're calling dual timeouts, one by Hawaii, one by Long Beach State. Robles thinking, look, man, I'm in a groove. Why are you coming to talk to me? That's that, as we talked about earlier, that is that mental matchup, pitcher v. Rich Hill. 0-1 the count.
Well, we'll see if it pays off at this at-bat.
Right. Nushida hitting from the left side. Robles' pitch is up and away. Count it 1-1.
You know, you're talking earlier about the Big West. The one team that's surprisingly starting to pick it up is Cal State Fullerton.
That's right.
They're becoming sneaky.
8-6 in the conference.
Yeah, and they've won a lot of games recently.
1-1. Fastball popped in the air. Foul territory. Third baseman Cadino will watch that one land in the second row. Robles' last outing got the save against UC Santa Barbara in the 3rd game of that series, allowed a run. But it's been 2 runs or less, with the exception of the opening game on opening night against Northwestern. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that's usually a good sign. Pitch. Swing. This one lifted down the left field line. That's going to harmlessly land foul.
That's why I've always thought, like, when you get to about the halfway point of conference, and that's what this will be after this weekend, I start referencing more the conference stats than the overall stats, because the conference stats give you a better idea of how the team and how the individual players are playing recently.
Right. But he's earned a save in each of his last 2 appearances, both against UCSB. 1-2. Swing. That's it on the hands and foul to the screen. The number that is the big one is that he came in 34 strikeouts to 15 walks, so you can put that now at 41. That's dominant.
Well, he's looked great here against Hawaii. There's no question.
It's kept that dirtbag bullpen silent. Hawaii, the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Took something off of that, and Nushida was way out in front. There's the second out.
I think what's frustrating about this game, and if Hawaii doesn't come from behind and win, is the fact that the 3 runs Long Beach scored in that third inning, the only runs they've scored, all came without a hit.
Right. 2 down, Kedron Kinsey stepping in. And Robles, it looked like a fastball out of his hand coming down. It turned out an 80-mile-an-hour changeup. Just pulling the string on Nushida. Kinsey 0 for 1, walked in the second, was one of Robles' strikeout victims, his first back in the fourth. 3-2, bottom 7, and Kinsey swings and misses, strike 1. Thing is with Robles, too, he's commanded the bottom part of the strike zone. Doesn't leave anything up. Doesn't leave anything to the imagination. Line the 0-1. And that fastball misses below the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Both of these bullpens tonight, albeit Robles versus 3, 10 Ronan and Rodriguez, have kept this one quiet. 1-1 pitch. That's off the plate, high and outside, 2-1. Tomorrow's pitching matchup, Cooper Walls for Hawaii, the freshman. Owen Geis, who has been good. He's been a reliever part-time, has started games. He's a sophomore righty. 2-1. That's off the plate away. Count now 3 balls, 1 strike to Kinsey. That one should be fun tomorrow at 105.
Well, let's hope that one is for a weekend sweep and not for the rubber game. You know, you look at the bullpen for Long Beach State, there's nobody down there doing anything but just watching the game.
3-1, strike 2, middle of the plate. Count fills up.
So it kind of makes me think they might bring Robles out there again for the next inning, just ride him if they can the rest of the way. And why not? Because he's been absolutely nails.
If he gets this out, it matches the largest outing of the longest outing of the season. 3-2 from Robles. Breaking ball, that's popped back out of play. Connor Palmera in the on-deck circle if Kinsey can keep the inning going. 3 hits last night with a run driven in. His first 3-hit game wearing a Hawaii uniform. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Robles fires. Swing and a miss. How's a fastball, but Kinsey was still well out in front of it. That is the second time that Robles has struck out the side.
That's right.
My goodness. He is unhittable, both figuratively and literally. Scotty, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, Josh, don't forget to wear your favorite T-shirt. Fans are coming out to the ball game. We always encourage you to wear your favorite UH shirt on Sundays.
It's a 3-2 game as we go to the 8th. It's Hawaii baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Did you know that 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a new battery this year? Don't wait till it's too late to do something about it. Test your battery regularly, and if you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for every make and model on the road. So don't wait until your car won't start or you're stranded on the side of the road. Test your battery today or find the replacement you need at Napa locations nationwide, because it's our mission to keep you moving. Napa! Give your engine the attention it deserves with the advanced formulation of Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It delivers faster oil flow for superior temperature protection in the harshest conditions, defends against sludge and buildup while keeping your engine running cleaner, longer, and improves fuel efficiency by reducing friction, helping you stay at peak performance mile after mile. Try Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil today. Available now at Napa locations nationwide. Napa!
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Off to the 8th inning, Long Beach State leads Hawaii 3-2. As Freddie Rodriguez gets back out there before he throws his first pitch of the 8th, we pause 10 seconds for Station ID. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
ESPN Honolulu is Hawaii's sports leader. KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM. Part of the IO family of companies.
Reed Montgomery in the left-handed batter's box for Long Beach State as Rodriguez starts his second inning of relief. And the right-hander kicks and delivers. A breaking ball swung on a miss, strike one. Line score here through 7. 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Dirtbags. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Rainbow Warriors in what has been becoming a bullpen-dominated game. 0-1 is lined back to the netting foul. On a pitch that ran in on the freshman Montgomery, 0-2. Walked in the second, sac fly RBI in the third. Struck out swinging in the 5th. No balls, 2 strikes. Rodriguez comes to the plate. His pitch is upstairs. Easton Elliott will follow. Then Nathan Cardina. And there is now action in the Long Beach State bullpen, which is fascinating given how unhittable Robles has been through 4 innings. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Ball on the carpet. Palmera picks it up, lobs it to first, and gets the strikeout. 2-3. So 1 down. I believe that is Kaimi Kahalekai, or Kahelekai, excuse me, the Kamehameha Maui alum, who is up and loosening in the bullpen. As Elliott steps in, has struck out looking twice. He is 0 for 3. The wind and the first offering. Elliott takes outside and low. We were talking to one of the Long Beach State staffers before the game when they kind of let us know that this was going to be a bullpen game because Fields was under the weather. 1-0. Change up low, 2 balls, no strikes. Fields being Jake Fields, the starter. They were thinking he might go 4 innings or so. He ended up going 3. But that the thought would be you got Robles saved from the back end. 2-0. Swing, and that one ripped. Ooh, that's right in the direction of someone standing near one of the stairwells. That nearly buzzed him. And ends up bouncing into the second level. A foul ball. 2 balls and a strike. They were kind of thinking it would be Kahele Kai, who they call KK, and then turn to Robles. But it looks like that might get flipped around, although Kahele Kai no longer throwing in the bullpen. 2-1. This one in on the hands of Elliott and fouled back. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cadena on deck. Rodriguez to the plate. Swing and a fly ball right center field. On his horse is the center fielder Miura. He makes the catch. 2 down. Three to 2 Long Beach State. 2 out top of the 8th inning. And here comes Cadena. 0 for 3. Flied out to center his last time up. Long Beach State has not had a hit since the 4th inning. Their last base runner came on a walk in the 7th. Cadena, right-handed hitter. Rodriguez fires. Fastball outside and high. 1 ball, no strikes. For Hawaii, however, last hit and base runner came in the 3rd inning. Next pitch. Ooh, look out. That plunks Cadena on his lower back. First one that Rodriguez has let slip away. And a 2-out base runner. That brings Ortega, the number 9 hitter, or will it be Ortega? As they let Cadena take his time to get over to first. And Ortega hasn't moved. There we go. I was wondering if they were going to pinch hit for him or not, but the catcher Ortega will step in. Hawaii pitching, even though it is a 3-2 game, Hawaii pitching has really been up and down. That walk back in the 7th was the 8th Hawaii walk. There have been 3 hit batters. And Hawaii's going to get somebody up in the bullpen. Just in case. Ortega waits, pitch to him. Is low and outside. A curveball that bounces up off the turf and right into the glove of Palmeiro. 1 ball, no strikes. I want to see who that is who's throwing. Is that Magdaleno as they check on the runner at first? Very well might be. Or is that Veloz? Well, they've got a lefty and a righty going, does Hawaii. They are leaving nothing to chance. I think that is Veloz, actually, the right-hander who's loosening. Another toss to first. And again, back in is Cadena. We haven't seen Veloz in a lot of high leverage situations. The other arm is Dylan Waits. 1-0. That misses above the strike zone. 2-0. Actually, no, I take that back. The lefty is Jimmy Urban. And the righty, see, I was looking at numbers that are far off. It's Urban and Ethan Thomas who are throwing. There we go. That makes a little more sense. We haven't seen a lot of Urban, who has pitched just 3 2/3 innings this year. I think once that hit by pitch took place, Rich Hill and pitching coach Keith Zuniga realizing, hey, we got to have a backup plan in case Rodriguez gets into a little more trouble. 2-0 from the right-hander. Swing, and that's line back foul. 2 balls and 1 strike. To Efren Ortega, the Long Beach State catcher. Dirtbags have a bat boy with them. They actually let the kid, during batting practice, they let him swing a couple of rounds with his bat. 2-1, runner goes. Pitch is driven in the air, right field side, but that's going to tail out of play right into the Heineken hangout, which is somewhat emptied out. Counted 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Aloha deck not really filled out either. Rodriguez 1 pitch away from keeping this a 1-run game. Right-hander sets. Here's his pitch. Runner goes again. That's swung on and foul tipped. Squirted. It looked like it squirted out of Palmeira's glove. And it's still 2-2. I think that did get a piece of Palmeira's glove. But Ortega stays alive. Long Beach State does not steal a lot of bases, 23 of 35. That's at a 65.7% clip. Two balls, 2 strikes. Ready. Nice pitch. Runner doesn't go, and that breaking ball is low and outside. Count fills up, and now you'll see Cadena on the move. Rodriguez trying to keep this at 3-2. Here's his pitch. Fastball, strike 3 called, pops out of Palmeira's glove, so he's got to pick it up, toss it to first, get the out. And the inning comes to an end as Ortega caught looking at an 87-mile-an-hour pitch right over the outside corner. No runs, no hits, no errors, and the base runner left. We will head to the last of the eighth. It is still 3-2 Long Beach State. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods, always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Uke'e Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAN. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
When you got the hungries, go to Young's Fish Market in Honolulu. Young's Fish Market is your headquarters for an extensive menu full of local favorites. Get the Lau Lau plate, Kalua pig, or the beef stew. How about tripe stew, pipi kaula, lomi salmon, and squid luau. Get 10% off for Military Monday, Senior Tuesdays 60 and over, or every day for EMS, law enforcement, and firefighters. Just show your ID. Visit youngsfishmarket.com, home of the famous Wow Lao Lao.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Long Beach State 3, Hawaii 2 as we head to the bottom of the eighth inning. And we thought there was a chance Albert Robles might not come back out for the bottom of the eighth inning. Well, here he is, 8 strikeouts, no walks, no runs, no hits. And Robles, 69 pitches into this matchup, is back out. They had Ka'imi Kahele Kai, who is warming up a short time ago. He is sitting down. And they'll watch Itsuki Takimoto pinch hit for Connor Palmera. I was thinking about it a little while ago because I had said Hawaii does not have a lot of left-handed bats out of the off the bench, and I forgot about Itsuki. He'll pinch hit for Connor Palmera, and the first pitch to the left-handed hitting Takimoto is a fastball high, 1 ball, no strikes. This in-game adjustment brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company. Wear your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase. 1 ball, no strikes. Next pitch is up and away, 2-0. Takimoto hitting 300 in conference games, 279 overall, with a home run and 12 runs driven in, and sprinting, it seems, out of the Long Beach State dugout is the pitching coach, who is out there to seemingly settle down Robles, who really hasn't needed to be settled down because he has been so good. But since he has come into the game, this is the first time he has found himself in a 2-0 count. That is impressive. 4 innings in, he has rarely been behind. But he's now down 2-0. It's Rolando Garza, the assistant coach, who came out to talk to Robles. 2-0. That's a waist-high fastball, strike 1. Takimoto had gone cold, especially in that CSUN series, which is why we haven't seen him as much at the plate. Second baseman's well out in shallow right field. 2-1. Fastball is high. 3-1. I would imagine if Takimoto gets on base, they pinch run for him to try to get the tying run with some wheels. 3-1 pitch. Robles fires. That's inside, ball 4. And there is the first base runner against Albert Robles here in the 8th. As work starts to pick up once again for the Dirtbags in the bullpen. And we'll see who this pinch runner is. That's Jarrett Nielsen, who's going to run for Takimoto. And these in-game adjustments Brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company. Wear your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase. So Nielsen, who is also a quarterback on the football team, a backup, running here, and Shinsuke Sakaino, who is 0 for 3, struck out looking his last time up, will step in. Tying run at first, nobody out. 3-2 Long Beach State, bottom of the 8th. Third baseman creeping in. Sakaino shows bunt, pops it up behind home plate, but the catcher's not going to be able to track it down. That has been kind of an off and on thing with Hawaii's ability to drop a bunt down. And that time Sakaino was very fortunate. Let's see if they try again. Nielsen leading off the first. Pitch to Sakaino. Keeps the bat in his hands and swings and sends it out to left. Starting back now, coming in is Montgomery. Loses his cap, makes the catch. And Nielsen will return back to first. And after that bunt was not handled well by Sakaino, it turns out into a very difficult out for Hawaii. As we'll see Jordan Donahue step up. Donahue 0 for 3, struck out looking against Robles. So Robles now his longest outing of the year, going 4 1/3 innings. And TJ Bruce staying right with him. Right-hander ready. His pitch to Donahue is a called strike, landing over the inside half of the plate. I mean, yeah, the leadoff walk, just a rarity to see. But he still has good command right now. Roll 1. Fastball. This is high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nielsen hasn't attempted a stolen base this year. This is his 4th game played this season. Officially a 1 for 2 hitter. 1-1, runner goes. Pitch off the end of the bat, bounce left side. Shortstop had to backtrack. His throw to first is in time. 2 away, but Nielsen makes his way towards second base. 6-3 put out. And Matthew Miura will step up, who is 1 for 3, singled in the 3rd. So they had the hit and run, and Donahue kind of did his job. He just could not find the gap on the left side of the infield. And shortstop Briseño, who was breaking towards second with the runner on the move, just kind of turned back to his right and was able to make the play. So 2 away for Miura. Third baseman Cadena playing toward the line. Now he'll move off of it a little bit. First baseman way off the line on the right side. Pitch to Miura is a changeup low. 1 ball, no strikes. 3-2, Long Beach State leading Hawaii. Bottom of inning number 8. Nielsen taking his lead off of second. 1-0. Fastball bouncer up the middle. Short second baseman has it in the outfield. Green, throw to first is in time. They just beat Miura at first. Hawaii wants to take a look at it. What a play by Elliott. What a play. For now, however, this will be under review. Elliott, the second baseman, slid to stab it in that outfield green. Got up, got a good enough throw to first. Miura was hustling up the line and made that a very, very close play. I thought he might have been out in a bang-bang situation. but I'd be interested to see a replay to see how close this actually is. What's helpful now that you have that extra base on first, the runner's base on the right side of foul territory, is it allows us to see this a little bit better. Here's the play, the ball in the glove with Miura's foot, very close. We'll get one more look. Ball hits the glove right there, and I don't think his foot is on the base. Well, I don't know. But here's the other part of it that I'm looking at. Which base did Miura hit? Because it looks like part of his foot hit the base. They say he's out. So the inning comes to an end on a bang-bang play that Elliott saved from the tying run coming in. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one left. We'll go to the ninth. It is 3-2. Long Beach State ahead of Hawaii. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Building a winning program requires vision, careful planning, and expert execution. Since 1994, Ushijima Architects has provided the highest quality professional planning and design services for various projects throughout our state. Our highly experienced team provides the full spectrum of services, from feasibility studies and master plans to complete architectural design work. Call us today at 808-946-9544. Ushijima Architects is a proud sponsor of University of Hawaii Baseball.
Would you like to work in the sports industry here in Hawaii? ESPN Honolulu has rare entry-level full or part-time openings for board operators. You'll work behind the scenes with our local broadcasters on their radio programs and University of Hawaii and high school sports. New to radio? That's okay. We'll train you. Send your resume with a cover letter to info@espnhonolulu.com. That's info@espnhonolulu.com. We're part of the IO family of companies, an equal opportunity employer.
Aloha, this is Stan Mahilona from Sports Stan. You're listening to University of Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
3-2 Long Beach State as we go to the ninth inning, and Hawaii will go to its bullpen one more time. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. Visit hawaiiconcussion.com. Ethan Thomas makes his way in for Hawaii. Thomas 1-0 with a save in 9 1/3 innings. He's got an ERA of 3.86, 13 strikeouts to 1 walk. And while Thomas gets himself warm, Hawaii's new catcher is Hunter Faldo. So Hawaii has used all 3 of its catchers. Vergel de Dios for 2 innings, Palmera for 6, and now Faldo in the 9th, and they will face the top of the order led by Kyle Ashworth. Faldo coming in, the in-game adjustment brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company. Wear your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase. Thomas, a redshirt freshman, 6 feet 5 inches tall, struck out 4 on Tuesday in his 2 innings of work against Hawaii Pacific. Ashworth 0 for 1 with 3 walks, and he takes a strike. Right at the bottom of the zone, 0-1. Long Beach State, just 3 hits. The story of this game, if you're just tuning in, was the 3-run 3rd inning. 0-1. That's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. The 3-run 3rd inning without a hit. It was the end of the line for Liam O'Brien, who hit a batter, then walked 2, 1-1. Fastball, strike 2 called on the inside corner. Then fielder's choice brought in a run. Then a hit by pitch. And then after throwing the next pitch, that was it. Then Zach 10 came in. A walk, then a sac fly RBI. 1-2. Fastball misses in tight. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That is the difference. Hawaii was up 1-0. Got a home run from Jared Quant in the second. And then those 3 runs turned it around. Hawaii got a run back from Ziegler Namoa's RBI single of the third. 2-2 from Thomas. Called strike 3. Fastball knee high. And Ashworth down glaring for the first out. Good start here from Thomas. 1 down for Champagne, who is 0 for 3 with a walk. We mentioned Ziegler Namoa. He is going to lead off the bottom of the 9th. Will it be against Robles, who's pitched 5 innings of quality relief? Champagne, left-handed hitter, looks at a strike at the top of the zone, 0-1. Next pitch here from Thomas is just a bit high. And he's pretty much been fastball, fastball, fastball. That one not missing by a lot. 91, yeah, a tad high. Count 1-1 to Champagne. Alrighty, kicks and delivers. Pat, a fastball that bounces behind Champagne near his feet. 2-1. Hawaii had Jimmy Urban in the bullpen earlier, which you might have thought initially would have made sense with 2 left-handed hitters at the top of the order. But you could argue the Bows go against the grain. At least that first hitter works out. 2-1. That's up and outside, 3-1. But you kind of worry a little bit. Crowd didn't think that was a ball. That definitely was. Three 3-1 from Thomas is sent back foul and out of play. Count fills up. So you imagine because of that, you got 2 right-handed hitters next after Champagne, that this likely has to be Thomas's inning, unless it goes sideways. The right-hander ready. Here's his full count pitch. Swing, and this is pushed out of play to the left. Good chunk of this sellout crowd hanging around. I mean, that's why they're here. 3,333, the turnstile number. 3-2 pitch. On the inside corner, strike 3. Champagne throws it in the box, 2 down. That was very borderline on the corner, 93 on the radar gun. And there's 2 down here in the 9th. And Armando Briseño will step in. Briseño has walked twice, has singled, and has an RBI fielder's choice. And before we see Briseño, we will see him walk back toward the Long Beach State dugout because we'll get a offensive timeout from head coach TJ Bruce. Brings Briseño and Connor Sharpio, the on-deck hitter, together to talk about how to approach O'Brien or just cool O'Brien down. This has been an entertaining one throughout. Pitchers have stolen the spotlight. In O'Brien's case, not great. The bullpen's case, both these teams' bullpens have been fantastic. Pitch is down low. 1 ball, no strikes to Briseño. It'll be Ziegler Namoa, Nahaku Quant in the bottom of the 9th. Does Hawaii have, as the next pitch is laced down the right field line, that will go foul off of the Heineken Silver tarp in the hangout. Does Hawaii have a little bit of that sprinkling of Manoa magic in it? Hawaii Athletics actually put together a really good piece that they posted online about some of that Manoa magic in multiple sports. Volleyball, baseball. 1-1. Breaking ball, roller left side. Donahue tried to backhand it, and he couldn't. Gets under his glove, and that will get Briseño on base on an E6. I mean, he had to go a little bit to his right, but I think you'd still call that a routine play, and that's Hawaii's first error. And keeps the inning moving for Sharpio, who grounded into a 1-6-3 double play back in the 7th inning. Yeah, Donahue would tell you he would make that play 10 times out of 10. Didn't account for that one. 3-2 Long Beach State, top of the 9th, then a first pitch high and inside to Sharpio. Officially 1 for 3. Briseño, 1 for 4 in stolen base opportunities entering the 9th. Dirtbags have left 9 on base. Thomas is 1-0. Swing and a miss. Fastball up and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gotta love the effort that you've seen from 10, Ronan, Rodriguez, and Thomas trying to finish out this inning. 1-1 from the right-hander. Swing, and that's off the end of the bat, foul back. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and he is 1 pitch away from silencing any threat. You'd love to see this Hawaii crowd get a little bit loud here to get behind Thomas and get him back into the dugout and give the offense a chance. Thomas sets and fires. Strike 3 called, fastball middle of the plate. The ball was dropped, but the catcher picks it up, throws it over to first, gets the out. Thomas recovers. He strikes out 3 in the inning, all looking. And that gives Hawaii a chance in the bottom of the 9th. No runs, no hits. 1 Hawaii error and 1 base runner left. Does Hawaii have a comeback in them? Dirtbags 3, Rainbow Warriors 2. Last of the 9th when we come back. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Ready for UH football, man?
Yep, check this out.
Oh.
Surround sound. That works.
Whoa, I'm ready, bro.
Hey, watch this.
How come the blender went off?
Huh?
The blender in the kitchen went off, bro.
Nah.
Try again.
Oh, man.
Okay, we can make some like a fruit smoothies.
When you want your home or business wired right, call a unionized electrical contractor. 847-5341.
IBEW, local 1186, lighting your path to the future.
Get ready for the Hawaii Pacific Health ESPN Honolulu Open presented by HMSA. Join us at the Hawaii Convention Center for interactive workshops, exciting pro exhibition matches, plus intro to pickleball sessions for all ages and adult lessons. It's all happening Saturday, April 12th from 1 to 4 p.m. and Sunday, April 13th from 11 to 4. Don't miss the Hawaii Pacific Health ESPN Honolulu Open presented by HMSA. Admission is free.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Bottom 9 here at Les Murakami Stadium. Hawaii behind 3-2. And Albert Robles is looking for the 18-out win in relief. The only blemish to his line was an 8th inning walk to Itsuki Takimoto. As Ben Ziegler-Namoa, 1 for 3 with an RBI single in the 3rd, will step in. Hawaii's leader in RBI, who had driven in a couple last night, We can hear this Hawaii crowd really trying to make its presence felt here. And the Hawaii dugout urging them on. Robles. First pitch from him. Fastball, bouncer, that's just foul at first. No balls and a strike. First baseman playing back to the infield near the line. Right fielder playing deep. That's what they call no doubles defense. Second baseman Elliott playing about 8 to 10 feet in shallow right field. Oh, 1. Fastball, that's high. 1 ball, 1 strike. There is bullpen action just in case. They need to get Robles out of there for any reason. 1-1. Swing, that's hit hard on the ground. That's also foul right side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And he is swinging on anything that is middle in. But there is a large size gap middle of the infield. It is Kahele Kai who is warming. Pitch. Swing. This one hits shallow left field. Coming in is Montgomery. He makes the catch, out number 1. After pulling a couple up the line at first, he goes the opposite way and lines right out to Montgomery. So 1 down. And Kamana Nahaku, who is 0 for 3. His hit streak is on the line. Popped up to the third baseman his last time up. Robles at 85 pitches. Here's his offering. That's a called strike on the outer half, 0-1. The 85 pitches, the most he has thrown in a game this year. Previous high was 82. Oh, 1. Fastball hit through the left side, base hit. And the tying run is on base here in the 9th. Seemed to be a little out in front on that swing, but guided it through the 5-hole. And Nahaku on for Jared Quant. Quant homered in the second, a solo shot over the right field fence. He struck out swinging in the 7th and has flied out to right. Robles telling the dugout as he's listening on PitchCom, you wanted the signs in quicker. Nahaku leading off the first. Robles to the plate. And the first pitch is high. They'll fake a throw over to first as Nahaku was kind of dancing around a bit off the base. 1-0 to Quant. I want to know how aggressive Hawaii's going to get with Nahaku. 1-0. That's high. 2-0. Four stolen bases for Nahaku, and we'll get a meeting on the mound as all of the infield will get together. And I think the Hawaii fans are telling you what they think about that. As really, Robles, who has been fantastic, you can tell the gas tank is nearing empty. The walk to Takimoto started that, but he was able to get through it. But you're seeing him fall behind, and it has been rare that that has happened. Just the second time he's been at a 2-0 count since he's been in the game. Throw to first, Nahaku back. Robles didn't really even set and get serious about going to the plate. 2 balls, no strikes. And again, throw to first. And Nahaku again back in. That looked a little closer. You got to think about him. He is the tying run. 2-0. Robles fires. Outside and high. Ball 3. And because he's having to think about the runner at first, that has gotten him out of his rhythm going to the plate. Wind gusts picking up. 3-0. And a called strike getting the outside corner as Quant was watching all the way. It's 3-1. Makes sense. Right now, Robles is sitting high 80s, about 88, 89 with his fastball. And another toss to first. And again, Nahaku back in. Hawaii hasn't sent him. Inches out his lead a little bit bigger. He's going 3-1 swing. And I thought he was going to go. He took a huge secondary lead and he chopped that one foul, did Quan. Count fills up 3-2. There's 1 out, bottom of the 9th inning. Long Beach State leading 3-2. Sharpio still holding the runner. 3-2. Robles will throw over to first. And again, Nahaku dives back in. I mean, I gotta imagine they might send Nahaku here on 3-2. Robles to the plate. Runner goes. Pitch in on the hands, and Quant fouls it back. There are often times when you got a 3-2 count and you got a speedy runner over at first base that you'll take the chance and send him. Nahaku did have a good jump. But let's see if they do that again. Quant battling here. Robles looks over, sets, and turns, throws to first again. The right hand of Nahaku gets back into the base. Wind gusts, by the way, up to 27 miles an hour, according to our weather app. 3-2. Robles delivers. Runner goes. That's high, ball 4. And now the winning run is on base, and the tying run is in scoring position. And I think as pitching coach Rolando Garza comes out, will that be it for Robles? Kahele Kai had been loosening up for a while. Robles' pitch count is at 94. I mean, he has given everything he's got, and that's all he's got left, because Long Beach State is going to go to its bullpen. Regardless of who you root for, Albert Robles has had one heck of a night, and he leaves it to his bullpen to try to hold on to a win. We will tell you about the new pitcher when we come back here to Manoa. 3-2, Long Beach State leading Hawaii with 1 out and 2 runners on in the bottom of the 9th inning. With this pitching change, we'll step aside for a minute. This is Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
The NFL Draft. I feel like I'm the best player in the country, and the best player should be selected number 1. Live from historic Lambeau Field.
With the first pick.
From the first pick to Mystery Relevant.
On ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM at 1420 AM.
Tune in before every University of Hawaii baseball game for the Rich Hill Show. We'll talk to the fourth-year head coach about the previous and upcoming game, pitching matchups, and highlight some key players. The Rich Hill Show, presented by the Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Industry Association.
Westwood One is your home for the biggest day in women's college basketball. Hi, this is Ryan Radke. On Sunday, join me, Debbie Antonelli, and Roz Gold-on-Wood live from Tampa as we crown a Division I champion. JB Long and Kim Adams will be in the studio. They'll host our special extended pregame show beginning at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. If it's the Women's NCAA Championship game, it's right here.
On ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM at 1420 AM. Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
How's about a big moment for Ka'imi Kahalekai, a freshman from Kahului, Maui. The 6'8", 220-pounder who just sailed his warm-up pitch comes in here in a hefty leverage moment. 0-4, a 5.91 earned run average in 21 1/3 innings, 8th appearance, 5th out of the bullpen. And he comes in inheriting 2 runners on base with 1 out. The tying runner, Kamana Nahaku, and the winning run, Jared Quant, over at first base. Albert Robles deserves a really comfortable ice bath, and he deserves a steak dinner for what he did tonight. 5 1/3 innings, 8 strikeouts, 2 walks, 94 pitches, 58 of them for strikes. But the 2 runners on base are his. Draven Nushida, left-handed hitter who has singled, has flied out, and has struck out, steps in here. 3-2 Long Beach State, bottom of the 9th, 1 out. Kahalekai turns, will throw it over to second, and Nahaku standing right there. Hawaii has 6 walk-off wins this year. Kahalekai, nope, he'll turn around, throw to second again. Shortstop will grab it. And again, you are paying very close attention to that tying run. You have to. And let's see how deliberate Kahalekai is. Pitch clock to 3. Tosses that one high and away. Ball 1. He wasn't close. Aiden Cooney is in the on-deck circle. He would pinch hit for Kinsey. 1-0. That low. 2-0. Kahalekai, 86 there, just below the knees. 2-0. Outside 3-0. And Long Beach State has pretty much made it clear there's no one in the bullpen. This is all on the lanky freshman Kahalekai. He is 1 pitch away from loading the bases. 3-0 is a called strike on the outer half of the plate. 3 balls, 1 strike. That you got to take. 3-1. Runner from second thought about going. A strike taken on the outside corner that popped out of the glove of Ortega. 3 balls, 2 strikes. You don't want to be that last out at third base. The big secondary lead there from Nahaku. 3-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Chased one off the plate, down and away. And there is out number 2. And it will come down to Aiden Cooney, who will pinch hit for Kinsey. This in-game adjustment brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company. Wear your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase. Cooney hitting 161, 4 runs batted in. Cooney hit a sac fly RBI in the 8th inning of last night's game. You've seen him quite a bit as a left-handed pinch hitter. Nahaku at second, Quant at first, 2 away. 3-2 Long Beach State. Pitch. Cooney takes low for ball 1. That looked like changeup, I think. A fastball ticked down in velocity at 87. 1-0. Cooney swings, bounces it right side. Second baseman has it, flips it to the shortstop to record the final out of the game. Elliott to Briseño, 4-6 on the fielder's choice. And Long Beach State has evened this series with a 3-2 win over Hawaii. We've told you Long Beach State is a gritty club. And they find ways to win games. UC Santa Barbara knows all about that. And Long Beach State holding on as Hawaii got a couple of runners on in the 9th inning. The Dirtbags with 1 inning that Hawaii really gave them, and that was the difference tonight. 3-2 the final score. Long Beach State defeats Hawaii. We'll come back with more in just a moment. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Lex Brody's Tire Company would like to say thank you very much for supporting UH. Wear your favorite UH gear into Lex Brody's and get an extra 5% off tires, brakes, and most other services on top of LexBrodys.com Super Saver coupons. You're the best fans, and Lex Brody's voted #1 in North America is the best choice for brake repairs and to purchase tires. Please visit LexBrodys.com for additional details and to set an online appointment.
Lex Brody's Tire Company.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's long-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Visit LexBrodys.com for the best tire value on Oahu. Thank you very much.
Lex Brody's Tire Company.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Usually Hawaii in late game situations, they put pressure. They find ways to win when putting pressure on. Tonight was not Hawaii's night. The tying and winning runs were left on base as Long Beach State defeats Hawaii 3-2 to even this 3-game series at 1 game apiece. Let's roll out tonight's final stats brought to you by Abbey Carpet and Floor. Experience the Abbey difference. 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Long Beach State. 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for Hawaii. The winning pitcher was Albert Robles. What an effort for Robles. 5 innings and a third, 8 strikeouts, 2 walks. He was perfect for 4 innings out of the pen. Then he had that walk to Takemoto, but got out of that, retired the next 4 he faced, and gave up his first hit. It was Nahaku in the 9th. And then the walk to Kwan, and that would be it. But Robles, the win improves to 2-0. Kaimi Kahale Kai gets his first save, getting the final 2 outs, striking out Nushida and getting Cooney out on a fielder's choice. Liam O'Brien takes his first loss of the season, and really it was his struggles that put Hawaii in a tough spot early, and that Hawaii offensively could not come back from. O'Brien, 2 1/3 innings, 3 runs, 2 hits, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. He falls to 2-1. The Hawaii bullpen was, for the most part, really, really good. Just 1 hit between Zach Ten, Corey Ronan, Freddie Rodriguez, and Ethan Thomas. You do have to factor in the 5 walks from the bullpen and the 1 hit by pitch. But other than that, Long Beach State didn't do much after they got the lead. Offensively, no one paired hits for Hawaii. RBI for Ziegler, Namoa, and Quan. No one paired hits for Long Beach State. They only had 3. Briseño, Toomey, Montgomery, the RBI. Time of the game, 3 hours, 19 minutes. Tickets issued. It was another sellout. 4,585, 3,333 coming through the turnstiles. We'll come back. The pertinent highlights in a moment. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Your official radio home of University.
Ted, I understand you have a brand new showroom 50 feet from your original location in the Waimalu Plaza?
We doubled our showroom size, and it looks spectacular. We now inventory more wedding rings, wedding bands, fashion jewelry, and loose diamonds. By being centrally located, we are now 25 minutes away from Kaneohe, Kailua, Mililani, Ewa Beach, Kapolei, and in town.
Pacific Diamond Wedding Rings, Hawaii's diamond experts, and Hawaii's only gem cutter. On the web at pacificdiamond.us.
Aloha sports coaches, the Fellowship of Christian Athletes Hawaii is inviting you to a coaches huddle every second Saturday of the month at First Assembly of God from 7 to 8:30 a.m. Join Coach Arnold Martinez and Randall Okimoto for a blessed time of fellowship. Spouses are welcome as well. Enjoy breakfast, time in prayer, and encouragement. We welcome all coaches, whether you coach on a campus or in the community. All levels in sports are welcome. For details, visit fcahawaii.com.
Get ready for Hawaii's biggest pickleball showdown, the Hawaii Pacific Health ESPN Honolulu Open, presented by HMSA. From April 10th to 13th, the Hawaii Convention Center transforms into a pickleball paradise. With practice indoor courts, pro exhibitions, expo, clinics, giveaways, free activities, and more, entry is free to the public. Head to HonoluluOpen.com. Mahalo to our sponsors: Hawaii Pacific Health, HMSA, Pickles at Forte, Ala Moana Hotel, Hawaii Tourism Authority, All Access Ortho, Bank of Hawaii, Office Pavilion, and Waiea Water.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
All right, before we go to some of the highlights, we pause 10 seconds for station ID. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
ESPN Honolulu is Hawaii's sports leader. KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM. Part of the IO family of companies.
Long Beach State leads Hawaii 3-2. The highlights may not tell you the story, but there were a couple of things that Hawaii was really good in, especially early in the game. And while Liam O'Brien really struggled, he gave up a couple of hits in the first inning. He had a walk in the second. There was 1 out and 1 on. And one of the plays of the season for Hawaii defensively coming from Shunsuke Sakaino. 2-1. Runner goes. This one is floated behind second. Sakaino going out, and he makes the catch. Diving behind him down in shallow right. Throws over to first. Double play.
Play of the year, Josh. Play of the year.
It absolutely was. I mean, over the shoulder doesn't really do it justice. It was over his shoulder, diving down to the turf. That's a sensational play. And the runner, Reed Montgomery, was running on the play. So, I mean, I think, had to take the chance and commit that ball he thought was gonna drop. And once Sakaino got up, threw it over to first on a ball that was kind of weakly thrown, but it didn't really matter. It got there for the double play. So the game was scoreless. In the bottom of the second inning with 2 out, Jake Fields was the starter for Long Beach State. He retired the first 5 that he faced, but Jared Quant would not extend that. Next pitch, breaking ball, ripped down the right field line. This one's trouble. This one's gone. Jared Quant inside the right field foul pole knocks out the home run, his second of the season, and Hawaii scores first. Now that made it 1-0, but the third inning was really the problem inning for Hawaii. O'Brien just was all over the place. He hit Efren Ortega with a pitch, then walked Kyle Ashworth, then walked Alex Champagne. The bases were loaded in that inning with nobody out. He got a ground ball out to Briseño on a fielder's choice. It did bring in Ortega from third, so that tied the game at 1. But then there was a hit batter. That loaded the bases again. He would throw the next pitch to Matt Toomey and would leave the game at that point. Zach Ten came into the game, battled with Toomey, but would walk him. And that brought in the second run. Then Reed Montgomery, a sac fly RBI, bringing in Briseño, the third run. Those 3 runs in the inning scored without a hit. 2 hit batters, 3 walks in the inning, fielder's choice, sac fly RBI. Not usually how they decide it, but that made it 3-1. Hawaii would get a run back in the third. Ben Ziegler-Namoa, deep drive to right field. It ended up being an RBI singles. It one hopped off the fence. That made it 3-2. And then the bullpens just battled. Corey Ronan, Freddie Rodriguez, Ethan Thomas would keep Long Beach State quiet throughout the remainder of the game. Albert Robles was fantastic in 5 1/3 innings. In fact, Robles is the player that shined the brightest tonight. Brought to you by IBEW Local 1186, lighting your path to the future. That was a Herculean effort from Robles, the senior. The 5 1/3 innings, a career best through 94 pitches. That was a season high. Robles was sensational. And you give credit to that kind of an effort that, I mean, Long Beach State's bullpen had to put in some work yesterday with Gebb. Russell struggled, Ramos, then Banda. So they were really hoping that they thought Robles would be a guy that would shut the door in this game. Turns out, I mean, they thought, let's bring Robles into the 4th inning and make something happen. And that indeed he did. He was fantastic in that sense. And so you give him credit for what he did. Without him, if they make a different move to the bullpen, I don't know what happens. But Robles was outstanding in 5 2/3. And I think it's fair to say that he was the guy that really stood out tonight for Long Beach State. He would give way to Imi Kahale-Kai, who picked up his first save. 3-2 your final. We'll go through the scoreboard and set things up for tomorrow when we come back. 3-2, Long Beach State over Hawaii. You're listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods, always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Uke'e Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAND. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
Be in the know about concussions with HCAMP, the Hawaii Concussion Awareness Management Program. If your student athlete suffers a concussion, report it right away to avoid long-term health effects. Remove them from activity and call your doctor for more information. Take concussions seriously. Their health is more important than a game. Visit the HCAMP website for more at hawaiiconcussion.com. That's hawaiiconcussion.com.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, voted Hawaii's best carpet and flooring company. Stop by Abbey's showroom on Nimitz Highway and see the amazing 7 MTC flooring. This revolutionary product is made out of melamine. It's resistant to fading, stains, and even pet scratches. Come by and see the Scratch Test Challenge. 7MTC, available now at Abbey Carpet and Floor.
Abbey Carpet and Floor, where Hawaii goes for glory.
Contractor's license number C19140.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball on ESPN Honolulu.
3-2 Long Beach State over Hawaii tonight. It evens this Big West series at 1 game apiece. Worth noting, and I don't really consider Long Beach State to be in the same category as CSUN and UC Riverside, but Hawaii has kind of danced around danger with the 3 bottom teams in the Big West Conference. Of course, Hawaii lost the series at UC Riverside early in the year. Hawaii almost lost the series last week against CSUN. That 10-run comeback in the 9th was what allowed Hawaii to win the series. And Long Beach State, who is 9th in the conference coming in, now 5-9 in the Big West Conference, 11-17 overall. That Hawaii has not swept the bottom 3. In fact, Hawaii didn't sweep UC Santa Barbara, who is right above that. So the only sweep Hawaii has is UC Davis when the Aggies were here. But Hawaii just has not really been able to find a way to put some of these bottom teams away at times. And tonight is one of those nights you would consider where the offense just was not there. Robles was tremendous for Long Beach State, and they were able to shut down the Rainbow Warriors. Let's go through the Big West Conference scoreboard today as everything is done. Number 11, Oregon State at home, beating number 12, UC Irvine, 4-2. Nation's longest winning streak comes to an end. UC Irvine now just a pedestrian 23-6, but they are 11-1 in the Big West Conference. They are second behind Cal Poly, who wins today 8-3 over UC San Diego. Cal Poly is the lone unbeaten conference leader in the nation at 11-0, 21-8 overall. Other scores tonight, UC Santa Barbara defeats UC Davis 5-0. That evens up that series at 1 game apiece. Cal State Fullerton is up 2 games to none on CSUN, winning tonight 9-3. And UC Riverside defeats Cal State Bakersfield 2-0 there in Bakersfield. That is the first win for the Highlanders in Big West play since they took the 3rd game of the series against Hawaii. What was that, late February, I think it was? Late February, early March, whatever it was. That was a long time ago. Actually, it was early March. I remember that now because that was also a basketball trip. So they were, I think, 2-1 at that point. They are now, they've won 1 game in their last 11. But you got to stop a streak and start a new one somewhere. So that tightens things a little bit with 3, 4, and 5 in the standings. If you go through the standings right now, Cal Poly, UC Irvine 1-2, Hawaii at 3, Cal State Fullerton at 4 at 8-6, UC San Diego and Cal State Bakersfield are both at 5-6 right now in a tie for that final spot in the Big West Conference tournament coming up in late May. Big one tomorrow, I think, for Hawaii. We talked about it before this weekend series started. You've got Cal Poly and you've got UC Irvine in back-to-back Big West Conference weekends. Of course, you have Santa Clara and USC in between that. But you want to be able to be in a decent position where if for whatever reason those 2 series with UC Irvine and Cal Poly don't go your way, you don't find yourself flipped on the wrong side of the ledger in the conference standings. We've talked about many times, you get to the halfway point, you want to be positioned well. A win would get Hawaii to 10 in Big West play through 15. And if you can get to 10 through 15, I think you kind of like your chances to hang around in that top 5, but not getting there against UC Irvine and Cal Poly could make that very, very difficult. Interesting pitching matchup tomorrow. Cooper Walls will go for UH. He is 2-0 with a 3.14 earned run average, and the freshman coming off of a 5-inning no decision. Coming off of an effort against CSUN, in which on that Sunday, Walls went 5 innings, 3 runs, 4 hits, 4 strikeouts, no walks. Owen Geis on the other side is a sophomore for Long Beach State. We have seen him out of the bullpen. We have seen him as a starter. He went 7 against UC Santa Barbara last Sunday in the longest outing of his career. And Geis will pitch to try to get the series win coming up tomorrow. 1:05 first pitch will be with you here at the ballpark at 12:35. We hope you can join us. Our thanks to studio producer Keegan Ota. For Scott Robbs, I'm Josh Pacheco. We say good night from Les Murakami Stadium. Your final one more time. It is Long Beach State over Hawaii 3-2. We'll see you tomorrow right here. You've been listening to Hawaii Baseball on ESPN Honolulu, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods. Coming up next, it is Sports Center all night. We'll talk to you tomorrow here from the Les.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods on ESPN Honolulu, has been brought to you by
Hawaii Pacific Health, Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union, IBEW Local 1186, the Hawaii Wall and Ceiling Association, Motogen Medical, Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup, Ushijima Architects, Young's Fish Market, HGEA, Lex Brody's Tire Company, Napa Auto Parts, Waiakia Water, Castle Resorts and Hotels, Dial Electric Supply, Abbey Carpet and Floor, Hardware Hawaii, Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, HCAMP, Spectrum, and the Hawaii Building and Construction Trades Council.
The preceding has been an exclusive presentation of ESPN Honolulu, your home for University of Hawaii sports. This has been a live presentation of ESPN Honolulu. We now return to your regular programming.
Schemes, how can you make one another uncomfortable and then find ways to get easy buckets? And these are two outstanding defensive teams. They can give a lot of different looks, but which team is going to show up and which team can be the most disruptive? Look, it is not going to be like the last matchup of these two teams. I can promise you that.
Yeah, that title game, by the way, UConn, South Carolina on ABC today at 3 Eastern. Coming up, NBA, including a huge night for Giannis and the Basketball Hall of Fame class of 2025 is set. That and baseball as the Dodgers bouncing back in Philly. That's on deck. This is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado. Stands up, throws to first. What a play.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. More Sports Center all night. Coming up next.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent are required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text POWER to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text POWER to 42424. That's POWER to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey,
it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, we'll react to the Final Four and get you ready for the men's national championship game. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Wayne is up next.
I just called. They said they got me on the bracket, huh? You got that kid from South Carolina. I'm going to whoop on him.
All fight on. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and the SEC network.
Every edition of the Masters is different, but the beauty, the tradition, the surprises never change. It's always the most charming, the most dramatic, the most magical of all.
Welcome to Masters Week. Coverage begins with the Par 3 contest on April 9th on ESPN, ESPN Plus, and Disney Plus.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado. Stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play.
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. The 2025 NFL Draft.
It's time to get this show started.
Round 1 begins Thursday, April 24th.
I'm the most guaranteed person you could take.
Live from Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
They're both going to go pretty high, despite the fact that people say they should.
It's our first surprise of the night. He's going to remember this for the rest of his life. And so will I, and so will my family. This is just a dream come true.
The NFL Draft on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by ZipRecruiter and GNC. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
Yeah, we're back on SportsCenter All Night with more hoops, this time from the association with a huge night from Giannis.
Giannis going the other way, crouched over. Slings a no-look pass to Connaughton. Right back to Giannis on the left wing. They're daring him to shoot that three. He says, I think I'll go inside. Attack spins right around Anderson and stuffs it down. Onto the Kumpo. Eating good tonight.
That's WTMJ. Giannis, 36 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists, another triple-double. Milwaukee passed Miami in OT, 121-115. They clinch a playoff berth from earlier in the day, move past Detroit into the 5th spot in the Eastern Conference.
Bane could make it a 2-possession game. Working on Schroeder. Launches a long three. It touches nothing but net. Bring it up. Put 3 on the board. Desmond Bane's 800th career 3 is a huge one tonight. Doubles up the lead.
That's 92-9 ESPN Memphis without Ja, who was out because of an illness. Desmond Bane scores 38. Zach Edey, 21 rebounds. Grizzlies over the Pistons, 108-103.
6 on the shot clock. Comes into Rudy, right back to Ant, right wing. He's doubled. Ant still with it. Holds, takes the dribble, launches the shot at the buzzer and hits it. A right side 3 from Anthony Edwards. It's going to win the game. 114-109. Under duress. He's done it again. His 6th 3 of the night. He's up to 37 points.
That's KFan Sports Radio. Anthony Edwards, 37. Wolves extend their winning streak to 5. 114-109 over the Sixers. Philadelphia has lost 11 straight games.
Towns baseline drive. Euro step in the lane. Got fouled and scored. Reece Sachet came over to double team. And Reece Sachet gets the personal with Towns with 2 more points. And with this free throw, could get to 30.
That's 880 ESPN New York. Karl Anthony Towns, 30 points, 11 rebounds. Knicks over the Hawks, 121-105. OG Anunoby, 24 for the winners. Meantime, former Knick Carmelo Anthony and Dwight Howard going to the Basketball Hall of Fame not once but twice. They were announced as members of the class of 2025, as well as 2008 Olympic men's basketball team, which they played on, dubbed the Redeem Team, one that captured gold in the Beijing Games. Also selected WNBA great Sue Bird, Maya Moore, and Sylvia Fowles. And Bulls coach and 2-time NCAA champ is Florida Gator coach Billy Donovan. Bird on being inducted.
Surreal. I think there's no way to really wrap your head around it, but my first couple of thoughts were like, wow, how lucky am I that I got to experience all these things, the people I got to do it with, all the support you kind of start to relive it. But then honestly, I went straight to who I was going in with. Because I think when you have moments like this, you want to do it with people that you not only respect, admire, but we actually played together.
Great.
That's a big part of it.
Yeah. What a stellar career she had, both in the college and pro level. Tune into baseball action tonight as the Red Sox host the Cardinals. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern right here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, and at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. The Dodgers back in the win column.
He'll swing and he'll drive one down the left field side. This ball is deep. This ball is gone. It's a home run. Kike Hernandez has given the Dodgers a 2-1 lead with a home run just inside the left field foul pole.
That's AM 570 LA Sports. Kike Hernandez and Michael Conforto went deep. Dodgers over the Phillies 3-1 for a 9-1 start. Roki Sasaki allowed 1 run pitching into the 5th inning in his 3rd big league start.
High fly ball, deep left, backing up Sawinski on the track at the wall. See ya! He goes the other way. Grisham does it again. A 3-run home run to give the Yankees a 5-4 lead.
That's Michael K. Yes Network. Trent Grisham homered twice, including that 3-run shot to fuel a 6-run 5th inning. Yankees over the Pirates 10-4. That other New York team a winner as well.
Here is Lindor. Hoffman ready. Here's the first pitch. Breaking ball hit in the air to right center. Might get it done. Back goes Storm. Makes the catch. Siri tags. Here he comes. The throw to the plate cut off. Jimenez is not able to get a throw off. And so Siri scores standing. And the Mets win the ball game.
That's Howie Rose, 880 ESPN New York. Francisco Lindor, the walk-off winner, capped the late comeback keyed by Jesse Winker's 2-run triple in the 8th. Mets 3-2 over the Blue Jays. Carson Kelly homered, drove in 4. Cubs over the Padres 7-1 for their 5th straight win. San Diego's 2nd straight loss after opening the season 7-0.
Right-hander against right-hander. Miller to the plate. Line drive down the right field line. That's a base hit. Off the pillar between the 2nd and 3rd archways. Lee around 3rd. He scores. The throw goes into 2nd. Offline and a sliding double from Matt Chapman. That's John Miller, KNBR. Matt Chapman hit a pair of RBI doubles. Giants over the Mariners 4-1 to extend their winning streak to 6 straight games. Coming up, men's title game is set. Surprise, late finish, now late game. And we look ahead at the women's title game today, UConn, South Carolina. That's next. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Kennedy, coming up Monday. As the NBA season winds down, I'll tell you the teams that I'm buying stock in as we gear up for the playoffs. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
No days off when you love what you're doing. Sundays are the best day of the week because you're just one day away from First Take returning Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
What is it with these callers, Paul, who call in and it's like, Paul, apologize to my team. Paul, growl like a cougar.
Paul Feinbaum. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and the SEC Network.
March Madness! The national championship. Turn up! UConn.
Hazy fun on a torrential tear here in Tampa. South Carolina's on fire. Get your popcorn ready. Connecticut, South Carolina, coming your way.
The national championship. Tips today, 3 Eastern on ABC and ESPN+. Presented by Capital One.
Evan Canty and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Dak Prescott, if the Cowboys are going to compete for a title, has to be a big reason why. And I'm just not quite sure, based on the injuries and the lack of productivity in the postseason, that he's ever going to be that version. Do the Cowboys consider pivoting when it comes to QB1 in 2026? If that can't get you where you want to go this season, that's something that you have to think long and hard about.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
The road to the championship begins with the NCAA Women's Gymnastics Regionals.
Look at this. Huge.
This is the best gymnastics I've seen all season.
LSU's first ever national championship.
Who will rise up to the challenge and advance to the semifinals? The NCAA Gymnastics Regionals, April 2nd through 6th on ESPN+.
This is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
And ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive protects your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, and RV, and you can save money. Visit progressive.com.
Half-hour headlines on Sports Center all night.
And again, our top story is Houston stuns Duke late to reach the title game. Florida will be their opponent Monday after Walter Clayton Jr. led the Gators over Auburn. The women's title game comes today, 3 Eastern on ABC. It's UConn and defending champ South Carolina. Giannis leads the Bucks past the Heat in overtime into the 5th spot in the Eastern Conference. And the 2025 Hall of Fame class includes Carmelo Anthony and Dwight Howard, as well as Sue Bird and Maya Moore.
3.7 to go. Everybody runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a three. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down to the national championship game. And for the first time since 1984, Houston will play for a men's basketball national championship. It's Houston and Florida in San Antonio on Monday night.
That's the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. Houston wiped away a 14-point deficit over the final 8 minutes. I'll take it a step further. They were down 67-61 with 42 seconds to go in the game. They oust Cooper Flagg and Duke in a stunner, 70-67. Duke made one field goal over the final 10:30 of the game. L.J. Cryer, who won a national title with Baylor, scored 26 to lead the way. Flagg had 27 for Duke, but Juwan Roberts covered him late, got 2 free throws to give them the lead late, and had this on the underdog mentality.
I mean, everyone has an opinion. I mean, they can say what they want to say, but when you put 40 minutes on the clock and you put Houston against whoever, they're going to get our best shot. So we don't have to be mentioning the greats or this and that. We'll take the underdog spot, and we'll just do what we do.
I mentioned Cryer, who's been there, done that. Jay Williams on his performance.
I have to tell you, L.J. Cryer is so special to watch. I mean, he had 26 points for the game, but Seth, in the first half, I mean, he kept them in the ball game. I mean, he made big-time shot after big-time shot. L.J. Cryer won the national championship with Baylor. Has a chance to win another national championship with the second team.
Yeah.
It's just
how about what Scott Drew said? You can't understand their range. He said you think you're defending him, but you got to defend him one step further out because of his range. And he made some threes in that game that Duke closed out, but they closed out short in relation to that guy's range, and he jumped up and knocked down some big threes.
So again, 42 seconds to go. They're down a half dozen. They went on a 7-0 run and got the lead with 23 seconds to go. It shows you how much they made up, and there were mistakes made along the way, including an inbounds pass from Duke that was stolen by Houston, and they wound up getting a bucket out of that. Late game execution on the mind of Seth Greenberg.
To me, I talk about all season long, to nauseam. Special situation. You cannot practice them enough. We talked about Duke early in the season losing those games, late game situations, not executing. You have to get the ball inbounds. You've got to get the ball inbounds and have outlets up the sideline, middle of the floor, reversal, or diagonal. You've got to meet the ball and run the ball into your hands. It's plain and simple. They did a poor job of that. If you're going to beat Houston, you got to run them off the three-point line, right? You don't run them off the three-point line. That's their equalizer offensively. But time, score, special situations, running the ball in your hand, we've talked about it all season long because early in the season, they didn't execute. And we said that's the area where they have to focus on. And at the end of the game, I'm sick for that team because of the special season they had. I'm happy for Kelvin. But you've got to be able to get open late game, seal a guy off, run the ball in your hands, catch and face and make the right play.
And no matter how you look at it, it's a heartbreaker for Duke, their coach, Jon Scheyer.
I mean, it's been a special ride that ended in a heartbreaking way. And frankly, the game, we did what we wanted to do. You know, I thought our guys did it, followed the game plan, controlled the game. We had the lead for 35 minutes. We're winning by 6 with 1:15 to go. You got to give them a ton of credit. We didn't make those plays, and you go from some of the most special moments in the tournament to the most heartbreaking loss.
Yeah, Cooper Flagg, player of the year, again, 27.7 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 blocks. He'll be the first pick in the coming NBA draft. Had this on being a part of this team.
I mean, it was an incredible season. Incredible people, incredible relationships that I'm going to have for the rest of my life. Didn't end the way we wanted it to, but still an incredible year.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. But he had a shot late to give them the lead. Came up short. This is Jay Williams.
It doesn't come down to one play, but it's a play because I remember being in studio with you during the Kentucky game, and what position they put Cooper Flagg in at the end of the game was a really big topic. He tried to dribble the ball, got, a little bit out of bounds. And we talked about that. Like when it gets to end of game situations, what position operationally on the court in the zone do you put him on the floor? Catching the ball in the wing, I'd rather see it drive, right? You're down 1 instead of a fadeaway. He got a good look at it, but still, I'm a believer of this stuff. You put the ref in the position to make a call. And Cooper had the size, he had the corner, he could have turned it, but he took a fadeaway, and that's a tough shot.
For the 4th time in school history, it's a Florida final. The Gators win it 79-73. They'll play in the national championship game.
It feels good, getting this win, being back in the national championship. I don't remember the last time that we've been here, but just super grateful for these guys.
Pretty incredible, man. We worked pretty hard to get here. These guys are just trying to win a championship. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of what our program is and the strides that we've made over these past couple years.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Walter Clayton Jr., that's the name you need to know about. As heard on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, 34 points, Florida over Auburn, 79-73 to reach that national title game. We know now against Houston, he was 5 of 8 from beyond the arc. His reaction to scoring the bucket that sealed the deal.
They was kind of showing hard all night. So I think it was Cardwell. Yeah, Cardwell left a little early on one of them, so I was able to get the shot up. And then, Tommy had knocked down one of those top of the key threes. And that kind of forced them to not stay as long on me because Tommy, Kondo, all of them were making plays. So just, like I said, the guys around me making plays allows me for my game to open up.
Yeah, he was making plays. He was the guy getting it done. The Gators will have a chance in Monday's title game to be the first SEC team to claim the title since Kentucky in 2012. And the only one they have won since back-to-back seasons, 06, 07. Todd Golden, Elijah Martin, on how it feels to get to this title tip.
It's pretty incredible, man. We worked pretty hard to get here, and in 3 years, been fortunate to build a great staff that is aligned and that works really hard for each other. And then we've just accumulated a great group of guys, in our roster. It took a little bit to get all these pieces together, but, to a man, they all pull the same direction. There's no unselfishness in our locker room. You see a guy like Walt, he gets asked all the questions and gets all the attention for a great effort like tonight, but there's no animosity there. There's nobody, concerned about that. These guys are just trying to win a championship. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud of what our program is and, the strides that we've made over these past couple of years.
It feels good, getting this win, being back in the national championship. I don't remember the last time that we've been here, but just super grateful for these guys, honestly. And those dunks, I just was thinking just going dunk it, honestly.
Yeah, Corey Brewer, part of two-time champs for the Florida Gators in 06-07, had this on game night on the bounce back in the second half. Don't forget, they were down 8 at the break, and Auburn 25-0 and up 5+ points at the half. This Brewer.
The way we came out bang, bang, went on a 6-0 run, I think. It's just all year these guys, they stay together, they play together, and they never think about being down. It doesn't matter if they're down, they know they're going to win. And I feel like we see a lot. I talked to Al, I talked to Joakim, I talked to Twin. We see a lot of ourselves in these guys. They always feel like they're going to win no matter what, and that's what it's all about, especially in the tournament.
Yeah, Auburn was the #1 overall seed in this tournament, finished the season at 32-6. Their coach, Bruce Pearl, on the season that was.
I want to start off by congratulating Flora on their victory and wish them luck in the championship game. I'm really proud of my team. These guys made history. They're the best basketball team in the history of Auburn basketball. They gave us a ride that won't ever be forgotten, and they did so many great things both on and off the court that I'm extremely proud of.
Get your popcorn ready.
Dawn in South Carolina, a chance to win 3 or 4. Gino, a chance to get 12.
UConn right now is the team that is playing the most consistent.
South Carolina plays at their best when they feel like they are an underdog.
It is UConn and South Carolina for the women's title game today at 3 Eastern. Now, South Carolina can become the first repeat champ since UConn won 4 straight from 2013 through 2016, led by Breanna Stewart. This is a rematch of the 22 title game, the only time that UConn has lost in a championship game. That won by South Carolina 64-49 in 2022. They did meet this season in February. Huskies dominant over the Gamecocks, 87-58. It snapped South Carolina's 71-game home court winning streak. Stephanie White and Carolyn Peck look ahead and make predictions.
Dawn Staley told her team, basically, they got punked. And the players talked about it. It was embarrassing. And so they have really locked in to what they need to do. Chloe Kitt, Sanaya Fagan, Tahina Paopao got up in front of their team and said, they apologized for their performance, and they vowed to not allow that to happen again. So they have really focused on being more disciplined, especially on the offensive end. They had kind of like a roller coaster of events in this NCAA tournament where they got out of sync a little offensively, but in the second half, able to lock back in together. They've learned how when they see kind of that ugly monster show up of playing separate, they come back together. And that is why they have found themselves in this championship game.
Look, I think it's going to be a tough competitive game. I hope it comes down to end of game situations and whoever has the ball last. But I think right now UConn has been the most consistent team. They've been playing their best basketball, 22 straight games that their big three have played together, and they are peaking at the right time. South Carolina is a team that has been limping in a little bit. I think they played incredible basketball in the semifinal matchup, but I think UConn right now, heads and tails, is the team that is playing the most consistent. Their stars are stepping up. They're getting production from multiple players. Their execution has been outstanding.
I do know this game is not going to be a blowout like it was in February. My prediction is we're going to have a knockdown drag out. I think that South Carolina's experience coming off their championship from last year could give them the little slightest of an edge tomorrow.
All right, you got the predictions right there. UConn ESPN bet has them as a 6.5-point favorite. The game on ABC today at 3 Eastern.
There is so much still lingering wonder about what Shedeur is. I don't think it is clear cut.
If the Browns don't take Shedeur Sanders at 2, and if the Giants don't take Shedeur Sanders at 3, where is Shedeur Sanders going?
How about a best fit Dan Orlovsky for the Colorado QB?
Yeah, I'd say it's the Las Vegas Raiders. Even though they gave Geno Smith his new recent 2-year, $75 million extension now, I think the Giants are still in play. I don't believe the Browns are. I never have. But I do believe that the Giants are still in play. If you were going to say where or what type of offense does Shedeur need to be in to play to his very best, because he's not one of those 5 guys on the planet that you can kind of put him in any offense and his physical skills are just absolutely absurd, that he'll overcome any deficiency of it. I tell you, he needed to be in an offense similar to what Tua is like in Miami, or what Brock Purdy's like in San Francisco, or a little bit what Joe Burrow is like in Cincinnati, point guard. And Tua is my comp in many ways for Shedeur Sanders.
How about this comp, courtesy of Mel Kiper Jr.?
I came up with a comp for Shedeur, Joe Montana. Yeah, it's a decent comp. It's before Joe was a star. How was he viewed coming out? Because that's my first draft I actually covered in terms of a report. And I went back and looked at everything I wrote about Joe Montana. It was very similar to Shedeur. Joe Montana was a third-round pick. Not only a third-round pick, guys, but the end of the third round. The late, great Bill Walsh, who I had the pleasure of spending some time with. And he gave me things and taught me things I'll never forget. And when you think about what the late, great Bill Walsh wanted in a quarterback, you got to be smart. You got to be accurate. You got to be tough and consistent. And that's what Shedeur is.
I'll tell you, that is certainly some high praise right there. No doubt about that. Back to the bigs where Mike Trout goes out.
Renifo, see if he's on a move.
Here's a pitch to Trout. He swings and drives the ball deep into center field. It's Trout here! Third game in a row. Trout is homered. That's a 2-run shot, and the Angels are back on top. It's 5-3.
That's Angels Radio AM 830. Mike Trout getting his groove back. Angels beat the Guardians. That's a 10-4 final.
The 1-1. Swing and a drive. Well hit. Deep left field. Mangum turns to look. It's out of here. A line drive shot just over the wall in left for Langford, his third home run, and the Rangers lead 6-4.
That's 105.3. The fan Wyatt Langford's go-ahead 2-run home run on the 7th. The Rangers beat the Rays 6-4. That's their 4th straight victory. Jackson Holiday highlighted Baltimore's 4-run 6 with a 2-run single. O's best the Royals 8-1. That snaps their 3-game skid.
There's another drive by Mervis, deep to right field. That ball is gone and way out of here. Have a night, Matt Mervis. His second homer as a Marlin. A solo shot here in the top of the 7th.
2 long balls from Matt Mervis. Marlins blanked the Braves 4-0, as heard on 940 WINZ. Atlanta now 1-8. James Wood 2-run double, 3-run first. Nats over the Diamondbacks 4-3. That halts their 4-game slide. Jose Miranda's 3-run home run highlighted a 6-run 4th. Minnesota 6-1 over Houston. And Kerry Carpenter homered for a third time in 2 games. Tigers 7-2 over the White Sox. TJ Friedel 4 for 5, hit one of Cincinnati's 4 home runs. Their offense finally awakens. 11-7 over the Brewers. Jacob Wilson atoned for hitting into a triple play, which you'll hear coming up. He had a 2-run double. 7-4 over the Rockies. They have a club record 9 straight games in which they have gone deep. Coming up, those Knights' top sounds are ready to be heard. That includes that triple play. And some title teams now set on the men's side. That's next. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio.
What up and what's good? It's Randy Scott.
And it's Gary Streisky. And Randy, do me a quick favor. Never do that again.
I did instantly regret it. We are the duo that brings you SC Plus every weekday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Disney Plus.
Highlights, top stories, and the best ESPN analysts, and of course, us.
Tasty morsels, just little bites of num-num.
SC Plus, all new and only on Disney Plus.
More SportsCenter All Night coming up next.
Adam Schefter. Now this week's episode, top of the draft. What do the Titans do? What do the Giants do? Plus, an interesting wrinkle about the Denver Broncos. The Adam Schefter Podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts.
No days off when you love what you're doing. Sundays are the best day of the week because you're just one day away from First Take returning Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Championship. Turn up. UConn.
Easy fun on a torrential tear here in Tampa. South Carolina's on fire. Get your popcorn ready. Connecticut, South Carolina, coming your way.
The National Championship. Tips today, 3 Eastern on ABC and ESPN Plus. Presented by Capital One.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, we'll react to the Final Four and get you ready for the men's national championship game. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Spring football is back, and we're just getting started.
This is the UFL.
Today at noon Eastern, the Houston Roughnecks roll into Arlington to face the Renegades.
Touchdown.
The atmosphere,
There's a buzz right now in this building.
the intensity,
Whoa! Unreal.
must see for every football fan.
Everything you could ever want in spring football.
The United Football League, today on ESPN.
What's up, kiddos? Clinton Yates here. Coming up on Monday, we'll have a new champion in women's college basketball, and we'll get ready to crown one on the men's side. That's Monday on Clinton and Friends at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Exclusively on ESPN Plus, UFC 314, Saturday. The featherweight title is on the line as former champion Alexander Volkanovski takes on number 3 contender Diego Lopez. And Iron Michael Chandler faces Patty the Batty Pimblett in a lightweight bout. UFC 314, Saturday at 10 p.m. Eastern. Find on ESPNplus.com/PPV. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado. Stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play.
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
Yeah, we're back on SportsCenter All Night with the night's top sounds. Includes 3 outs on 1 play from the Bigs, and the men's title game is now set. Chris Smith has the details.
SportsCenter All Night.
Oh, my goodness. Check it out on SportsCenter tonight.
Today's top sound.
How good is that? Are you ready to take?
Number 5.
All right, Jim, in the Motor City, it was Desmond Bain that was clicking on all cylinders for the Grizzlies. The call on 92.9 ESPN Memphis.
Bain could make it a 2-possession game. Working on Schroeder. Launches a long 3. It touches. Nothing but net. Bring it up. Put 3 on the board. Desmond Bain's 800th career 3 is a huge one tonight. Doubles up the lead.
Number 4.
Well, we go from a triple on the hardwood to a triple on the diamond, where the Rockies turned the 5th triple play in franchise history against the A's. The call on 850 KOA.
Marquez checks the runner at second. And here's his pitch to Wilson. Ground ball to third. Stepping on third, McMahon. Second for the second. On to first. Got him at first base. It's a triple play. It's a triple play. McMahon stepped on third, fired to second, relay around the horn, and the Rockies are out of the inning.
Number 3.
Anthony Edwards is just one of 5 players with 300 made 3-pointers in a season in NBA history. And he was dialing it up long distance all night against the Sixers. The call on KFan Sports Radio.
6 on the shot clock. Comes into Rudy, right back to Ant. Right wing. He's doubled. Ant still with it. Holds, takes a dribble, launches the shot at the buzzer and hits it. A right side 3 from Anthony Edwards. It's going to win the game. 114-109. Under duress. He's done it again. His 6th 3 of the night. He's up to 37 points.
Number 2.
And whenever things begin to fall apart, Florida turns to their superstar, Walter Clayton Jr. So down by 9 points to Auburn early in the second half, the Gators turn to their hero, who rallied Florida down the stretch. The call on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
Out back out it goes to Clayton. Has golden opportunity. Now Clayton on the drive to the rim. Throws it at the rim. Banks it home. Draws the foul. And a chance for one more at the line. Superman finds his cape again. Florida by 5. 73-68 with 1:33 to go.
Number 1.
And in a game of the century, Houston's suffocating defense wiped away a 14-point deficit over the final 8 minutes and erased Cooper Flag and Duke's title hopes in the stunner. The fall on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
3.7 to go. Everybody runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a three. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down to the national championship game.
A stunner. Florida opens up as a 1.5 favorite over Houston. This according to ESPN Bet. Night on Ice has St. Louis has the league singing the blues.
Broberg whips it along the glass. 2 seconds left. That'll do it. Bring out the Zamboni. And put 12 wins on it. The Blues have won 12 win games in a row, setting a new franchise record.
They have indeed. 101 ESPN, Zach Bolduc, 2 goals. They extend that franchise winning streak to a dozen straight, 5-4 over the Avs. St. Louis has the longest winning streak in the league this season, has won 11 straight at home. Austin Matthews nets his 30th. William Nylander, Nick Robertson scored 2 apiece. Leafs blank the Blue Jackets 5-0. Nick Suzuki, a goal and a give. Montreal scores 3 times in the third, 3-2 over the Flyers.
Duchesne above the nearest circle, tries to cut around Crosby. He does from the circle, downstairs, centering pass, loose puck in front. Crosby's got it. He goes to the empty net. It's a hat trick goal. Sidney Crosby puts the Penguins up by 2. It's an empty net hat trick goal here in Dallas.
Yeah, 30th of the season, Penguins Hockey Network. They beat the Stars 5-3.
Geeky brings the Bruins up ice. He'll swing it across. Here's Pasternak walking right in, and he scores! Hat trick for David Pasternak in a 5-point night, and the Bruins lead at 5-0.
98.5 The Sports Hub. They snap a 10-game winless skid, 40th of the season on that, Hattie, 5-1 over the Canes. Sunday morning countdown to tip-off hosted by former Providence coach Tim Welsh and Andy Gresh. This morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Get you set for the men's and women's title games. They're joined by former Duke guard Nolan Smith, Northwestern head coach Chris Collins, Hall of Famer Jim Boeheim, and UNLV coach or Josh Pastner, former ESPN analyst. UConn defending champ South Carolina. That title game comes today on ABC at 3 Eastern. And Alex Ovechkin goes for Wayne Gretzky's all-time record, all to his lonesome today as he shoots for .895 career against the Islanders. It's Houston and Florida for the men's national championship on Monday. Thanks for staying up all night. For producer Steve Risser and technical director Jake Boson, I'm Jim Basquil. The best of unsportsmanlike is next.
What's up, kiddos? Clinton Yates here. Coming up on Monday, we'll have a new champion in women's college basketball, and we'll get ready to crown one on the men's side. That's Monday on Clinton and Friends at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado, stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play!
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern, with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Amber and Ian.
They're still doing it to this day with Dak, with CeeDee Lamb. They cost themselves tens of millions of dollars by waiting. The old adage is deals get done in Dallas at deadlines. And Stephen Jones used to be viewed as the savior of the Dallas Cowboys because he wasn't like Daddy. Well, now he's sounding more and more like Daddy every single day. And Cowboy fans are going, oh, wait a minute. It's the same old in Dallas.
Amber Indian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on Sirius XM Channel 80.
The national championship. Turn up. UConn.
Hazy fun on a torrential tear here in Tampa. South Carolina's on fire. Get your popcorn ready. Connecticut, South Carolina, coming your way.
The national championship. Tips today, 3 Eastern on ABC and ESPN Plus. Presented by Capital One.
Evan Canty and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
For as much respect as I have for Mike Tomlin, he is culpable in the atrocity that is the Steelers quarterback room. And this has been a problem that's been brewing for a real long time. And it feels like the Steelers are holding on to this antiquated idea of what a football team should be. And quite frankly, based on the rules and based on the athletes, you're not going to have a lot of success.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
ESPN Honolulu is Hawaii's sports leader. KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM. Part of the IO family of companies.
This is the best of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Canty and Michelle on ESPN Radio.
The fate of the tush push will have to wait.
That tells you that there was more discussion needed about this hotly contested topic. You got to give me some data that more people are getting hurt. Because if you can't, then you're just doing it because you don't want to learn how to stop it.
What to watch for, brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. What to watch for? Very clearly, the results of what's happening with the tush push. Owners meetings, Palm Beach, Florida. The vote on the tush push has been pushed in a way that, I got to be honest, I didn't know this is how voting works. So if you don't get what you want, you could just table a vote, because that seems like what's happening with the NFL right now. Roger Goodell, in meeting with the media, the commissioner of the sport, on the potential tush push ban, had this to say.
Yeah, listen, the discussion on the tush push was very good. It was, we showed a lot of data, a lot of questions from the clubs, a lot of discussion about it. I think there are safety issues that are being considered in that case. We have very little data from it, but it's beyond data. There's also, there's the mechanism of injury that we study, that type of thing that leads us to show the risk involved with a particular play or particular tackle. So those are things that we did discuss. I do think there's a lot of discussion about going back to the previous rule, back to pre-2004. The reality of it is I think that's makes a lot of sense in many ways, because I think it expands it beyond just that single play.
Okay, so per report, 16 votes to ban it. They need 24 to approve a change. In that clip, Roger Goodell said there's injury concerns, but there's very little data, which means they're projecting injuries, which is certainly understandable based on the nature of the play, but there hasn't been so far, and that they're going to really vote on it May 20th and 21st in Eagan, Minnesota, which, guys, just means they're just going to wait to convince more people to vote against it, right?
Yeah, let me tell you how the NFL operates, and I've been in and around it for almost 2 decades now. What they're doing is trying to find different ways to rationalize it and different ways to contextualize it to make it seem like they're not picking on the Philadelphia Eagles. Here's what I mean by that. There may be concerns when it comes to player safety and the actual mechanisms, the body mechanics of the play for the people that are at the point of attack. That is all well and true. Right? When guys drop their heads and they're being pushed from behind, the forcible contact to the head or neck area is unavoidable when it comes to that play. And they've been trying to legislate forcible contact to the head and neck area out of football for forever. So that's legitimate. The concerns behind the the body mechanics for the individual players. I get that. But what it comes down to is this. What happened in the NFC Championship game in the second half with the Washington Commanders jumping off sides 4 of the 6 plays in that goal-to-go sequence without really being able to suffer any penalty, and the whole bit about a palpably unfair act, that's a bad look for football. And if it's a bad look for football, it's a bad look for the bottom line. So there's that element to it. You also have the conversation around whether or not it's a football play. And coaches are split on that. So there's that element to it. And I think when you combine all 3 of those, the NFL is going to broaden it out as much as they can in order to justify eliminating plays of that nature. So I think that's what we're starting to see happen. The fact that Goodell went out of his way to point out that there's pushing and pulling of players downfield and not in a quarterback sneak situation is an attempt to bring more teams, more owners onto his side in terms of being able to get rid of pushing and pulling in the game and thereby getting rid of the tush push.
Because you're right. It does right now feel like it is just a direct attack on the Philadelphia Eagles, who've had a tremendous amount of success using this play. They've scored 27 touchdowns and recorded 92 total first downs using the tush push in the past 3 years. Just this past year alone, when they won the Super Bowl, 11 touchdowns, 32 first downs. They have perfected this play. Yes, the Bills have run it. Yes, other teams have tried to. The Philadelphia Eagles take a lot of time and care in having the personnel and using that personnel to execute this specific play. So you're right, CC. Right now, it feels like a direct attack on them because they can do it and no one can stop it. However, the more we talk about this and the more other people talk about this, they might not have the data right now, but doesn't it feel like it is only a matter of time before
Inevitable.
somebody will get hurt
It's inevitable.
in this play?
Yeah.
And if I'm the NFL, that's a nightmare waiting to happen that I want to avoid at all costs. And I am with you on the way the NFL operates. They will find a way to get done what they need to get done no matter what. If we have to push off the vote with relocation stuff, it's been a secret vote. They will make sure that whatever is best for their product and their bottom line, which is the almighty dollar, is going to happen. And if they think a bad injury could result from this, they're going to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it staying. I thought it should stay, but it's over. I mean, what we learned yesterday is it's over because it was going to stay, but they didn't like the outcome of the vote, so they changed no, we're not going to do it in Palm Beach. We're going to go to Minnesota. What? You lost.
Well, that's what they did with relocation.
Well,
they did
pushed,
a secret vote.
they pushed the vote back so they can change the language behind the proposal.
Yeah, to get what they want,
to
right?
broaden it out. Yeah,
That's
they
what it
want to
is.
include not being able to push and pull guys downfield. How many times do you see wide receivers running and getting tackled by the DB, and then the offensive line comes and pushes them in the end zone or pulls them in the end zone?
Yeah.
They're saying that we're going to eliminate that too, because those were the rules pre-2005. And so I think that in an
So
effort,
it's getting the mobster on tax evasion. Let's figure it out somehow. Like we're gonna do about the downfield stuff.
You said it, not me.
No, I'm not saying that's the case. And mobsters, a lot of times historically, are busted on tax evasion or like.
You just called the NFL mobsters.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's not at all what I'm saying. No. What I'm saying, there was a point shaving
If it
thing with a
looks like
mobster
a
back in the day at BC, right? I'm saying that when you find something else to get somebody on because you can't find the exact thing that you really want to get them on. They want to get them on the tush push. They want to ban the tush push.
Yeah.
So how are they going to do it? Expand the language, as you just said, to get the downfield blocking, which maybe more teams agree upon. So in order to agree upon that, you're also going to include the tush push. It's smart. The NFL is smart. I don't agree with the decision, but it's smart the way they handle it. By the way, Jeffrey Lurie, owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, had this to say about all of this with the tush push.
You know, I think for everybody, including myself especially, health and safety is the most important thing when evaluating any play. We've been very open to whatever data exists on the tush push. And, you know, there's just been no data that shows that it isn't a very, very safe play. If it weren't, we wouldn't be pushing the tush push. But I think it's a precision play. It's very practiced. We devote a lot of resources to the tush push. We think we have an unusual use of personnel because we have a quarterback that can squat over 600 pounds and an offensive line that's filled with all-pro players. That combination with incredible detailed coaching with Coach Stoutland has created a play we can be very successful at.
It's amazing that he has the same job as Jerry Jones and some of the other owners. He sounds amazing.
Yeah, he sounds amazing.
Now you know why they're good.
Yeah, he
He's
sounds
very
amazing,
thoughtful
but
in his
a
words.
part of it is disingenuous. He says when evaluating these types of plays, health and safety is the most important thing. It might be the most important thing, but it's not the only thing. There's an entertainment value aspect to this as well, right? And that was the part that people pointed to when the concerns came up about what happened in the conference championship game against the Commanders. I mean, if you just think about the hypothetical, right? If you, across both teams, have 120 offensive snaps, and 20 of them between the two teams are tush pushes, that's a sixth of the plays that are tush push. Nobody wants that. So, I mean, just from an entertainment value standpoint, I don't know if it's in the best interest of the game moving forward. And if it becomes something that the NFL continues to allow, then more teams are going to try to improve and get better at it and use it as a weapon. So if the NFL decides to continue to allow it, then that is, in essence, the NFL promoting it because it's a copycat league and more teams will personnel their rosters in order to effort being better at that play.
Not everyone is in agreement with what you said. We are going to hear from someone coming up who is very much in disagreement with that after we hear from Smalls about Capital One.
Unsportsmanlike is brought to you by the Capital One Venture X card. Do you love to travel? If so, Capital One has a rewards credit card and it's perfect for you. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn all of your purchases into extraordinary travel. And you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book through Capital One Travel. Plus, you'll get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm the most guaranteed person you could take.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
Is he a lockdown corner? Is he an elite receiving entity?
Round 1 begins Thursday, April 24th.
This is just a dream come true.
On ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by ZipRecruiter and GNC. ESPN Radio, home of the World Series.
The Dodgers are World Series champions.
The NBA Finals.
The Celtics, the 2024 NBA champions.
And the College Football National Championship.
Ohio State has won the national championship.
This is ESPN Radio.
Right now on the ESPN app, you can listen to ESPN Radio streaming live 24/7, 365. Plus, you can use the ESPN app to access ESPN Plus, giving you more games, more to read, and more to watch. Download the ESPN app today and take ESPN and ESPN Radio everywhere.
Hi, it's Randy Scott. You're obviously a big fan. Now you can catch me, though, giving you the top sports stories and highlights in a whole new place. Disney Plus. Me and Gary Streisky giving you the best of the day, SportsCenter's top 10 plays, and the best analysis you know and love from ESPN in a tasty little morsel. It's SC Plus. Find it on Disney Plus every day of the week.
The NFL Draft.
I feel like I'm the best player in the country, and the best player should be selected number 1.
Live from historic Lambeau Field.
With the first pick.
From the first pick to mystery relevant.
Brock Purdy, a quarterback.
It all begins Thursday, April 24th on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by ZipRecruiter and GNC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado. Stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play.
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
March Madness! The national championship. Turn up! UConn.
Easy fun on a torrential tear here in Tampa. South Carolina's on fire. Get your popcorn ready. Connecticut, South Carolina, coming your way.
The national championship. Tips today. 3 Eastern on ABC and ESPN Plus. Presented by Capital One.
No days off when you love what you're doing. Sundays are the best day of the week because you're just one day away from First Take returning Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
The road to the championship begins with the NCAA Women's Gymnastics Regionals.
Look at this. Huge.
This is the best gymnastics I've seen all season.
LSU's first ever national championship.
Who will rise up to the challenge and advance to the semifinals? The NCAA Gymnastics Regionals, April 2nd through 6th on ESPN Plus.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, we'll react to the Final Four and get you ready for the men's national championship game. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
This is the best of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Canty and Michelle on ESPN Radio.
Unsportsmanlike is brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers access to over 1 million products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies, never far away. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by today. So one of the biggest storylines coming out of the owners' meetings on Palm Beach, the tush push, vote tabled. CC, you want it out. Smalls, you want it out, right? All out altogether.
I just don't want a bad injury to happen, and it feels like that's inevitable.
Okay.
Health and safety.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the best interest of the game.
We do have an Eagles fan on this show. His name is Pat Costello, and he would like to respond. Pat, as I say, at 7:45 a.m. Eastern from Over It, now brought to us by ZipRecruiter.
Ooh.
The floor is yours, Pat.
I find these arguments completely illogical. I find the health and safety argument completely insane. There's nothing to support that there's any reason that this is a riskier play than any other play in the NFL. If anything, it's less risky because there are literally no injuries. There's no data to support this. You heard Roger Goodell literally say it himself. There's no data to support that the tush push is a big safety concern. So I don't understand how that's a huge factor in this at all. We're worried about someone getting injured in the NFL. Watch any run play. Every third play, there's a guy down grabbing his leg. And yet for some reason, we're going to ban the tush push because of that. I think that's completely ridiculous. Just as one point.
Grabbing your leg is different than having a spinal injury or a head injury.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can't. That's going to happen no matter what. It's the NFL. You played in it. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. The tush push, regardless of it existing or not, there are going to be head and neck injuries in the NFL.
What's your second point? You had another point.
I'm waiting for the other
first
one.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to respond to that one first.
When you set it up at my first point, there's an assumption it's the second point.
Yeah, the entertainment factor part.
Okay, hold on. Before you get to entertainment, let me ask you a question, Pat. Let me ask you a question. What about what Daryl Moose Johnston talked to us about when it comes to the potential injuries, and it might not be one moment, but the compounding effect that could happen? What are your thoughts on
that happens anyway. That's the NFL. We already know that exists.
There is no data per what Roger Goodell said. So there's assumed data based on more frequency of a play. Right. The question that
it's not even the frequency of it, though. It's the mechanisms, right? You're talking about guys lowering their heads. Remember, when guys lower their heads, that's now deemed a penalty. When a running back or a wide receiver in the open field lowers their head into the defender, that's supposed to be a point of emphasis. The official's supposed to throw the flag. They're trying to get that out of the game because when you lower your head, you have a higher rate of head and neck injuries, right? That's when the concussions happen. That's when the spinal injuries happen. Yeah. And we're not talking about just run-of-the-mill spinal injuries. We're talking about C-spine injuries, which are high up on the neck. So that's not a good thing, and that's what the NFL is trying to move away from. If you look at the tush push, when the D linemen and O linemen are getting dug in, what are they doing? They're all lowering their heads, and then they're being pushed from behind. So it's more force and your neck in a vulnerable position.
So a question for you on this then, before Pat gets to a second point. Could the Eagles run this legally with the assumptive rule change that would occur in May? Could they run it legally without Saquon pushing Jalen Hurts?
I don't understand what you mean.
So everything you're saying about the heads being lowered is on the line, correct?
Yeah.
So couldn't you run a quarterback sneak without the quarterback being pushed, and it's in essence the same impact? Why would you not be able to run a quarterback sneak?
You can run a quarterback sneak without the quarterback being pushed, but just nobody else can be pushed either.
Yeah, right. But if the linemen are doing the same thing that they're doing on the tush push, then how is it
because you
any
don't
different?
have the force behind it. You don't have the extra force behind it. That's the whole point.
What I'm saying is the extra force is only then behind one or two players, right? So the way
it's not. It doesn't work like that. Like the extra force, you see all of the guys pushing. Like it's a wave. It's a tsunami.
So
at the line of scrimmage,
if they were going to run that play,
it's not only one guy pushing.
Sure.
But let me ask you this way: if they're going to run that play with an empty backfield, is that legal?
Yeah, it's legal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand.
I don't think they're going to take quarterback sneak out of the game.
Because I would assume the Eagles will still be insanely successful at that. Even if you do it with an empty backfield.
Sure, I agree with you. I think the Eagles are still going to be a good sneak team because of Jalen Hurts. He's a good sneak quarterback. He's one of the best running quarterbacks we got in the game. All you got to do is look at the rushing touchdowns. But I think it's the added force behind the offensive and defensive linemen being in that position with their heads and their heads down and their necks being like that, being exposed. So I think that's what the NFL is trying to get ahead of. They want to be, the term, proactive rather than reactive after a catastrophic injury, which makes sense. But then there's also the entertainment value aspect to it.
I find it entertaining.
Yeah, that was my second point.
I do. I know it may sound crazy. Go ahead, Pat.
I don't understand the entertainment argument either, because you're pointing, Candy, to one play or one sequence of like 3 plays in that Commanders game in the NFC title game. Mm-hmm. That's it. There's never been one complaint about the tush push being like a problem for the entertainment product before that. And even then, I don't even think that was that bad of a entertainment issue for the NFL. Like, I don't understand the entertainment argument at all.
So you enjoyed watching that sequence with goal to go?
I did.
I did. I thought it was funny.
Unbelievable. I thought it was funny too.
What if it happened more frequently?
But it doesn't. That's the problem. It could. They've been running this for 3 years. That's the only time it's ever happened, and that was the only time they almost implemented the rule. So it's not like this comes up a lot.
Well, Pat, it doesn't come up a lot until somebody gets the idea of it, and then people try to do it to gain an advantage on the play because the scenario comes up all the time. So goal to go, the Philadelphia Eagles, when it comes to short yardage, they're going to pull out the tush push play. And if you're a defensive lineman, you know, hey, I can jump the snap. Even if I'm offsides, it's half the distance. If they're already on the one, my defense isn't losing anything. It doesn't put us at a disadvantage. The penalty in that instance is not a deterrent. So what becomes the deterrent? It's the officials threatening with the palpably unfair act to give the offense a touchdown. I think that's the part that the NFL is trying to avoid. Like, here's the thing. There are always going to be people that try to get competitive advantages, even though the rules allow a lot of things. The frequency in which we see things, it just doesn't come up that often. I go back to the divisional round game, Ravens versus Patriots, playoffs 2014. It was a situation where they came out with 4 offensive linemen and 6 receivers, but only 5 of them were eligible. Now, by the letter of the law, it was legal. Anybody else could have done it before. But it was in that moment when the Patriots did it where the NFL realized they had a problem and they outlawed it. I'm just saying with the Washington Commanders, after that NFC Championship game moment, there are going to be defenses, there are going to be coordinators, D-line coaches that tell those guys, hey, if you're down there inside of the 5 and they're running a tush push, jump off sides. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. And that's the part that the NFL is trying to get away from. So that's why I say there's got to be some concern for the entertainment value of it as well.
So we want to ban this because other teams are breaking the rules to try to stop it. Not because of the Eagles now. It's because other teams are actually committing penalties.
Well, but Pat, we've landed on something that I have not heard anyone else do that I think is fascinating. Everyone, rightfully so, is talking about whether or not this should be banned. What we have found here is whether or not this is entertaining, which I think is a whole different topic of conversation. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776, your number to join the show. Is the tush push actually entertaining? Because what Pat and I are saying is probably not the mass response. Maybe we'll see.
So you think this is good for the game?
I enjoy watching it.
You think it's good for the game?
I kind of do.
Okay.
I kind of do. It's like a storyline. It's a theme. I do think one thing, and I know you guys agreed with me on this. I just want to reiterate. I think we've learned the admiration and respect for the Eagles organization over the last 48 hours, because if it was the Patriots with Belichick, this would be gone forever ago. People like the Eagles in a way that they don't like other teams.
Yeah, this is really interesting. This doesn't have anything to do with whether I like the Eagles or
no. I think it actually proves how much everyone
dislike
does.
the Eagles.
Yeah.
I mean, one of my favorite players in the NFL today is on the Eagles, Jalen Carter. I love him. I've been talking about him for the last
That's what I'm
few years.
saying. Yeah.
So it's one of it's not about not liking the Eagles.
That's my point.
And wanting to penalize them.
Yeah, it's not about trying to penalize.
If Belichick came up with a tush push,
I think the conversation is about what's in the best interest of the game, and I think you got a couple of different angles that you can look at it at and see it potentially being to the detriment of football moving forward.
I'm just saying, if Belichick came up with the tush push, it would have been gone 3 years ago. The Eagles are likable. It's rare that a team that wins it all actually can be likable. People start to hate on them. They're kind of likable.
How are you? My name's Scott Van Pelt, host of SV Pod, along with my partner in crime, Stanford Steve. What do we talk about mostly on the podcast, Steve?
Sports.
Some.
Parenting.
I feel like that comes up a lot. I feel like most recently I've needed some help because I feel like my shortcomings there are evident. It's life stuff, relatable content.
It's fun.
It's just two bald-headed goons just talking about nonsense a lot in a crowded podcast space. There's that one.
We're here.
Here we are.
The Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny.
Okay, the Steelers. This is, again, what you would do, not what you think they will do.
Not fully convicted on him as like a clear-cut top 20 player in the class, but at 21 with their situation, I'm still going with Jackson Dart.
I do not love the idea of him starting year one, and that's my worry with Pittsburgh. I actually don't hate a Dart Rodgers. That idea makes sense to me.
Check out The Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
The NFL Draft.
I feel like I'm the best player in the country, and the best player should be selected number one.
Live from historic Lambeau Field.
With the first pick.
From the first pick to Mystery Relevant.
Brock Purdy, a quarterback.
It all begins Thursday, April 24th on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by ZipRecruiter and GNC.
Hi, it's Randy Scott. You're obviously a big fan. Now you can catch me, though, giving you the top sports stories and highlights in a whole new place. Disney Plus. Me and Gary Streisky giving you the best of the day, SportsCenter's top 10 plays, and the best analysis you know and love from ESPN in a tasty little morsel. It's SC Plus. Find it on Disney Plus every day of the week.
Right now on the ESPN app, you can listen to ESPN Radio streaming live 24/7, 365. Plus, you can use the ESPN app to access ESPN Plus, giving you more games, more to read, and more to watch. Download the ESPN app today and take ESPN and ESPN Radio everywhere.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text EQUAL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text EQUAL to 321-321. That's EQUAL to 321-321.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado. Stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play.
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern, with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Evan Canty and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Who is it that famously said the best time to take a quarterback is when you don't need one? That was a quote.
Somebody smart.
We debated it like crazy. At the time it wound up being the best thing anybody's ever said.
March 5th, 2024. Draft a QB when you want one and not when you need one. Greedy, Booger, it was me, not Andy Reid. We get confused for each other a lot.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. The 2025 NFL Draft.
It's time to get the show started.
Round 1 begins Thursday, April 24th.
I'm the most guaranteed person you could take.
Live from Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
They're both going to go pretty high, despite the fact that people say they should. It's our first surprise of the night.
He's going to remember this for the rest of his life. And so will I, and so will my family. This is just a dream come true.
The NFL Draft on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by ZipRecruiter and GNC. Amber Indian.
Russell Wilson will be over there. He will have won a game, maybe had a solid performance. There are a couple of reporters that'll go, all right, Russ, like, how was that? How'd you feel? What? Blah, blah, blah. All right, guys, we're going over to James Winston over here to get the good stuff.
For 4 hundo and 4 touchdowns. Let's go to Jameis now.
Yeah, let's go to James. Let's get Jameis's thoughts on this game from the bench.
Amber Indian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on SiriusXM Channel 80. This is the best of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Canty and Michelle on ESPN Radio.
Unsportsmanlike.
If I could have made more in my last year in college than I did in my rookie year and still have that real world freedom without real world responsibility by staying in college, I'd be a dangerous man. I would have stayed in college and I would be a dangerous man.
That's a blessing for me. I didn't.
You think you would have made that many mistakes in life? I don't think so.
If I had millions at my disposal, I would have bought a boat. I would have probably been on vacation.
Oh, you wouldn't have gone to college. Yeah, you wouldn't have graduated college.
Senior year, it hit 61 degrees, and I'd be like, so we ditching? Like, what's up? If I had millions at my disposal, we're having an extended spring break. Would have been problematic. I would have made the best decisions. Let's just put it that way.
You would or would not have?
Would not have. I'm not going to do anything outrageous.
Could you imagine what spring break would be like with millions in the bank?
Forget it.
You know, I never went away.
The debauchery.
We stayed at the worst hotel in Acapulco, Mexico. When we went the first time, we walked in and our entire room had flooded. There was one person in there working on it with a bucket and a mop, just trying to get it back into the bucket. You know what we did? We threw all our suitcases on the tops of the beds and we went out. We're like, see ya, good luck. Didn't stop us from having a good time. If I had millions,
it'd be Wolf of Wall Street. It'd be like, I'm just telling, it'd be the most incredible stories that I come back to college with if I made it back. If I made it back.
Let me tell you about my senior year spring break in 2002 at the University of Wisconsin. We were just wild. And by that, I mean, I stayed in Madison because the NCAA tournament was there and I was a runner for CBS Sports driving Bill Raftery and Vern Lundquist around.
So you were living your dream. You were living your dream.
That is spring break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying.
Where'd you go on spring break?
Ooh, so my senior year, one of my former teammates played his 5th year down at Texas Southern University. And then a former UVA alum, Jamie Sharper, was playing for the Houston Texans at the time. And it just so happened to time up where our spring break was the same as their spring break. So I went down to Houston to kick it with the NFL guys.
Trouble.
And my guy that went to school at TSU.
On that note,
it was amazing.
On that note,
ironically enough, there was somebody on the Tiger Walk on TSU's campus in a Ferrari Spider, sky blue. No lie.
There you go.
No lie.
Jason Day is a professional golfer. Boy, before we even get into the intro, any spring break stories for us, Jason? Like, this is unbelievable. You're walking into this.
Unfortunately, no. I was just actually sitting here listening to you guys about it all. But we didn't. We had it wasn't a spring break for us down in Oz, but something that's very similar is called schoolies, and that's when you graduate from school, and everyone. It's a bunch of 18-year-old kids because the drinking age down there is 18. So it's a bunch of 18-year-old kids on a beach just getting having a good time. Let's say that. Let's say that.
That sounds awesome.
That sounds amazing.
Okay, Jason, who is the one person on tour that you would want to take with you on spring break or for schoolies?
Oh, actually, you know what? There's a couple of young bucks. I think Isaiah Salinder is actually pretty good. Just trying to think who else is a bit of a maniac out there. I've heard some cool stories about Tiger. And then I would just say some of the Aussie blokes, because I feel like we've, when we go at it, we go at it pretty good. So yeah, I'll probably take some of the Aussie boys.
Nice.
Well, Jason, you brought up Tiger a few weeks ago. He has the awful injury with the Achilles. What was your reaction when you heard the news?
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate really, because I just feel for him. I mean, I know that he's had 20 plus surgeries now, from, you know, his back to his knees to now his Achilles. It's just unfortunate because I know that a lot of fans out there want to watch him play golf, and he just keeps getting these setbacks. So, yeah, I mean, I feel really bad for him because, you know, obviously Augusta is very, very close to his heart. You know, he's a 5-time, Masters winner, champion, and you know, just for him to be sitting on the sidelines, it's hard because he was my idol growing up. So it's very difficult to hear these. You know, when he goes through something like that. But to be honest, I want to kind of give a shout out to his social media person. I don't know who is doing his social media, but that yesterday was quite hilarious.
Okay, this is interesting. Okay, you and I have to talk about this then. So Jason Day and I are similar in this. We both very much represent True Green. We both love True Green and what True Green is doing. They have an amazing thing going on right now with the sweepstakes, which we are going to get to, which you can win a total of $50,000 in prizes, which is unbelievable for an entire lawn renovation. And the whole point of True Green, here's how I say it, is like, you get a haircut that doesn't fix your body. You like mow the lawn, that doesn't actually fix the grass. It just trims the grass. What True Green does is actually fix your grass, brings the life out of it. It makes it green and bright and vibrant, et cetera, et cetera. So we are on the same page with that. Yesterday, I got yelled at, though, in our break because I said to our producers, hey, did you see this Tiger tweet? And Nuno, our producer's yelling at me saying, hey, idiot, it's April Fool's Day. How do you not realize that? But you liked that Tiger pulled the prank. Explain.
Well, it's not something that you're used to Tiger doing. It honestly sounds like Charlie just grabbed his phone and did it for him. But, I mean, that's something, if you get to know Tiger very, very well, it's something that you wouldn't expect. So I kind of like this side of Tiger where he's like making a joke of it. And obviously it was April Fool's yesterday, but for him to kind of have that lighter side of him, because I started, so I'm on my 18th season as a professional golfer now. So I started back when it was very focused Tiger. You know, he wouldn't even look at you when you're going to the tee box, which is great because, you know, obviously, you know, things happen and, you know, he's gone through what he's gone through, but he's obviously still got, you know, that lighter side to him still. And it's nice to see. So.
Jason, it's so cool to hear you talk about your relationship with Tiger because as you just referenced, he was your idol growing up. At what point did you say, okay, my idol is now my peer?
I played with him in 2011 at the Australian Open. I think it was 2011. And then after that, it was kind of funny when you have an idol, you walk up to him for the first time, especially Tiger. He didn't look real to me. It was so funny because I've always in Australia, you see him on TV and, you just, you're watching him and then you finally get to meet him in person. You're like, man, he looks like a cartoon character or something like that, because it doesn't seem real. And then, I obviously got to strike up a good friendship with him over the years. And then, he's been a good friend for a long time now, but it was very cool to be able to meet him for the first time. And then obviously when I started playing, really well in like 14, 15, 16, that's where I'm like, okay, kind of, we're not the same level, but we can call each other peers, which is good.
Okay, you just brought up a bunch of years I got to follow up on. I'm fascinated about this. You said when I started playing really well in 13, 14, 15, whatever it was, you won the PGA in 15. I'm fascinated about the mental part of this in 2011. You were second twice, right? You were second at the Masters. You were second at the U.S. Open. And for a while, you were known as the second place guy, right? And then you became the first place guy. Do you look at 2011 as a good year or a bad year?
It was a good year. Now you got to understand that I was playing Augusta, which we're playing the Masters next week, and I was sitting in my bus and I was about to quit the game because I wasn't enjoying myself. And then my team got around me and said, "Look, just even if this is the only Masters you ever play, just go out and enjoy yourself." So I did, and ended up ultimately finishing second place, which was, I think it was more of a let's just take a lot of the pressure off your shoulders kind of deal. So, but I would say that, I was getting closer as the years progressed. I was getting closer. And then it takes a while to build up in golf. It takes a while to build up confidence. And when you build up confidence and you start to see results, then that kind of goes deep down, especially in your subconscious, knowing that you can believe in yourself. And then, one thing led to another. 14 had a great year. And then 15, just things started kicking off. And I remember talking to my coach. I said, "Hey, look, when do you think I'm going to win?" He goes, "When you want to win." So that was the biggest thing, is changing the mindset of like, when do you think I'm going to win, to no, when you want to win, that's when you'll win.
Jason, I got to go to the Masters. Last year, there was a bit of controversy with the vest. Have you done the fit check yet? Do you have the wardrobe all picked out? Do you have approval from Augusta? What we're going to see you rocking in a couple weeks?
Yeah. We do have approval from Augusta. It's a toned down version of it, but like, look, I totally get it. I'm never one of those guys to, get on anyone's or step on anyone's toes, especially the Masters. I grew up watching that thing. It's my, one of my favorite tournaments to play of the year. Everyone wants to win that thing. So when it came to the Thursday outfit, we just kind of toning it down a little bit more, and even Sunday. So, but expect to see some cool things. We're gonna have some traditional stuff mixed in with some more street stuff, and it should be fun.
We're talking with Jason Day here on behalf of True Green, part of the True Green family, which we love. Jason's going to tell us all about that in a second. TrueGreen.com/sweepstakes for the $50,000 Smalls in prizes that people can win. He'll tell us about that in a couple minutes here.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear about that. But Jason, you mentioned the Masters coming up. I need to ask about your health because you had to withdraw from the Players a couple weeks ago due to an illness. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I had that, I think it was a norovirus that was going around. So it was, and I hear that all the time when I say that. So I was in the bus at the Players Championship Thursday morning. It was like 1:00. I hear, my youngest throw up, because I cram, me and my family in a 45-foot bus. That's how we travel. So I'm sleeping in the back, and I can hear Winnie, my youngest, throw up, and then I can hear my third youngest throw up soon thereafter. Then my second youngest starts throwing, and then my wife starts throwing up, and then soon thereafter I started throwing up. So it was like unfortunately I was in like a fetal position and I couldn't move. So I'm feeling great. I'm looking forward to to getting into Augusta. I'm actually going to head down there probably Friday, get some work done, probably watch the women's am, and watch the drive, chip, and putt a little bit before I head out to practice. But everything, my health is great.
And we have the Valero tournament coming up this weekend, by the way, on ESPN Plus, another golf tournament, obviously, that people need to be a part of and watch this weekend. Again, before we get back to True Green, I got to ask you something about the NBA. The Cavs and the Thunder may end up in the finals against each other. That's a possibility. Yeah. Those two teams have never really been associated with each other, except for involving you. Can you explain what happened to you during a Cavs and Thunder game?
It's so funny that it's still chasing me like a bad smell, this thing. So I was sitting courtside with my actually a good buddy of mine, Andy Mead, and his wife Kelly, and then obviously my wife was to the side of me, and we were sitting courtside in his seats, and just kind of not really paying attention, but because I was having a chat to my buddy, and my wife was having a chat to his wife, and a ball was bouncing towards us. And I'm like, I was like talking to my buddy. I was like, oh, there's a ball. And then all of a sudden I just see this flash going past me. And I'm like, what in the world? And it's obviously LeBron running towards us. And I'm sitting in my head, I'm like, he's not going to stop. He's going to keep going through. And he just like, it was like a wrestling move. You know what I mean? It was like sideways going through us. There was no real time to react because I wasn't paying attention, and he just wiped my wife out, unfortunately. And then she ended up having a concussion. Right. She fell back on her seat, hit the wall behind her, banged her head pretty good. We were at the hospital until 3 a.m. in the morning. And a good buddy of mine was playing for the team at the time, J.R. Smith. He came over and checked up on Ellie, and then obviously LeBron came over and checked on her. And LeBron was nice enough to be able to sign us a jersey and tell Ellie to come back to a game, even though he wiped her out. So, and I always say to this day, it's the only time I would let LeBron James lay on top of my wife.
Oh my God. How the heck am I going to transition to True Green after that? All right, so wait, before we get into the promotion part, tell everybody how you got associated with True Green, because I've had it for years, even before they joined forces with us on our show. It's an unbelievable service. Explain your experience with True Green.
Yeah, so True Green, a lot of our campaigns started last year. They, I think a lot of people know that I have a golf facility at my house. So I've got 155 yards and 3 different greens, bunkers, and we get, as professional golfers, we get to go around and play some of the best golf courses, best manicured golf courses. And True Green, we both have a love for really manicured, golf courses and golf lawns. And obviously True Green is one of those. And you said it, alluded to it earlier, that you just can't cut grass. You have to have a good, pretty much a weekly routine on how to protect and also grow your grass. And we just thought that it was going to be a great fit, not only myself as a professional golfer, and we get to play the best golf courses in the world, but also as True Green, one of the leading lawn service out there in regards to making your lawn look fantastic. So we had a lot of funny skits, early on. Then we went into a big commercial campaign, and now we're into this True Green sweepstakes, and it's amazing to be able to work with True Green. And I think one thing is that to have someone like that in your back pocket where you can just forget about it and not have to worry about it, so you can actually, for me personally, go out and practice and not worry about having to look after my lawn.
And the sweepstakes that Jason Day is talking about is by True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and of Jason Day, giving the opportunity for homeowners a chance to win the backyard of their dreams so they can spend more time doing the things they love, like playing golf, like Jason is saying, with a total of $50,000 in prizes. Fans can enter for a chance to win a golf course quality lawn makeover and other prizes at truegreen.com/sweepstakes. That's TRUGREEN.com/sweepstakes. The contest ends April 14th. Jason, you were awesome. This was so much fun. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Jason Day, just great story after great story.
He was amazing.
Am I allowed to repeat what he said about
the only time he would let LeBron get on top of his wife.
We're not Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Wow.
The NFL Draft.
I feel like I'm the best player in the country, and the best player should be selected #1.
Live from historic Lambeau Field.
With the first pick.
From the first pick to Mr. Irrelevant.
Brock Purdy, a quarterback.
It all begins Thursday, April 24th on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by ZipRecruiter and GNC.
Hi, it's Randy Scott. You're obviously a big fan. Now you can catch me, though, giving you the top sports stories and highlights in a whole new place. Disney Plus. Me and Gary Streisky giving you the best of the day, SportsCenter's top 10 plays, and the best analysis you know and love from ESPN in a tasty little morsel. It's SC Plus. Find it on Disney Plus every day of the week.
Right now on the ESPN app, you can listen to ESPN Radio streaming live 24/7, 365. Plus, you can use the ESPN app to access ESPN Plus, giving you more games, more to read, and more to watch. Download the ESPN app today and take ESPN and ESPN Radio everywhere.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, we'll react to the Final Four and get you ready for the men's national championship game. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Spring football is back, and we're just getting started.
This is the UFL.
Today at noon Eastern, the Houston Roughnecks roll into Arlington to face the Renegades.
Touchdown.
The atmosphere,
There's a buzz right now in this building.
the intensity,
Wow! Unreal.
must see for every football fan.
Everything you could ever want in spring football.
The United Football League, today on ESPN.
Hey guys, Kevin Clark here from the This Is Football podcast. This week, Andy Staples and Cooper Patagna join me to talk about how the college game is informing this year's NFL draft. That's This Is Football, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the show. Buckle up. It's about to get loud here. Where MLB stars flash unimaginable power. Wow. Unreal stuff. How good is this guy? And endless entertainment. Unbelievable. Where young trailblazers rock big speed, big swag, and big personalities. That's what I'm talking about. Welcome to MLB's Best. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Capital One. Every Sunday all season at 7 Eastern on ESPN.
Amber Indian.
Trevor Lawrence got 55. That dude deserves 55.
Just because the Jags might have made a bad deal doesn't mean you need to.
That's
make
the
a bad
going
deal
rate
if you're
on
San
a
Francisco.
good quarterback. That is about the price tag right now. You're in at least $50 million for one of the best at that position. And Brock Purdy right now has, in my opinion, earned that right. He is one of the best at that position.
Amber Indian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on SiriusXM Channel 80. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado. Stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play.
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
It's no question how good ACC softball is.
There's so much talent in this league. You're going to love the ACC. For all the hype and heat. For all the long goodbyes and welcome homes.
Is this the game winner? It is indeed.
Come for it all. ACC softball all season long on ACCN and streaming live on the ESPN app.
This is the best of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Canty and Michelle on ESPN Radio.
Unsportsmanlike is brought to you by Pick Wisconsin. Learn more about living, working, and playing in the great state of Wisconsin. Visit pickwisconsin.com for more information. If you missed any of Mel Kiper Jr. with us moments ago, you can get him on the podcast. How do you do that?
You got to back that thing up on the podcast.
And then you need to run that volume all the way to the side.
Yes. You would have missed him discussing Shedeur Sanders. There was a lot of stuff around Shedeur Sanders. Here's where I think I committed to, me personally, saying trending towards with the draft and free agency, because I've gotten so many things wrong. So here's what it feels like it's trending towards. Stop me if you guys disagree with anything. It feels like it's trending towards the Cleveland Browns at number 2, taking Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. Okay. It feels like, as a result, it's trending towards Kirk Cousins potentially accepting a trade to Cleveland because he doesn't have to worry about Michael Penix. The equivalent of.
Sure.
Right?
I can see those trends.
Okay. It feels like it's trending towards the New York Giants taking the other one of Carter or Hunter that would be left available to them at number 3 and rolling with both Russ and Jameis.
If there's a God.
Okay. Trending in that direction. It feels like it's trending towards New England at number 4, taking an offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It feels like at number 5, it's trending towards Mason Graham, the defensive lineman from Michigan. It feels like it's trending towards, at number 6, Ashton Genty, the running back for Boise State. Now we're at 7. Now we're at the Jets, who may or may not have a QB of the future because of how young Justin Fields is. But now we're into number 7 and beyond. We also have heard a lot about the Saints with Jackson Dart. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't take Shedeur over him. Doesn't also mean that they wouldn't take Jackson Dart over Shedeur. We are in this range now of comps for Shedeur being with Tim Hasselbeck, Kirk Cousins and Andy Dalton, and Mel just compared him to Chad Pennington, which I think is a massive compliment. Career-wise, Chad Pennington's career was not as good as Kirk Cousins' career in terms of the numbers. Forget the money.
Well, he played for the Jets.
He was unbelievable in 08 with the Dolphins. I thought he should have won the MVP over Peyton Manning. It's crazy.
Agreed. He was amazing.
He was amazing. And he got there like 4 minutes before the season started. All of that information. And it's trending towards the Steelers getting Aaron Rodgers and not picking somebody at 21 overall at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
Where do we see Shedeur going? And who do we see him becoming at this point?
And how far could he fall?
And if he is going to fall, are you now going to rethink this and say, oh, man, I hope he falls to this team because that could be a great situation for him long term and for them? Because my viewpoint is now opened to the idea of falling.
If you're the Raiders, I know you traded for Geno and you're going to give him more money. I get all of that. But can you really pass on Shedeur?
It seems to be
if you're the Raiders,
so. I agree
can you really pass on Shedeur? He wants to be there. A year ago, at the outset of this process, when it became evident he was going to be a first-round pick, that was the place that the Sanders family let it be known that he wanted to go. Tom Brady is his mentor. It just feels right. There is no bigger draft prospect in terms of stardom coming into the NFL than Shedeur Sanders in this class. And the entertainment capital of the world is Las Vegas. So it just feels like it makes sense that they would draft Shedeur Sanders as their quarterback in waiting, roll with Geno for the next year or two, and then turn it over to Shedeur.
You don't have to extend Geno.
Right.
I hate to do that to him, but you could do a +1 extension.
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
You're good for 2 years.
They're going to do something. They got to give him some money. Yeah, you're good for 2 years. We'll let you be the starter this year, guaranteed.
And you guys
quarterback competition in 26. And even if you don't win that competition, we'd love to have you around as a backup.
Heck yeah. Think about how great you'd feel about the Raiders organization if that was their plan.
Yeah, and
Pete Carroll, Tom Brady, Geno Smith, Shedeur Sanders.
And you can pay Geno more than you would pay an ordinary backup because the quarterback is making nothing.
So let's say that scenario doesn't play out, though.
And here's the other thing. The Raiders aren't ready to win yet.
No.
They're not ready to win yet.
So he's not rushed.
In that division,
no,
you don't need to make win-now moves. You don't need to be drafting a running back now.
I agree.
And you could also wait on Shedeur. You can have him develop in a different way.
Exactly. You got the Broncos, the Chargers, and the Chiefs, all playoff teams from a year ago. They ain't going nowhere right now. What you're planning for if you're the Raiders is 3 years from now. What do we look like? When those teams start to tail off a little bit or they go through a bit of an identity crisis because we know that teams' identity ebbs and flows, you want to be hitting your ascent with your young quarterback. And I don't understand why the Raiders wouldn't view it that way in terms of Shedeur being that face of the franchise for years to come.
So if he gets past the Raiders, if they elect to not take Shedeur, you know which team intrigues me? How about the Colts sitting there at 14?
Ooh.
You're down on Anthony Richardson, or you don't know how much longer you're going to be for Anthony Richardson. Daniel Jones is there, but that's also potentially kind of a stopgap situation. You don't really know what to expect from him. That's an opportunity where they could get somebody for the future, and he could also make a material difference there.
The NFL Draft.
I feel like I'm the best player in the country, and the best player should be selected #1.
Live from historic Lambeau Field.
With the first pick.
From the first pick to Mystery Relevant.
Brock Purdy, a quarterback.
It all begins Thursday, April 24th on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by ZipRecruiter and GNC.
Hi, it's Randy Scott. You're obviously a big fan. Now you can catch me, though, giving you the top sports stories and highlights in a whole new place. Disney Plus. Me and Gary Streisky giving you the best of the day, SportsCenter's top 10 plays, and the best analysis you know and love from ESPN in a tasty little morsel. It's SC Plus. Find it on Disney Plus every day of the week.
Right now on the ESPN app, you can listen to ESPN Radio streaming live 24/7, 365. Plus, you can use the ESPN app to access ESPN Plus, giving you more games, more to read, and more to watch. Download the ESPN app today and take ESPN and ESPN Radio everywhere.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, we'll react to the Final Four and get you ready for the men's national championship game. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's no question how good ACC softball is.
There's so much talent in this league. You're going to love the ACC. For all the hype and heat.
Truck her out. For all the long goodbyes. And welcome home.
Is this the game winner? It is indeed.
Come for it all. ACC softball all season long on ACCN and streaming live on the ESPN app.
But I think Shedeur on your board fielding is at 16. Come on, man. I think he could be a Super Bowl winning quarterback in this league.
Correct. But I also think he needs to play more urgently in the pocket.
You can watch First Draft on YouTube or listen wherever you get your podcast.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground method.
The trade that rocked the NBA and ignited a new rivalry.
He's going to come out there and look to hurt people's feelings.
Luka returns to Dallas. The Meta AI playoff push. Lakers, Mavs, 7:30 Eastern, Wednesday on ESPN.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado. Stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play.
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
This is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, AM 420 and K224FR, Honolulu, 92.7 FM.
Coming up on Sports Center all night.
Duke and Houston fight for a spot in the national championship game.
Flag on the attack, driving all the way to the rim, hanging on rims with two hands. He throws it down, and it's 12-8 Duke.
We have a rematch between Auburn and Florida in San Antonio.
Rutherford stripped out of his hands by Chigwood. What hands by the big man? Ahead to Martin. Run into the rim. One-hand hammer.
All the best highlights from the night in the association.
And still with it. Holt takes the dribble, launches the shot at the buzzer, and hits it.
Plus, we take you around the diamond.
High fly ball, deep left, backing up Zawinski on the track at the wall. See ya.
From the worldwide headquarters of ESPN, this is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
We look ahead at UConn, South Carolina. The women's title game in the Basketball Hall of Fame has its latest class. Welcome to Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. We are brought to you by Progressive Insurance. We have plenty ahead in the show. Full day in the bigs, including more offense from the Bombers and Florida's Walter Clayton Jr. shining on this big stage where we tip it off with a battle of strengths, offense versus defense.
Houston is not something you can replicate.
This is a Houston team. They can be disruptive.
Spinning now to the lane. Shot up and good. Cooper flag.
But this Duke defense is elite.
And this is what you had. Houston, one of three programs with multiple Final Fours in the past 5 seasons, seeking their first national title in their third Final Four appearance. Duke, 18 Final Four appearances, seeking their 12th championship game appearance, and can become the 5th team to win 6+ titles. Duke beat Houston last year in the Sweet 16 in a low-scoring affair, 54-51. Keep this in mind. Duke, college basketball's top scoring team, 91.8 a game. Houston, their top defense in college hoops, 56.5 giving up a game. First time the Final Four had a meeting of best offense versus best D since 1969. Now, keep this in mind regarding players. L.J. Cryer looking to become the first D1 player to win a national championship with multiple teams, having done so with Baylor in 2021. Cooper Flagg can become the second freshman to win the Naismith and national title in the same season, joining Anthony Davis, who did it in 2011-12 campaign. Now, keep this in mind. Houston came in having suffered just one loss since December 1st, and that was a 1-point overtime setback to Texas Tech. So they find ways. Flagg was waving early.
Mitchell, bullet pass inside the flag. He pirouettes and backs out on the left wing. He's working against Juwan Roberts with 8 to shoot. Flagg will put it on the deck, drives against Roberts, gets down to the well. Shot won't go, rebound batted around in the air, loose on the floor. Flagg somehow gets it. Reverse layup, good. He went from left to right, scooped it over the right side of the iron, and draws the foul for a chance at a 3-point play.
Yeah, bucket plus one. Had him up 11. Westwood won NCAA Radio Network. Duke was up 34-28 at the half. More Flagg, even more so in the second half.
So working up top to Proctor. Proctor trying to drive, nothing there, dumps it down low, into the corner, Flagg for 3. Oh, salute the Flagg, the freshman, with a giant 3 in the right corner, and Duke reestablishes control, up 64-55.
All right, now keep this going. Cooper Flagg with that bucket had Duke up 64-55. The Cougars were down 67-61 with 42 seconds to go. 42 seconds left. They were down 6, but began the charge back.
Houston with the basketball. Down by 6. Sharp, probing, stops, top of the key, kept his dribble alive as he slipped down, gets rid of it to Uze. Uze back to Sharp. Waits for traffic to clear, launches, and hits a 3. Timeout, Houston. Emmanuel Sharp with a 3 on the right wing, and the Cougars are within 3 with 32.4 to play in San Antonio.
Yeah, they got the 3 ball to make it a 1-possession game, but didn't foul right away. Instead, they went for the steal off the inbound.
They're just trying to get this thing in. Remember, possession arrow Houston. Any tie-up, and it's Houston ball. He's got a lob it in, and he's deflected away, and Sharp for the steal. Out it comes to Wilson, coming for a 3 on the right wing. No good. Tip jam by Tugler. 1-point game.
A throwdown off a missed 3 ball, and suddenly we have a 1-point game late. Duke got fouled, went to the line, missed the front end of the 1-and-1, and on that play, this.
Proctor, the front end of the 1-and-1, 69% shooter, misses it, and a foul is called on Cooper Flagg. Trying to reach around Juwan Roberts. He commits the foul, and Roberts, a 63% shooter, will march to the other end for a 1-and-1 to potentially give Houston the lead.
He did indeed. Little ticky-tack on the call, but they got it. He hit both free throws, and they grabbed the top side of the scoreboard. Let me remind you again, they were down a half dozen with 42 seconds to go. It took them just 23 seconds on the clock to grab the lead. They got 2 more free throws. It was a 3-point game after a Flagg miss, and there was one last shot for Duke to get even.
3.7 to go. Everybody runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a 3. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down to the national championship game. And for the first time since 1984, Houston will play for a men's basketball national championship. It's Houston and Florida in San Antonio on Monday night.
Again, Westwood won the NCAA Radio Network, closed the game in a 9-0 run. They wiped away a 14-point deficit in the final 8 minutes, ousting Cooper Flagg and Duke 70-67 in a stunner over the Blue Devils. Duke made a 1 field goal over the last 10.5 minutes of this game. Reaction from Jay Williams.
Game pressure. And I think Duke finished the game with a young mentality. Multiple times to run the baseline to get the ball just on a simple inbound pass. These are things that you work on. And Seth, we talked about it earlier today, and I tried to inform people. The best teams doesn't always win these games, but how you execute in these moments, these are really big moments. We were just there. You're there with 50, 60,000 people. You're playing well. That pressure gets tight, and they made mistakes down the stretch. And shout out to Houston. And Roberts makes 2 free throws. He's not a great free throw shooter. Sharp makes a really big 3 up top. They just kept applying pressure, and the more pressure they applied, the more you saw Duke become small.
We mentioned L.J. Cryer won a national title with Baylor. He led him with 26 points in this one. He and his coach, Kelvin Sampson, on not giving up down the stretch.
I mean, it ain't over because they still got time on the clock, and as long as there's time on the clock, we're going to go out there and give it our all. So we've been in positions like that before at Kansas. I don't remember how much we was down, but it was late in the game, and that game looked like it was pretty much over too. But somehow we ended up winning it. We just had to keep that belief and keep faith, and we got it done.
I thought if we could hold them to 30-something from the field and we could be plus 10 on the boards, I thought we would win. It caught me crazy, but I did. I think we're top 3 or 4 in the nation in field goal percentage defense, and we've always been a pretty good rebounding team. It took us a while to become who we are. But at some point, if you have a culture, your kids aren't, quitting is not part of the deal. We're not going to quit. We're just going to play better.
Cooper Flagg, 27 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 blocks in the game, but missed a huge fadeaway that would have gave Duke the lead late. Had this on what he would have changed or they would have changed down the stretch.
Just communication. I mean, I think me and Sion messed up a switch. Got to get the ball in bounds, find whatever we had to do, just find a way to get the ball in bounds. But yeah, I think that was a big messed up communication play between me and Sion that led to a big 3.
Yeah, Juwan Roberts is the one that covered him late. Had this on defending Flagg.
Kind of 50-50 and not trying to get too selfish, focusing on one player because it's a team game. So, but knowing going into that game, he's a player of the year, brought his team to the Final Four. So we know it's going to be challenging. But the main thing was just to make him shoot contested jump shots, make him as uncomfortable as ever. But I feel like it was a team effort because I guarded him. Emmanuel did, LJ did, JoJo did. I think it was all a team effort to make him uncomfortable and just trying to slow him down.
It's a Florida final. The Gators win it 79-73. They'll play in the national championship game.
These guys are just trying to win a championship. I'm proud of what our program is and the strides that we've made over these past couple years.
Yeah, that's the Florida Gators matching up with Auburn. First time ever SEC teams meeting in the Final Four. Florida beat Auburn on the road February 8th, 90-81. For the Gators' 6th Final Four appearance, seeking their 4th appearance in the national title game, would be the 10th school to win 3+ national championships. SEC Player of the Year, Johni Broome for Auburn. Banged up coming into this one. Walter Clayton, meantime, sizzling, having scored 89 points coming into this game in the tourney. And he had it going on early and often in this one.
And Clayton will bring it up the floor. Splits 2 defenders, driving all the way to the rim. And Clayton attacks and gets 2.
That is so high level from Walter Clayton. Great move from Johni Broome on the one end. And Walter Clayton is just bringing it, taking that defense 1-on-4 and getting it done at the rim.
Yeah, Walter Clayton kept them in this game in the first half because Auburn was up at the break 46-38. Tigers 25-0 went up by 5+ points at the half, but Florida took control in that second half.
Tedford stripped out of his hands by Chinyalu. What hands by the big man? Ahead to Martin. Running to the rim. One-hand hammer. His second magical dunk of the Final Four. Florida with a 66-63 lead.
Yeah, Elijah Martin has some hops. He had him up 3 at that point. Dagger courtesy of Clayton.
Hop back out. It goes to Clayton. And a golden opportunity. Now Clayton on the drive to the rim. Throws it at the rim. Banks it home. Draws the foul. And a chance for one more at the line. Superman finds his cape again. Florida by 5, 73-68 with 1:33 to go.
Yeah, that's the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. What more can you say about Walter Clayton Jr.? Just spectacular. 34 points. Florida beats Auburn 79-73. Gators to the national championship game for the first time since their back-to-back titles in 06-07. He was 11 of 18 from the floor, 5 of 8 from beyond the arc. Joins Larry Bird as the only players with back-to-back 30-plus point scoring games in the tourney. Clayton on being assertive early.
No, me personally, I just let the game come to me. I know I got a bunch of other guys around me who are threats also. You know, if you try to double me, you know, like Tommy hit that 3 in the first half, kind of loosened up their defense a little bit. They kind of went away from me. So just reading, reacting to the defense, I know I got weapons around me.
His teammate, Will Richard.
I mean, I feel like everybody sees it. I mean, he's poised, calm and collected, and confident in himself. And we have that confidence in him. We see him practice. We see his work ethic. So we're glad that everybody else is getting to see him do it in the game.
Auburn's Bruce Pearl and the troubles he gave his team.
Well, he's a great player, and, he can go both ways. He can make tough shots. About the only thing that, again, I probably should have done more would be trap the ball out of his hands a little bit. Believe it or not, that was part of our game plan, but we just didn't execute it. You say all things are kind of equal, and Clayton was the difference. I mean, he was just flat out the difference. We couldn't contain him down that end.
No question about it. Corey Brewer, two-time national champ with the Florida Gators, joined Game Night. Jonathan Zaslow on Prime Time on what they saw with Walter Clayton Jr.'s performance.
He was phenomenal, and it's exactly what you need. You need big-time guard play, usually, to have success in this tournament. I mean, 34 points, and he's projected to be a mid-first round pick in the NBA draft. So, this performance in the tournament, does it bump him up to a lottery pick? Maybe. I mean, this happens all the time where dudes have great performances in the tournament and their draft stock winds up soaring. So Walter Clayton Jr., he could be that guy this year.
He's been amazing. What I like about him, he's clutch. Doesn't matter when the game's on the line, he's making shots. And when you have that clutch gene, it's, you're tough to stop. And I feel like he gives the rest of his teammates that kind of, like, they believe. It's the belief he gives them. Like, he knows it doesn't matter if they're down or not. He knows that he's going to make shots, and they know he's going to make shots. And he keeps willing them to win.
Yeah, so calm, so confident throughout. Gators will have a chance Monday to win the SEC's first title since Kentucky in 2012. They take an 11-game win streak into the championship. Auburn finishes 32-6 with the top overall seed. Broome went scoreless in the game's final 15 minutes and 12 seconds. Todd Golden on what they did to defend him.
I think it was just a function of our bigs, just in our depth. He had a great first half. We didn't have anybody that could stop him. He was getting to his spots. And we stayed the course. We didn't double him. They're too explosive offensively on the perimeter to double him. They're going to just get threes for Kelly, Pettiford, Denver, guys that are automatic knockdown shooters. And, you just got to stay the course a little bit. And I thought our depth, being able to get Ruben and Kondo a sub early, bringing them back, I just think we wore them down a little bit. And it was kind of the function of the whole of our group that stepped up in effort in the second half.
Now, Broome on if injuries were a factor.
My elbow felt fine going into the game. Obviously, here and there it would bother me a little bit, but nothing that I couldn't play with. I feel like we got the looks that we wanted to get. I wasn't able to capitalize and finish them.
Get your popcorn ready. Connecticut, South Carolina, coming your way Sunday afternoon. UConn headed to its 13th national championship game.
Indeed, they were, and dominant to say the least. UConn coming off that 34-point win over UCLA, 11 national championships in search of a dozen under Gino Auriemma. South Carolina in search of their 4th title in the last 8 NCAA tournaments. UConn, first 30-point win ever in a Final Four game. That's how dominant they've been. They're 6.5-point favorites. This is a rematch of the 2022 title game in which South Carolina beat UConn 64-49, only loss in the title game for Gino Auriemma. They met, though, in February with the Huskies dominating the Gamecocks 87-58, snapping South Carolina's 71-game home court winning streak. Carolyn Peck, Stephanie White looking ahead.
Everybody wanted to see a rematch between Connecticut and South Carolina, not just because of the game that happened in February of this year, but going back to when these two teams met up in the Final Four before. I think that Gino Auriemma and his success of already having won 11 national championships and Dawn Staley going after her fourth. I think this is the clash of the Titans that everybody was looking forward to.
I think it's which team can be the most disruptive on the defensive end of the floor. We're talking about two teams that are incredibly efficient on both ends, but who can take the opponent out of what they want to do, whether that's in the full court, in the quarter court, what are the defensive schemes? How can you make one another uncomfortable and then find ways to get easy buckets? And these are two outstanding defensive teams. They can give a lot of different looks, but which team is going to show up and which team can be the most disruptive? Look, it is not going to be like the last matchup of these two teams. I can promise you that.
Yeah, that title game, by the way, UConn, South Carolina on ABC today at 3 Eastern. Coming up, NBA, including a huge night for Giannis and the Basketball Hall of Fame class of 2025 is set. That and baseball has the Dodgers bouncing back in Philly. That's on deck. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado. Stands up, throws to first. What a play.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. More SportsCenter All Night coming up next.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlog projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Amber and Ian.
If you were running a team and I gave you the option between Baker Mayfield and Brock Purdy.
I love Bake to death, but that's hard.
We're talking $33 million.
And then Sam Darnold, right, who I love to death, and I did not leave Darnold Island. He's making that same kind of price range. Brock Purdy, he's one of those pillars that if you take it down, the whole roof's coming down.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
We have not played out What If Brian Schottenheimer is unbelievable. We have not played out of everyone's been wrong for all these years not to give him a shot. And this is going to be one of the great coaches in the league. I'm not saying that's going to happen. But when you're saying, how do we come up with a plan for them to get in the playoffs? That's the one major move they could have, is that they actually hired the right guy and they saw something that the rest of the league did not see, and he's unbelievable.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
You better go get some guys with some junk in the trunk. Yeah. I know. What? What is that? Junk in the trunk? Hey, It is what it is. You better go find you some guys on that defensive line that got some junk in the trunk that can stop the tush push.
Yeah, don't find supermodels. Find the bodyguards that guard supermodels to try to stop the tush push.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. The 2025 NFL Draft.
It's time to get this show started.
Round 1 begins Thursday, April 24th.
I'm the most guaranteed person you could take.
Live from Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
They're both going to go pretty high, despite the fact that people say they should. It's our first surprise of the night. He's going to remember this for the rest of his life. And so will I, and so will my family. This is just a dream come true.
The NFL Draft on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by ZipRecruiter and GNC. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
Yeah, we're back on SportsCenter all night with more hoops. This time from the association with a huge night from Giannis.
Giannis going the other way, crouched over. Slings a no-look pass to Connaughton. Right back to Giannis on the left wing. They're daring him to shoot that three. He says, I think I'll go inside. Attack spins right around Anderson and stuffs it down. Onto the Kumpo. Eating good tonight.
That's WTMJ. Giannis, 36 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists, another triple-double. Milwaukee passed Miami in OT, 121-115. They clinch a playoff berth from earlier in the day, moved past Detroit into the 5th spot in the Eastern Conference.
Bane could make it a 2-possession game. Working on Schroeder. Launches a long three. It touches. Nothing but net. Bring it up. Put 3 on the board. Desmond Bane's 800th career 3 is a huge one tonight. Doubles up the lead.
As 92.9 ESPN Memphis without Ja, who was out because of an illness. Desmond Bane scores 38. Zach Edey, 21 rebounds. Grizzlies over the Pistons, 108-103.
6 on the shot clock. Comes into Rudy, right back to Ant, right wing. He's doubled. Ant still with it. Holds, takes a dribble, launches the shot at the buzzer and hits it. A right side 3 from Anthony Edwards. It's going to win the game. 114-109. Under duress. He's done it again. His 6th 3 of the night. He's up to 37 points.
That's KFan Sports Radio. Anthony Edwards, 37. Wolves extend their winning streak to 5. 114-109 over the Sixers. Philadelphia has lost 11 straight games.
Towns baseline drive. Hero step in the lane. Got fouled and scored. Reece Sachet came over to double team. And Reece Sachet gets the personal with Towns with 2 more points. And with this free throw, could get to 30.
That's 880 ESPN New York. Karl Anthony Towns, 30 points, 11 rebounds. Knicks over the Hawks, 121-105. OG Anunoby, 24 for the winners. Meantime, former Knick Carmelo Anthony and Dwight Howard going to the Basketball Hall of Fame not once but twice. They were announced as members of the class of 2025, as well as 2008 Olympic men's basketball team, which they played on, dubbed the Redeem Team, one that captured gold in the Beijing Games. Also selected WNBA great Sue Bird, Maya Moore, and Sylvia Fowles. And Bulls coach and 2-time NCAA champ is Florida Gator coach Billy Donovan. Bird on being inducted.
Surreal. I think there's no way to really wrap your head around it. But my first couple of thoughts were like, wow, how lucky am I that I got to experience all these things, the people I got to do it with, all the support. You kind of start to relive it. But then honestly, I went straight to who I was going in with. Because I think when you have moments like this, you want to do it with people that you not only respect, admire, but we actually played together. Right. That's a big part of it.
Yeah. What a stellar career she had, both in the college and pro level. Tune into baseball action tonight as the Red Sox host the Cardinals. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern right here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, and at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. The Dodgers back in the win column.
He'll swing. He'll drive one down the left field side. This ball is deep. This ball is gone. It's a home run. Kike Hernandez has given the Dodgers a 2-1 lead with a home run just inside the left field foul pole.
That's AM 570 LA Sports. Kike Hernandez and Michael Conforto went deep. Dodgers over the Phillies 3-1 for a 9-1 start. Roki Sasaki allowed 1 run pitching into the 5th inning in his 3rd big league start.
High fly ball, deep left, backing up Sawinski on the track at the wall. See ya! He goes the other way. Grisham does it again. A 3-run home run to give the Yankees a 5-4 lead.
That's Michael K. Yes Network. Trent Grisham homered twice, including that 3-run shot to fuel a 6-run 5th inning. Yankees over the Pirates 10-4. That other New York team a winner as well.
Here is Lindor. Hoffman ready. Here's the first pitch. Breaking ball hit in the air. The right center might get it done. Back goes Storm. Makes the catch. Siri tags. Here he comes. The throw to the plate cut off. Jimenez is not able to get a throw off. And so Siri scores standing. And the Mets win the ball game.
That's Howie Rose, 880 ESPN New York. Francisco Lindor, the walk-off winner, capped the late comeback keyed by Jesse Winker's 2-run triple in the 8th. Mets 3-2 over the Blue Jays. Carson Kelly homered, drove in 4. Cubs over the Padres 7-1 for their 5th straight win. San Diego's 2nd straight loss after opening the season 7-0.
Right-hander against right-hander. Miller to the plate.
Line drive down the right field line. That's a base hit. Off the pillar between the 2nd and 3rd archways. Lee around 3rd. He scores. The throw goes into 2nd. offline, and a sliding double from Matt Chapman.
That's John Miller, KNBR. Matt Chapman hit a pair of RBI doubles. Giants over the Mariners 4-1 to extend their winning streak to 6 straight games. Coming up, men's title game is set. Surprise, late finish, now late game. And we look ahead at the women's title game today, UConn, South Carolina. That's next. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Monday. As the NBA season winds down, I'll tell you the teams that I'm buying stock in as we gear up for the playoffs. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com. This is Adam Schefter, and on this week's episode, we discuss why the vote to ban the tush push was tabled and what it means. Plus, the most interesting storyline in the draft, the Adam Schefter Podcast. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
March Madness! The national championship. Turn up! UConn.
Easy fun on a torrential tear here in Tampa. South Carolina's on fire. Get your popcorn ready. Connecticut, South Carolina, coming your way.
The national championship. Tips today, 3 Eastern on ABC and ESPN+. Presented by Capital One.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado, stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play.
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern, with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Every edition of the Masters is different, but the beauty, the tradition, the surprises never change. It's always the most charming, the most dramatic, the most magical of all.
Welcome to Masters Week. Coverage begins with the Par 3 contest on April 9th on ESPN, ESPN Plus, and Disney Plus.
What's up, kiddos? Clinton Yates here. And coming up on Monday, we'll have a new champion in women's college basketball, and we'll get ready to crown one on the men's side. That's Monday on Clinton and Friends at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
And ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive protects your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, and RV, and you can save money. Visit progressive.com.
Half-hour headlines on SportsCenter All Night.
And again, our top stories: Houston stuns Duke late to reach the title game. Florida will be their opponent Monday after Walter Clayton Jr. led the Gators over Auburn. The women's title game comes today, 3 Eastern on ABC. It's UConn and defending champ South Carolina. Giannis leads the Bucks past the Heat in overtime into the 5th spot in the Eastern Conference. And the 2025 Hall of Fame class includes Carmelo Anthony and Dwight Howard, as well as Sue Bird and Maya Moore.
3.7 to go. Everybody runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a 3. No good.
Houston from behind, 14 down to the national championship game. And for the first time since 1984, Houston will play for a men's basketball national championship. It's Houston and Florida in San Antonio on Monday night.
That's the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. Houston wiped away a 14-point deficit over the final 8 minutes. I'll take it a step further. They were down 67-61 with 42 seconds to go in the game. They oust Cooper Flagg and Duke in a stunner, 70-67. Duke made one field goal over the final 10:30 of the game. L.J. Cryer, who won a national title with Baylor, scored 26 to lead the way. Flagg had 27 for Duke, but Juwan Roberts covered him late, got 2 free throws to give them the lead late, and had this on the underdog mentality.
I mean, everyone has an opinion. They can say what they want to say, but when you put 40 minutes on the clock and you put Houston against whoever, they're going to get our best shot. So we don't have to be mentioned in the greats or this and that. We'll take the underdog spot, and we'll just do what we do.
I mentioned Cryer, who's been there, done that. Jay Williams on his performance.
I have to tell you, L.J. Cryer is so special to watch. I mean, he had 26 points for the game, but Seth, in the first half, I mean, he kept them in the ball game. I mean, he made big-time shot after big-time shot. L.J. Cryer won the national championship with Baylor, has a chance to win another national championship with the second team.
Yeah.
It's just
how about what Scott Drew said? You can't understand their range. He said you think you're defending him, but you got to defend him one step further out because of his range. And he made some threes in that game that Duke closed out, but they closed out short in relation to that guy's range, and he jumped up and knocked down some big threes.
So again, 42 seconds to go. They're down a half dozen. They went on a 7-0 run and got the lead with 23 seconds to go. It shows you how much they made up, and there were mistakes made along the way, including an inbounds pass from Duke that was stolen by Houston, and they wound up getting a bucket out of that. Late game execution on the mind of Seth Greenberg.
To me, I talk about all season long, to nauseam, special situation. You cannot practice them enough. We talked about Duke early in the season losing those games, late game situations, not executing. You have to get the ball inbounds. You've got to get the ball inbounds and have outlets up the sideline, middle of the floor, reversal, or diagonal. You've got to meet the ball and run the ball into your hands. It's plain and simple. They did a poor job of that. If you're going to beat Houston, you got to run them off the three-point line, all right? You don't run them off the three-point line. That's their equalizer offensively. But time, score, special situations, running the ball in your hand, we've talked about it all season long because early in the season, they didn't execute. And we said that's the area where they have to focus on. And at the end of the game, I'm sick for that team because of the special season they had. I'm happy for Kelvin. But you've got to be able to get open late game, seal a guy off, run the ball in your hands, catch and face and make the right play.
And no matter how you look at it, it's a heartbreaker for Duke, their coach, John Shire.
I mean, it's been a special ride that ended in a heartbreaking way. And frankly, the game, we did what we wanted to do. You know, I thought our guys did it, followed the game plan, controlled the game. We had the lead for 35 minutes. We're winning by 6 with 1:15 to go. And they made plays, and you got to give them a ton of credit. We didn't make those plays, and you go from some of the most special moments in the tournament to the most heartbreaking loss.
Yeah, Cooper Flagg, player of the year, again, 27.7 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 blocks. He'll be the first pick in the coming NBA draft. Had this on being a part of this team.
I mean, it was an incredible season. Incredible people, incredible relationships that I'm going to have for the rest of my life. Didn't end the way we wanted it to, but still an incredible year.
Yeah, no doubt. But he had a shot late to give them the lead. Came up short. This is Jay Williams.
It doesn't come down to one play, but it's a play because I remember being in studio with you during the Kentucky game, and what position they put Cooper Flagg in at the end of the game was a really big topic. He tried to dribble the ball, got a little bit out of bounds, and we talked about that. Like when it gets to end of game situations, what position operationally on the court in the zone do you put him on the floor? Catching the ball in the wing, I'd rather see it drive. Right, you're down 1 instead of a fadeaway. He got a good look at it, but still, I'm a believer of this, Seth. you put the ref in the position to make a call. And Cooper had the size, he had the corner, he could have turned it, but he took a fadeaway, and that's a tough shot.
For the fourth time in school history, it's a Florida final. The Gators win it 79-73. They'll play in the national championship game.
It feels good, getting this win, being back in the national championship. I don't remember the last time that we've been here, but just super grateful for these guys.
Pretty incredible, man. We worked pretty hard to get here. These guys are just trying to win a championship. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of what our program is and the strides that we've made over these past couple years.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Walter Clayton Jr., that's the name you need to know about, as heard on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. 34 points, Florida over Auburn, 79-73 to reach that national title game we know now against Houston. He was 5 of 8 from beyond the arc. His reaction to scoring the bucket that sealed the deal.
They was kind of showing hard all night. So I think it was Cardwell. Yeah, Cardwell left a little early on one of them, so I was able to get the shot up. And then, Tommy had knocked down one of those top of the key threes. And that kind of forced them to not stay as long on me because Tommy, Kondo, all of them were making plays. So just, like I said, the guys around me making plays allows me for my game to open up.
Man, he was making plays. He was the guy getting it done. The Gators will have a chance in Monday's title game to be the first SEC team to claim the title since Kentucky in 2012. And the only one they have won since back-to-back seasons, 06, 07. Todd Golden, Elijah Martin on how it feels to get to this title tip.
It's pretty incredible, man. We worked pretty hard to get here, and in 3 years, been fortunate to build a great staff that is aligned and that works really hard for each other. And then we've just accumulated a great group of guys, in our roster. It took a little bit to get all these pieces together, but, to a man, they all pull the same direction. There's no unselfishness in our locker room. You see a guy like Walt, he gets asked all the questions and gets all the attention for a great effort like tonight, but there's no animosity there. There's nobody, concerned about that. These guys are just trying to win a championship. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud of what our program is and, the strides that we've made over these past couple of years.
It feels good, getting this win, being back in the national championship. I don't remember the last time that we've been here, but just super grateful for these guys, honestly. And those dunks, I just was thinking just going dunk it, honestly.
Yeah, Corey Brewer, part of two-time champs for the Florida Gators in 06, 07, had this on game night on the bounce back in the second half. Don't forget, they were down 8 at the break, and Auburn 25-0 and up 5+ points at the half. This Brewer.
The way we came out bang, bang, went on a 6-0 run, I think. It's just all year these guys, they stay together, they play together, and they never think about being down. It doesn't matter if they're down, they know they're going to win. And I feel like we see a lot. I talked to Al, I talked to Joakim, I talked to Torian. We see a lot of ourselves in these guys. They always feel like they're going to win no matter what. And that's what it's all about, especially in the tournament.
Yeah, Auburn was the number 1 overall seed in this tournament, finished the season at 32-6. Their coach, Bruce Pearl, on the season that was.
We'll start off by congratulating Flora on their victory and wish them luck in the championship game. I'm really proud of my team. These guys made history. They're the best basketball team in the history of Auburn basketball. They gave us a ride that won't ever be forgotten, and they did so many great things both on and off the court that I'm extremely proud of.
Get your popcorn ready.
Dawn in South Carolina, a chance to win 3 or 4. Gino, a chance to get 12.
UConn right now is the team that is playing the most consistent.
South Carolina plays at their best when they feel like they are an underdog.
It is UConn and South Carolina for the women's title game today at 3 Eastern. Now, South Carolina can become the first repeat champ since UConn won 4 straight from 2013 through 2016, led by Breanna Stewart. This is a rematch of the 22 title game, the only time that UConn has lost in a championship game. That won by South Carolina 64-49 in 2022. They did meet this season in February. Huskies dominant over the Gamecocks, 87-58. It snapped South Carolina's 71-game home court winning streak. Stephanie White and Carolyn Peck look ahead and make predictions.
Dawn Staley told her team, basically, they got punked. And the players talked about it. It was embarrassing. And so they have really locked in to what they need to do. Chloe Kitt, Sanaya Fagan, Tahina Paopao got up in front of their team and said, they apologized for their performance, and they vowed to not allow that to happen again. So they have really focused on being more disciplined, especially on the offensive end. They had kind of like a roller coaster of events in this NCAA tournament where they got out of sync a little offensively, but in the second half, able to lock back in together. They've learned how when they see kind of that ugly monster show up of playing separate, they come back together, and that is why they have found themselves in this championship game.
Look, I think it's going to be a tough competitive game. I hope it comes down to end of game situations and whoever has the ball last. But I think right now UConn has been the most consistent team. They've been playing their best basketball, 22 straight games that their big three have played together, and they are peaking at the right time. South Carolina is a team that has been limping in a little bit. I think they played incredible basketball in the semifinal matchup, but I think UConn right now, heads and tails, is the team that is playing the most consistent. Their stars are stepping up. They're getting production from multiple players. Their execution has been outstanding.
I do know this game is not going to be a blowout like it was in February. My prediction is we're going to have a knockdown drag out. I think that South Carolina's experience coming off their championship from last year could give them the little slightest of an edge tomorrow.
All right, you got the predictions right there. UConn ESPN bet has them as a 6.5-point favorite. The game on ABC today at 3 Eastern.
There is so much still lingering wonder about what Shedeur is. I don't think it is clear cut.
If the Browns don't take Shedeur Sanders at 2, and if the Giants don't take Shedeur Sanders at 3, where is Shedeur Sanders going?
How about a best fit Dan Orlovsky for the Colorado QB?
Yeah, I'd say it's the Las Vegas Raiders. Even though they gave Geno Smith his new recent 2-year, $75 million extension now, I think the Giants are still in play. I don't believe the Browns are. I never have, but I do believe that the Giants are still in play. If you were going to say where or what type of offense does Shedeur need to be in to play to his very best, because he's not one of those 5 guys on the planet that you can kind of put him in any offense and his physical skills are just absolutely absurd, that he'll overcome any deficiency of it. I tell you, he needed to be in an offense similar to what Tua is like in Miami, or what Brock Purdy's like in San Francisco, or a little bit what Joe Burrow is like in Cincinnati, point guard. And Tua is my comp in many ways for Shedeur Sanders.
How about this comp, courtesy of Mel Kiper Jr.?
I came up with a comp for Shedeur, Joe Montana. Yeah, it's a decent comp. It's before Joe was a star. How was he viewed coming out? So that's my first draft that I actually covered in terms of a report. And I went back and looked at everything I wrote about Joe Montana. It was very similar to Shedeur. Joe Montana was a 3rd-round pick. Not only a 3rd-round pick, guys, but the end of the 3rd round. The late, great Bill Walsh, who I had the pleasure of spending some time with. And he gave me things and taught me things I'll never forget. And when you think about what the late, great Bill Walsh wanted a quarterback, you got to be smart. You got to be accurate. You got to be tough and consistent. And that's what Shedeur is.
I'll tell you, that is certainly some high praise right there. No doubt about that. Back to the bigs where Mike Trout goes out.
Renifo, see if he's on a move.
Here's the pitch to Trout. He swings and drives the ball deep into center field. It's Trout here! 3rd game in a row. Trout is homered. That's a 2-run shot, and the Angels are back on top. It's 5-3.
That's Angels Radio, AM 830. Mike Trout getting his groove back. Angels beat the Guardians. That's a 10-4 final.
The 1-1. Swing and a drive. Well hit. Deep left field. Mangum turns to look. It's out of here. A line drive shot just over the wall in left for Langford, his 3rd home run, and the Rangers lead 6-4.
That's 105.3. The fan Wyatt Langford's go-ahead 2-run home run in the 7th. The Rangers beat the Rays 6-4. That's their 4th straight victory. Jackson Holiday highlighted Baltimore's 4-run 6 with a 2-run single. O's best the Royals 8-1. That snaps their 3-game skid.
There's another drive by Mervis, deep to right field. That ball is gone and way out of here. Have a night, Matt Mervis. His 2nd homer as a Marlin. A solo shot here in the top of the 7th.
2 long balls from Matt Mervis. Marlins blanked the Braves 4-0, as heard on 940 WINZ. Atlanta now 1-8. James Wood 2-run double, 3-run first. Nats over the Diamondbacks 4-3. That halts their 4-game slide. Jose Miranda's 3-run home run highlighted a 6-run 4th. Minnesota 6-1 over Houston. And Kerry Carpenter homered for a 3rd time in 2 games. Tigers 7-2 over the White Sox. TJ Friedl 4 for 5, hit one of Cincinnati's 4 home runs. Their offense finally awakens. 11-7 over the Brewers. Jacob Wilson atoned for hitting into a triple play, which you'll hear coming up. He had a 2-run double. A's 7-4 over the Rockies. They have a club record 9 straight games in which they have gone deep. Coming up, those Knights' top sounds are ready to be heard. That includes that triple play and some title teams now set on the men's side. That's next. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio.
What up and what's good? It's Randy Scott.
And it's Gary Streisky. And Randy, do me a quick favor. Never do that again.
I did instantly regret it. We are the duo that brings you SC Plus every weekday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Disney Plus.
Highlights, top stories, and the best ESPN analysts, and of course, us.
Tasty morsels, just little bites of num-num.
SC Plus, all new and only on Disney Plus.
More SportsCenter All Night, coming up next. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado, stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play!
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern, with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Welcome to the show.
Buckle up. It's about to get loud here.
Where MLB stars flash unimaginable power.
Wow.
Unreal stuff.
How good is this guy?
And endless entertainment.
Unbelievable.
Where young trailblazers rock big speed, big swag, and big personalities.
That's what I'm talking about.
Welcome to MLB's Best. Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Capital One. Every Sunday all season at 7 Eastern on ESPN.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The transfer portal has made it almost impossible for mid-major schools to have a chance to have that kind of George Mason kind of run. If anything, the minute that the transfer portal was not regulated early, a lot of guys said, well, now I can really trade up and I don't have to worry about sitting out a year if I want to do something like that.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Hey, did you miss Clinton and Friends?
Dad's in Minneapolis. What's up? You're on the show.
All right, Yates and the homies. Love listening to the show. This is going to be my new show. I tune in to Freddie and Harry a lot, but I love Yates and the homies, Clinton and the Friends. Y'all got my number.
Renaming the show.
Clinton and the homies.
I like that we stole them from Freddie and Harry.
Listen, I'm going to have to report back to Shannon on that. He might not be one too pleased.
Might have to make some promos.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
It's no question how good ACC softball is.
There's so much talent in this league. You're going to love the ACC for all the hype and heat. For all the long goodbyes and welcome home.
Is this the game winner? It is indeed.
Come for it all. ACC softball all season long on ACCN and streaming live on the ESPN app.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Riggins is my favorite.
Oh, Tim Riggins?
That's still in.
Listen, I'm more of a Saracen
it's
girl.
It's 90210.
Whatever.
You like Matt Saracen more than Riggins?
Yes, he should
Really?
have never been the quarterback, stepped up, had success,
Well,
and
he
took
got
care of his
paralyzed.
He took care. Spoiler alert, Evan, my God.
He's not.
an angel.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. This is SportsCenter All Night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
Yeah, we're back on Sports Center all night with the night's top sounds. It includes 3 outs on 1 play from the Bigs, and the men's title game is now set. Chris Smith has the details.
Sports Center all night.
Oh, my goodness. Check it out on Sports Center tonight.
Today's top sound.
How good is that? Are you ready to take?
Number 5.
All right, Jim, in the Motor City, it was Desmond Bain that was clicking on all cylinders for the Grizzlies. The call on 92.9 ESPN Memphis.
Bain could make it a 2-possession game. Working on Schroeder. Launches a long 3. It touches. Nothing but net. Ring it up. Put 3 on the board. Desmond Bain's 800th career 3 is a huge one tonight. Doubles up the lead.
Number 4.
Well, we go from a triple on the hardwood to a triple on the diamond, where the Rockies turned the 5th triple play in franchise history against the A's. The call on 850 KOA.
Marquez checks the runner at second. And here's his pitch to Wilson. Ground ball to third. Stepping on third, McMahon. Second for the second. On to first. Got him at first base. It's a triple play. It's a triple play. McMahon stepped on third, fired to second, relay around the horn, and the Rockies are out of the inning.
Number 3.
Anthony Edwards is just one of 5 players with 300 made 3-pointers in a season in NBA history, and he was dialing it up long distance all night against the Sixers. The call on K-Fan Sports Radio.
6 on the shot clock. Comes into Rudy, right back to Ant, right wing. He's doubled. Ant still with it. Holds, takes the dribble, launches the shot at the buzzer and hits it. A right side 3 from Anthony Edwards. It's going to win the game. 114-109. Under duress. He's done it again. His 6th 3 of the night. He's up to 37 points.
Number 2.
And whenever things begin to fall apart, Florida turns to their superstar, Walter Clayton Jr. So down by 9 points to Auburn early in the second half, the Gators turn to their hero, who rallied Florida down the stretch. The call on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
Out back out it goes to Clayton. And golden opportunity. Now Clayton on the drive to the rim. Throws it at the rim. Banks it home. Draws the foul. And a chance for one more at the line. Superman finds his cape again. Florida by 5, 73-68. With 1:33 to go.
Number 1.
And in a game of the century, Houston's suffocating defense wiped away a 14-point deficit over the final 8 minutes and erased Cooper Flag and Duke's title hopes in the stunner. The call on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
3.7 to go. Everybody runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Fryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a 3. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down to the national championship game.
A stunner. Florida opens up as a 1.5 favorite over Houston. This according to ESPN Bet. Night on Ice has St. Louis has the league singing the blues.
Broberg whips it along the glass. 2 seconds left. That'll do it. Bring out the Zamboni. And put 12 wins on it. The Blues have won 12 win games in a row, setting a new franchise record.
They have indeed. 101 ESPN, Zach Bolduc, 2 goals. They extend that franchise winning streak to a dozen straight, 5-4 over the Avs. St. Louis has the longest winning streak in the league this season, has won 11 straight at home. Austin Matthews nets his 30th. William Nylander, Nick Robertson scored 2 apiece. Leafs blank the Blue Jackets 5-0. Nick Suzuki, a goal and a give. Montreal scores 3 times in the third, 3-2 over the Flyers.
Duchesne above the near circle, tries to cut around Crosby. He does from the circle, downstairs, centering pass, loose puck in front. Crosby's got it. He goes to the empty net. It's a hat trick goal. Sidney Crosby puts the Penguins up by 2. It's an empty net hat trick goal here in Dallas.
And 30th of the season, Penguins Hockey Network, they beat the Stars 5-3.
Geeky brings the Bruins up ice. He'll swing it across. Here's Pasternak walking right in, and he scores! Hat trick for David Pasternak in a 5-point night, and the Bruins lead at 5-0.
98.5 The Sports Hub, they snap a 10-game winless skid, 40th of the season on that, Hattie, 5-1 over the Canes. Sunday morning countdown to tip-off hosted by former Providence coach Tim Welsh and Andy Gresh. This morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, get you set for the men's and women's title games. They're joined by former Duke guard Nolan Smith, Northwestern head coach Chris Collins, Hall of Famer Jim Boeheim, and UNLV coach or Josh Pastner, a former ESPN analyst. UConn defending champ South Carolina. That title game comes today on ABC at 3 Eastern. And Alex Ovechkin goes for Wayne Gretzky's all-time record all to his lonesome today as he shoots for .895 career against the Islanders. It's Houston in Florida for the men's national championship on Monday. Thanks for staying up all night. For producer Steve Risser and technical director Jake Boson, I'm Jim Basquil. The best week ever is next.
What's up, kiddos? Clinton Yates here. Coming up on Monday, we'll have a new champion in women's college basketball, and we'll get ready to crown one on the men's side. That's Monday on Clinton and Friends at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
On the latest episode of Numbers on the Board, we talked about the surging Golden State Warriors and why no one should want to see them in the playoffs. And we ranked the most mediocre future teams in basketball. Find that and more wherever you get your podcasts.
Exclusively on ESPN Plus, UFC 314, Saturday. The featherweight title is on the line as former champion Alexander Volkanovski takes on number 3 contender Diego Lopez. And Iron Michael Chandler faces Patty the Fatty Pimblett in a lightweight bout. UFC 314, Saturday at 10 p.m. Eastern. Fight on ESPNplus.com/PPV.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, we'll react to the Final Four and get you ready for the men's national championship game. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a
the trade that rocked the NBA and ignited a new rivalry.
He's going to come out there and look to hurt people's feelings.
Luka returns to Dallas. The Meta AI playoff push. Lakers, Mavs, 7:30 Eastern, Wednesday on ESPN.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado, stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play!
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern, with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Your official radio home of University of Hawaii Sports is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, 1420 AM and 92.7 FM.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Ed Menken. While 4 number 1 seeds were in the Final Four of the men's basketball tournament, Duke was the favorite in the eyes of many heading into the weekend. And for nearly 2 halves, the Blue Devils played their role as the team to beat quite well. It became one of the most incredible comebacks in Final Four history.
3.7 to go. Everybody runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a 3. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down.
That call on Westwood One, the NCAA Radio Network, down 14 in the second half and down 6 with just over 42 seconds left. The Cougars storm back to stun the Blue Devils 70-67. Houston will play for the national championship for the first time since 1984. The first game featured a battle between two SEC squads as Auburn took on Florida. Falling behind by 8 at the half, the Gators stormed back for a 79-73 win. Walter Clayton Jr. came up big in crunch time once again, finishing with a game-high 34. This afternoon is the Women's National Championship game between South Carolina and Connecticut. They'll tip off at 3 Eastern on ABC, ESPN, and ESPN+. NBA, the Clippers beat the Mavericks 113-104. LA in a three-way tie with Minnesota and Memphis for the 6th spot in the East. The Bucks won their third in a row, beating the Heat 121-115. Giannis, 36 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists. Sunday Night Baseball tonight on ESPN Radio. Coverage starts at 6 Eastern as the Cardinals take on the Red Sox today. Alex Ovechkin goes for the goal record as the Capitals visit the Islanders this afternoon.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Monday as we get closer to the draft. I'll tell you what the perfect draft would look like for my Giants. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
From the Windy City in the Deep South, this is the Best Week Ever with Peter Burns and Courtney Cronin on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
You the best. You the best. You the best. You the best.
Indeed, it is Best Week Ever on ESPN Radio. I am Peter Burns. She is Courtney Cronin. Oh, my goodness, do we have a cornucopia of things to get into this fine Sunday morning. 888-SAY-ESPN is the number. The show always presented by Progressive Insurance. Let's get into Final Four chaos on the men's side. We got a women's title that's going to be played tonight, and a legend chasing history on the ice. Without further ado, let's get into it with this.
This is the biggest story of the week ever.
Sorry, CC. I wanted to say hello, but we're jam-packed right now. Hi. Hello.
That's fine.
How are you?
Hi.
Okay.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing better. I feel like the guy in White Lotus that's wearing the Duke shirt that has the gun pointed to his head.
Those memes are flying on social media this morning ahead of the season finale tonight, and I am here for it.
Well, this call courtesy of Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. Cooper Flag and the Duke Blue Devils taking on Houston last night in San Antonio. And this, honestly, felt like the dagger.
So working up top to Proctor. Proctor trying to drive, nothing there, dumps it down low, into the corner, Flag for 3.
Oh, salute the Flag! The freshman with a giant 3 in the right corner, and Duke reestablishes control up 64-55.
Post the Vince Carter meme when it comes to going, it's over at the slam dunk contest, because at that point it looked over. Duke was up 9. But then came one of the most incredible comebacks in NCAA history. After a technical for Houston for slapping the ball while the inbounder was trying to get it in, this man completely redeems himself.
They're just trying to get this thing in. Remember, possession arrow Houston. Any tie-up and it's Houston ball. He's got a lob it in, and he's deflected away, and Sharp for the steal. Out it comes to Wilson, humming for a 3 on the right wing. No good. Tip jam by Tugler. 1-point game.
We got a 1-point game. We're watching this, Courtney, in studio. We're thinking, oh, my God, are you kidding me? There's no way that this is actually going to happen. There's no way, no possible way that Duke is going to blow this lead.
And they did. Like, if you make one shot over the final 10 minutes of a Final Four game, you deserve to lose. And I know that we have been up in arms about the foul call, certainly the technical foul and the foul on Cooper Flag. Peter, Duke choked in the second half. That is what it was. They had a 14-point lead. If you can't shoot, if you start to get tight, if you start to second-guess your decisions, the result is going to allow a veteran team like Houston that'll suffocate you on defense. I know that we don't give them enough credit for what they do offensively because they don't score a lot of points. Duke was the 12th highest, they had the 12th most points per game in college basketball this year. Yep. Houston doesn't, and that's fine, but where it counted was down the stretch. They just made more plays, and I know it sounds so simple, but considering what they're built on, their bread and butter is their defense. That's what got Duke in the end.
This ultimately, in my mind, was the play that personifies exactly what you're talking about, whether it was a comeback or a choke late in this game.
Off to the front end of the 1-and-1. 69% shooter. Misses it. And a foul is called on Cooper Flagg. Trying to reach around Jawan Roberts. He commits the foul, and Roberts, a 63% shooter, will march to the other end for a 1-and-1 to potentially give Houston the lead.
So this is what I was talking about. Like that foul call right there, the knee-jerk reaction every time from an official. If you see a guy reach in front of another player on a rebound, that's an automatic whistle. Do you call it there? When we watch the replay, I know the broadcast hated it. From all angles, it is hard to find the foul. But why put yourself in that situation to where you erase a 14-point margin that you have on a team for it to come down to free throws at the end? And, you know, credit to Houston. This is a team that lost on free throws in the Sweet 16 to Duke last year. And to watch them, you know, turn their weakness into a strength, what an incredible story arc for them on their way to a national championship.
Roberts, a 63% free throw shooter, goes out there and makes two of the clutches free throws that you will ever see. Knocks it down, and then
Buddy runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a three. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down to the national championship game. And for the first time since 1984, Houston will play for a men's basketball national championship. It's Houston and Florida in San Antonio on Monday night.
Duke led by 14 points with 8 minutes to go. They led by 9 points with 2 minutes to go. They led by 6 points with 34 seconds to go. 3 points with 25 seconds to go. 1 point with 19 seconds to go, and they end up losing that game, Courtney. Absolutely baffling.
So which side are you on? Are you on the choke side, or are you on Houston's incredible comeback?
I'll be honest with you. At first, it was more of the Duke choked, because I think that's just kind of what the society,
Sure.
sadly, that we live in, and that's where the memes, and that is because it is Duke of all people. But then it was flipped. And honestly, I'm more on the side of Houston won this game. And listen to what Kelvin Sampson had to say in his post-game presser about why they were able to win this game.
I thought if we could hold them to 30-something from the field and we could be plus 10 on the boards, I thought we would win. It called me crazy, but I did. You know, I think we're top 3 or 4 in the nation in field goal percentage defense, and we've always been a pretty good rebounding team. It took us a while to become who we are. But at some point, if you have a culture, your kids aren't, you know, quitting is not part of the deal. We're not going to quit. We're just going to play better.
And they did, right? They held Duke to 2 field goals in the last 11 minutes. This is one of the most efficient teams that we've seen almost in the history of college basketball. You have the player of the year. You have all of these great, just efficient players. And Houston did not care. They did not quit. And I'll be honest with you. I think the ACC not being strong never really pushed Duke. Duke was so much better than everybody else all year long. And finally, when they got into a real battle, it made a difference that LJ Cryer and Houston were tougher than the Duke Blue Devils.
And I think the age factor here is a big part of it. Con Knipple, a freshman. Cooper Flagg, a freshman. They're a young team that doesn't have all the experience that Houston has. Houston lost this game in heartbreaking fashion last year with several players that were a part of the 2024 team in the Sweet 16. Those guys are back. Jamal Shead isn't here, but the rest of that team is. And that's, I think, a huge reason why when you think about the war of attrition in the NCAA tournament and how you have to go through round after round after round. The only time they were really tested was in that Arizona game. That was a 7-point win for them. It didn't even feel like it. This came down to experience versus the lack of experience, for lack of a more exciting term, but a team that was battle tested, a team that's built differently, and a team that can frankly just suffocate you on both ends of the floor.
It was the Pretty Boys versus the Petty Boys, and the Petty Boys will be playing for a title against this team, the Florida Gators, and it's death, taxes, and this man.
And Clayton will bring it up the floor. Splits two defenders, driving all the way to the rim, and Clayton attacks and gets two.
That is so high level from Walter Clayton. Great move from Janai Broome on the one end, and Walter Clayton is just bringing it, taking that defense 1-on-4 and getting it done at the rim.
Gators trailed early in that game. Janai Broome was great in the first half, but you could tell he just wasn't quite 100%, and you kept waiting to see when was Florida was a dagger.
Out back out it goes to Clayton, and a golden opportunity. Now Clayton on the drive to the rim, throws it at the rim, banks it home, draws the foul, and a chance for one more at the line. Superman finds his cape again. Florida by 5, 73-68 with 1:33 to go.
Clayton Jr. put some respect on the young man's name. 0 stars. Didn't have a single star, Boone, being recruited in basketball because he was an all-state football player. That the Florida Gators, in fact, when you go back and look at his recruiting profile, Courtney, Walter Clayton Jr. is in a football jersey. His basketball recruit profile on all of the services was him in a football jersey. And scores 34 points, coming on the heels of a 30-point effort where he saved the season against Texas Tech. Him and Larry Bird, two legends. And I still can't believe Walter and Larry. Those are the two most unathletic names ever. We'll live in Final Four lore.
His handle on that layup where he switches hands into his left hand to finish at the glass. It's beautiful basketball. And this is the deepest team in the tournament. They have been the deepest team. They won the Battle of Fatigue, where Auburn plays 7. Florida can go 12 deep, and they're that good. No other team in the tournament is able to boast that, and it is interesting to see that they are now the favored team. They did not open up as the favored team, as you pointed out to me before the show.
Yeah.
In the national championship, that was Houston by 1, and now it's Florida. And you can see why, based on what this roster makeup is and how they've been able to outlast maybe the hardest path of any team to get to a national championship. Hardest path, at least, of all the 1 seeds.
Yeah, if you look at KenPom scores about efficiency, Florida probably has the hardest path, and yet now they find themselves in a matchup against the Houston Cougars for the national championship on Monday night. We'll break it down a little bit more, whether that was the comeback or the choke of all ages in the Final Four. Get you ready for a women's final as well. Courtney Cronin, Peter Burns, best week ever on ESPN Radio.
The madness is here.
They are ready. We are ready.
Bubbles bursting, brackets breaking,
From half court, toward the rim,
and Cinderella dancing.
Down goes number 1.
The madness.
I love the tournament. I love this time of year. Love it.
Continuing coverage right here on ESPN Radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
This is Freddie and Harry.
So let me get this straight. This is success like the tush push with the Eagles. But let's take it away because you can't do it better than they can. Because believe me, it comes right down to it. If you don't want the tush push in football, be better on first and second damn down if you're a defense. If you don't want the Yankees to torpedo the ball at the ballpark, stop throwing pitch in the middle of the plate. It's not that hard to do something like this.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado, stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play!
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern, with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Every edition of the Masters is different, but the beauty, the tradition, the surprises never change. It's always the most charming, the most dramatic, the most magical of all.
Welcome to Masters Week. Coverage begins with the Par 3 contest on April 9th on ESPN, ESPN Plus, and Disney Plus.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
I also peruse the deli and see what's the special of the week.
It's almost like an at-bat in baseball, right?
That's right.
When it's your turn, when you're up, you don't want to rush the thing. You want it to take as long as possible. You want to enjoy the experience. You want to get a sample of everything that you're ordering. And guess what? I'm going to make me a little deli roll-up while they're slicing my deli meats.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
What a stunner. And the Houston Cougars are headed to the championship game.
It's been a special ride that ended in a heartbreaking way. They made plays. You got to give them a ton of credit. You go from some of the most special moments in the tournament to the most heartbreaking loss.
It was an incredible season. Incredible people, incredible relationships that I'm going to have for the rest of my life. Didn't end the way we wanted it to, but still an incredible year.
More impressive comeback or more disgusting choke? Which one was it last night for the Duke Blue Devils taking on the Houston Cougars? Peter Burns, Courtney Cronin, best week ever on ESPN Radio, always presented by Progressive Insurance. You can hit us up on Twitter at Courtney R. Cronin, myself at Peter Burns, ESPN. Duke led by as many as 14 with 8 minutes to go, and this is the one that's crazy to me. Up 9 with 2:06. So we've seen some comebacks. We saw comebacks from Florida in this tournament, and yet you felt like Duke was always in control of that game, Courtney. And the fact that it was the player of the year wearing a Duke jersey that got called for either the right call or the bad call. I go back and forth on the Duke Cooper Flag over the top call. But at that point, Houston was just suffocating. And and as much as I want to say it's a choke, I keep leaning towards this being just one of the grittiest come from behind victories we've ever seen in hoops.
I don't want to straddle the fence either, but it's hard not to give Houston a lot of credit. And we were talking about experience versus non-experience in the style of play here. This stat got me last night because I'm watching it and then I see this and I'm like, oh, it makes sense as to why Duke looks so flustered. Houston was forcing them to use the entire shot clock. And when that happened, things went really well for Houston. Duke was 1 of 12 with 4 turnovers on plays that happened in the final 10 seconds of the clock. So they're panicking at that point. And it left them vulnerable, and Houston's able to capitalize on a weakness. And when you view it through that lens, it's hard to view it as Houston doing anything other than coming back and snatching your soul after being down by 14, because they're Kelvin Sampson, veteran coach. That team, a veteran team, a team that has been to the Sweet 16 before, had their heart broken last year. They correct their wrongs. They learn how to shoot free throws at a very high clip, or at least improve their ability to do so from what happened to them last season and what cost them last year in the Sweet 16. I'm impressed by this team. Do I think this team's going to beat Florida? I don't know. I picked Florida to win the national championship, but do I like how this matchup is going to play out to give us a very close game? Yes, I do.
It fits up perfect for what the Houston Cougars have had to deal with all season long, because people are like, oh, yeah, and Houston's really good. Almost like an afterthought, right? We've talked so much about Duke. We talked so much about the overall #1 seed, Auburn Tigers, and Janai Broome and Cooper Flag. Can't wait for this. And then literally it's, the Florida Gators just won the SEC championship and the SEC is so good this year. It's definitely going to be Florida. And you could not honestly draw up a better situation for what kind of Kelvin Sampson wants for this team. I want you to go back and take a listen to what Jon Scheyer had to say about the game ending the way it did.
I mean, it's been a special ride that ended in a heartbreaking way. And frankly, the game, we did what we wanted to do. I thought our guys did it, followed the game plan, controlled the game. We had the lead for 35 minutes. We're winning by 6 with 1:15 to go. And they made plays, and you got to give them a ton of credit. We didn't make those plays, and you go from some of the most special moments in the tournament to the most heartbreaking loss.
Okay, so I'm going to go back. Remember, I'm on the fence right now. I'm straddling it. Duke choke over here.
You're on the fence of whether or not you're on the fence. You're like, I'm on the fence about, am I on the fence?
Because I keep thinking about what you said when we were doing biggest story of the week, when we were going through all of the moments of this game where Duke starts to shoot themselves in the foot. And you said up 14, 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, up 9, 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, up 7 with 1:15 on the clock, up 6 with 30 seconds. Have we not called this team the greatest Duke team ever? Like, has that not been what has been that has been the label that, maybe not you, but that's been the label that a lot of people have put on this team. The Cooper Flag being the greatest Duke player ever. Yes, I know Grant Hill played there. Yes, I know they've had a lot of other great players, but he's gotten that title bestowed upon him for what he did this year. And for them to lose in this fashion, it wasn't like it was a hard fought game, but it wasn't like they were making shot after shot and Houston was contesting it and they were making shot after shot. Yeah. Duke went cold. They went 1 of 11 in the final. What was it? Final 74
they scored two. They scored 2 baskets in the last 11 minutes of that game.
In Houston, they allowed Houston to go on an 11-1 run in the final 74 seconds, a 9-0 run in the final 33 seconds. You're supposed to be the best team in this tournament. I know they didn't get the number 1 overall seed, but we all said it this year that the ACC, it's a down year. Duke is just cruising through everybody, that they're going to cruise through everybody that way in the NCAA tournament. They ran into a buzzsaw that just wears you down. I don't know. Would Houston have done this to Auburn? Would they do this potentially to Florida on Monday night? I don't know. But what I know about this Duke team is that the labels that were placed on them about being better than everybody in the tournament, you can't say that about whatever this team became in the final 8 minutes and 15 seconds, to where you can't make a shot in the final 4. Are you kidding me? You deserve to lose. If that's the case.
Jay Williams, Duke legend, our ESPN basketball analyst, was on SportsCenter right after the game with Scott Van Pelt. Here's what he had to say.
Game pressure, and I think Duke finished the game with a young mentality. Multiple times to run the baseline to get the ball just on a simple inbound pass. These are things that you work on. And Seth, we talked about it earlier today, and I tried to inform people, the best teams doesn't always win these games, but how you execute in these moments, these are really big moments. We were just there. You're there with 50, 60,000 people. You're playing well. That pressure gets tight, and they made mistakes down the stretch. And shout out to Houston. Roberts makes 2 free throws. He's not a great free throw shooter. Sharp makes a really big 3 up top. They just kept applying pressure, and the more pressure they applied, the more you saw Duke become small.
So my question off of this, Courtney, and Jay and you have talked about it. Okay, Houston won that game, but is that a game and a collapse or a comeback that we're going to remember for 24 hours or 24 years? Like where on the comeback choke spectrum? Like I don't think it's 28-3. I don't think it's the Bills and the Oilers in the NFL years ago. But because it was Duke, because it was National Player of the Year Cooper Flag, and the way it happened, where does this stand right now?
Well, I can tell you next year when they get Carlos Boozer's twins into the program, and they're probably back in the same spotlight that they've been in all year as one of the best teams in college basketball, the blow will be significantly less. But this will be one that carries throughout the offseason because they were that close. They had 8 minutes to put this team away after they were up 14. Houston's defense, and again, pointing out to the youth, like what Jay Williams said there, they played young. They had a young mentality. They couldn't get an inbounds play going. What cost Purdue last week in the
Inbounds play to
inbounds
Houston,
play
right.
in the Elite Eight?
But that also that's coaching, right? And that's the coaching on the other side of Kelvin Sampson. That was the elder statesman. And it was interesting because in the first game, it was the Karate Kid taking down Mr. Miyagi, right? Like Todd Golden was on Bruce Pearl's staff. And I think that Todd Golden outcoached Bruce Pearl in that second half. He wanted to run the tempo. And guess what? Janai Broome and Dylan Caldwell and all those Auburn Tigers, they look ragged late into that game. And I think that's why Todd Golden won that game. At the end of the day, it was the coaching of Kelvin Sampson that made the difference. And John Shire probably could have called a couple timeouts there late and worked on something different, and he didn't.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of reaction to this on social media about, he's never going to win the big one. Were people not saying that about Coach K before he won his first national championship? I don't know. I was like one. It's a completely different world. I think he will be just fine. I think he will be just fine with a talented team.
Best sound of the week coming up next. Courtney Cronin, Peter Burns, his best week ever on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman. Great news. You can now catch the best of Unsportsmanlike every Saturday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern and every Sunday morning at 5 a.m. Eastern. And don't forget to join us every weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Welcome to NFL Flag. In this game, there's a position for everyone. No matter who you are.
Let's go! Throw what you got!
Lace up your cleats, smear on your eye black, step out on the field, and start having fun. This is flag football, and this game is our game. Visit NFL.com to find a league and get playing today.
1, 2, 3, let's play! Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Could you imagine what spring break would be like with millions in the bank?
Forget it. We stayed at the worst hotel in Acapulco, Mexico. We walked in and our entire room had flooded. There was one person in there working on it with a bucket and a mop. You know what we did? We threw all our suitcases on the tops of the beds and we went out. We're like, see ya, good luck. Didn't stop us from having a good time.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. The 2025 NFL Draft.
It's time to get this show started.
Round 1 begins Thursday, April 24th.
I'm the most guaranteed person you could take.
Live from Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
They're both going to go pretty high, despite the fact that people say they should. It's our first surprise of the night.
He's going to remember this for the rest of his life. And so will I, and so will my family. This is just a dream come true.
The NFL Draft on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by ZipRecruiter and GNC. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado, stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play!
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Amber and Ian.
A lot of people going to Arch Manning, tank for Arch Manning. One, you don't tank. First of all, you're professional athletes. And two, there's no guarantee he's even going to come out next year.
And I expect Arch Manning to be really good.
Yes.
But we haven't actually seen it happen yet. We saw it in snippets, sure. Let him play.
Let it breathe for a moment. Put a nice bottle of wine, Amber. Just let it breathe. Let it breathe.
Everybody calm down a little bit.
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. This is SportsCenter.
I'm Ed Menken. Comebacks for the theme in the men's basketball Final Four, with the most improbable one coming in the nightcap last night. Houston trailed Duke by 14 in the second half, and by 6 with just over 42 seconds to play. But the Cougars came back and beat the Blue Devils 70-67. Houston scored the final 9 points of the game. They will play for the national title for the first time in 41 years. The first game, Florida found itself down by 8 at halftime against SEC rival Auburn. But rallied to beat the Tigers 79-73. The Gators outscored the Tigers 41-22 in the second half. And Walter Clayton Jr. led the way once again, finishing with a game-high 34.
Me personally, I just let the game come to me. I know I got a bunch of other guys around me who are threats also. You know, if you try to double me, you know, like Tommy hit that 3 in the first half, kind of loosened up their defense a little bit. They kind of went away from me. So just, you know, just reading, reacting to the defense, you know, I know I got weapons around me.
Florida is back in the title game for the first time since 2007. Today, it's the Women's National Championship game between Connecticut and South Carolina. Tip-off will be at 3 Eastern on ABC, ESPN, and ESPN+. In the NBA, the Knicks picked up a 121-105 win over the Hawks in Atlanta. New York now 3 ahead of Indiana for third in the East. It was Minnesota over Philadelphia, 114-109. The Sixers have lost 11 in a row. Tonight, it's Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. The Cardinals visit the Red Sox. Our coverage gets underway at 6 Eastern. This one actually the second of a day-night doubleheader after yesterday's game was postponed. This afternoon, the Grade 8 looks to make history in hockey. Alex Ovechkin needing one more goal to break Wayne Gretzky's record in Long Island.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Monday, Josh Allen has the second best odds to win the MVP award. I'll tell you what that means for the rest of the AFC East. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
If you know, you know. You know, every Sunday morning, it's Courtney Cronin, Peter Burns, Best Week Ever on ESPN Radio, always presented by Progressive Insurance, and just one of the wildest Saturdays we've ever had in Final Four history. Courtney, I thought we were going to go all in on Florida-Auburn. I thought that would be the huge, all of the discussion that we were going to have about Walter Clayton Jr., a man named Walter, of all first names, cold-blooded, and scoring 31 points or 34 points last night. I thought that was going to be the lead, and yet no. It was the Houston Cougars comeback against Duke and Cooper Flag that ends up stealing the show. It's just incredible.
I just want to know, for all the people who were upset about how much chalk this tournament provided us, were you not entertained yesterday? We had 2 fantastic games between Houston and Duke to close the night out after a 14-point lead, got quickly erased. And even before that, like, I know that Florida's kind of buried in this, but Walter Clayton's 34-point performance after what he did in the Elite Eight to get Florida to this point, I'm excited for Monday night. I know a lot of people weren't because of what the, you know, all the 1 seeds made it to the Final Four. And that's the first time we've seen that maybe ever. Like, these are good games.
Well,
these are
it was
good
the first
teams.
time since 2008 in San Antonio. Like, which, by the way, needs to be in the permanent rotation. It needs to be like Indy, San Antonio, and New Orleans. Like that. That's where. That's the only places I need to see a Final Four at.
But like, the committee got it right. Can we not be happy about, like, we dunk on these committees, whether it's the CFP committee and the 12 teams that they put into the playoff, to what happened behind closed doors about why UNC ended up getting in over some other teams. The committee got it right with the 4-1 seeds, because very clearly, look at how they handled the field and look who's playing for a natty on Monday night.
Florida Auburn was a movie, great basketball, gave us a good ending. And the comeback between Houston and Duke was one that will live in infamy, or at least history, as far as Final Four. Maybe we get that in the women's game tonight. We'll break down Paige Beckers and UConn versus South Carolina a little bit later. But first, this.
Big Magic Johnson, what has he done? He's got
winners. I want people that want to win.
Not a game. We talking about
Playoffs? I'm a man. I'm who we thought they were. That's why we took the damn field.
Biggest sound from the week ever.
All right, sometimes there's like dumpster fire inception, where it's a dumpster fire inside an actual dumpster fire. You might be able to say that's the Memphis Grizzlies right now, because they go out with 9 games left. They end up firing their coach. And then, I guess for the second time in his career, he's been warned about it. Ja Morant going full finger guns, and the NBA having to step in and give a fine. Here's what Stephen A. Smith, presidential candidate, host of First Take, had to say about it.
I think at this point in time, you got to, Ja Morant has to look in the mirror and ask himself this question: how much more money are you willing to lose? I mean, it was a gun incident on Instagram. It was a gun incident. You got 8-game suspension one time. You got a 25-game suspension the other time, okay? You lost endorsement dollars and what have you. People have speculated this is over $40 to $50 million he may have lost. Now it's another 75, which isn't a big deal. The point is that, you know, again, it may be unfortunate. Hell, it may be a bit excessive even in his eyes. We're not rooting for you, brother. We want you to win. We want you to play exceptionally well. There are rules and regulations. Hell, I got to live with you got to live with rules. We all got to live with rules when we work for somebody else. Come on, Ja. Just do away with that stuff. It's not a big deal, bro.
Thoughts?
Here's what I want to say about it, because there are people who are pointing out the very obvious here, that the NBA didn't seem to care about this until Ja Morant started doing it. There were not other NBA players brandishing guns, literal guns, on social media, getting in trouble for it not once but twice, getting an indefinite suspension for it, other than Ja Morant. And you know what? I wouldn't play with fire here when my team is in as a precarious spot as the Memphis Grizzlies are. They started out as the 5 seed when Taylor Jenkins was fired. 10 days ago, whatever it was, they slipped to 8. They're in play-in territory now with 9 games remaining, however many it is until the end of the regular season, or rather 4 games now. It's not time to be trying to prove a point here, Ja Morant, to the point of how much money he's lost. Look, the NBA also warned Buddy Hield, who did it first, and then Ja Morant responded. So it's not like they're just singling out Ja Morant. But if I'm him, you've got to be mature enough to be like, let this one go. The juice is not worth the squeeze and trying to prove a point of you can't tell me what to do. I'm not hurting anybody with these finger gun motions. They're going to keep finding you. They're going to keep trying to make an example out of you because of how you embarrassed the league the first time around when you brandished the gun, said, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. And then you did it a month later. They're never going to forget that. So anytime you mess up like this, they're going to keep trying to make an example out of you and hit you where it hurts, which is your pocketbook. And I know
$75,000.
I know for a guy who makes $40 million doesn't matter. I get, or doesn't mean a lot, but they're going to go within the max punishment of what they can do until you stop, until you acquiesce to what they want.
I got to be honest with you. My day doesn't change one way or another if somebody does a celebration in a basketball game. I'm just telling you how the NBA views it. I don't care one way or the other, but they're saying we're going to make an example out of you because of how you played in our face with this 2 years ago. Are you kidding? That's the bigger quote unquote crime here, is legitimately the NBA going, don't do that, knock it off. And then him doing it again. It's the throwing it in the face as opposed to the actual act itself. And either way, I'm more concerned the fact of what exactly you said, the fact that they were a 4 seed playing and maybe in a play-in game right now. Maybe you shouldn't fire your coach with 9 games left. All right. NFL drafts coming up. This was interesting sound over on This Week about whether or not Shedeur Sanders, where's he going to go in the draft? Here's what he had to say on ESPN.
All I need is opportunity. Simple. Whatever franchise want to change their franchise, and there's no doubt who to go with. I've done it over and over and over, so you'll be a fool not to pick me. Let me ask you a question. What's the most important trait of a quarterback?
I'd say decision-making and accuracy, winning.
Consistency.
That works, too.
Look at the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself, right? I'm the best quarterback in the draft. So,
the consistency of your decision-making and accuracy.
So
it makes sense.
What checks all boxes?
Yeah, I got
At least the one guy, but I'm a Sanders. They can't put me.
I like the confidence, and he came out with the same energy that Cam Ward came out at his pro day, talking to scouts, talking to evaluators about how good he's going to be. You have to say these things. Teams are going to look for every reason.
You don't have to say it. You don't have to say it. He's trying to be his dad, is what it is. Now, whether or not that's the real bravado or fake bravado, I don't know. But if you go back and listen, even the way that he sounds on it, Courtney,
he was raised by him.
I know, and I'm not saying that's wrong. What I'm just saying is that there is that little point where it almost feels like it's an acting part with Shedeur, which again, I don't care as long as the kid can play football, and I think he can play football. It's just it feels like it's jumped the shark a little bit. Like what do you ask for? Like when you're asking the media member, what do you want? It's almost like you want to show this bravado. And hey, listen, if that can work in an NFL locker room right from the jump, congratulations, go for it. That's great.
In what he said, point out anything that's not true there. What he did at Jackson State, what he did at Colorado. He's changed the perception of two programs already. And I'm not saying that if you, let's say you're the Giants and you take a shot on him at number 3, because that still, I think, is in play. Or if you're a team that drafts him later in the first round, what do you have to lose? This is somebody who has a high ceiling, high upside, an athletic quarterback who can throw the ball. I know that there was all these weird things about him patting the ball too much. Well, Tom Brady did it too. I think we cherry pick, and maybe just saying we is like the collective we. People cherry pick about Shedeur Sanders because they know who he was raised by, because they know that the bar is incredibly high when Deion Sanders, a Hall of Famer, is your dad. But look, he's done everything right along the way. I don't know why we keep poking holes in who he is and some of the, I guess just the buzz around him as a prospect. He had a good pro day. I don't think there was anything wrong with his pro day on Friday. And I thought the way that Colorado did it, big picture wise, the whole showcase thing was actually pretty cool. You had the entire NFL world descending upon Boulder, Colorado for your pro day. Tell me the last time that's happened. Cordell Stewart's pro day? Was that even a thing back then?
Maybe.
It's awesome. I think it's great. I think everything that Shedeur has said along the way, he has not done it. If any other prospect says it, it's fine. If Shedeur says it because he comes from a Hollywood lifestyle, people are going to have a problem with it. Keep saying what you're saying. Keep doing what you're doing. We'll see where you get drafted. And then the real test comes. Are you actually going to be good at the NFL level? We'll find out.
We'll see if you can talk the talk and walk the walk. One that does not talk a lot, but definitely walks the walk is this man, courtesy of the Washington Capitals.
And away from Mangiapane, second unit here. Ovechkin, he scores! Alex Ovechkin has 894, and the bench empties here at Capital One Arena. Ovechkin has reached the summit. He needs one more to go one step beyond. He has tied Wayne Gretzky for the most all-time in NHL history.
What a call from Capitals Radio Network is 13,334 days is the solo leader for the most amount of goals. That's what Wayne Gretzky had. They both sit at 894. Here's the wildest stat. Gretzky scored 894 goals in 1,487 games. Ovechkin has scored 894 goals, the same amount, in 1,486 games. One less.
Wild.
And now has an opportunity to break it coming up later today against the Islanders.
And he did it missing 40 days this year with a broken leg. Let that sink in. It's insane. He's 39 years old, yet we act like this is such an inevitable record because for him to break, because of how the pace that he's been on. It's like 0.70 goals per game that he scores at 39 years old, coming off a pretty significant injury that I think would put a lot of people out for the season. The only quibble I have with this, the celebration that was made for tying the record. The NHL sent a caravan along the last couple of games to follow him. They sent Wayne Gretzky so he'd be in the building. After this happened on Friday and they were playing the Blackhawks, he could have probably scored 4 goals in this game because that team's so terrible. He waves, he bows to Wayne Gretzky, like a lot of pomp and circumstance made about tying the record. What happens when he breaks it? You going to do it all over again?
Yes, because NHL needs as many eyeballs on it as possible. And this is this like kind of frozen version of, Barry Bonds and the record, and it just kind of ends up being like the reality tour. Guess what? We're going to continue to talk about it. And the NHL continues to try to find its way into the limelight, and I got no problem with it. Although it does get awkward is if Ovechkin just can't get it done in the next couple of games, and like just Gary Bettman and Wayne Gretzky just following week to week. Just, all right, where are we going now? I just hope for the sake of everybody, he gets it done today against the Hurricanes. That would be kind of cool.
But if he does it now in the next couple games instead of this season,
that needs
when
to
nobody's watching,
happen quickly. Courtney Cronin, Peter Burns, best week ever. Quickly, we'll get into a little this, that, and the other rapid fire water cooler. But Torpedo Bats and Scott Van Pelt all fired up next.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado. Stands up, throws to first. What a play.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado. Stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play.
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Every edition of the Masters is different, but the beauty, the tradition, the surprises never change. It's always the most charming, the most dramatic, the most magical of all.
Welcome to Masters Week. Coverage begins with the Par 3 contest on April 9th on ESPN, ESPN Plus, and Disney Plus.
No days off when you love what you're doing. Sundays are the best day of the week because you're just one day away from First Take returning Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground method.
The trade that rocked the NBA and ignited a new rivalry.
He's going to come out there and look to hurt people feeling.
Luka returns to Dallas. The Meta AI playoff push. Lakers, Mavs, 7:30 Eastern, Wednesday on ESPN.
This is Adam Schefter, and on this week's episode, we'll delve into where all the quarterbacks will go at the top of the draft. What do the Titans do? What do the Giants do? Plus, an interesting wrinkle about the Denver Broncos. The Adam Schefter Podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts.
The NFL Draft on ESPN, live from the legendary Lombardi Avenue in Green Bay.
To all of these men, I want to say that football is not just a game, but a way of life.
Whose lifelong dream of making it to the league
Each man must make a personal commitment to excellence and to victory.
will be fulfilled on this iconic stage at Lambeau. The 2025 NFL Draft begins Thursday, April 24th at 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN, ABC, and NFL Network.
Amber and Ian.
They're still doing it to this day with Dak, with CeeDee Lamb. They cost themselves tens of millions of dollars by waiting. The old adage is deals get done in Dallas at deadlines. And Stephen Jones used to be viewed as the savior of the Dallas Cowboys because he wasn't like Daddy. Well, now he's sounding more and more like Daddy every single day. And Cowboy fans are going, oh, wait a minute. It's the same old in Dallas.
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on Sirius XM Channel 80. This is the best week ever.
Indeed it is. I didn't know that.
We getting fancy.
Wow.
We got new drops. Mikey surprising us.
Spinning the beats.
For the ones and twos. Mikey C, everybody. All right. Gordy Cronin, Peter Burns. How we end off each and every hour is this.
Rapid Fire Water Cooler.
I feel like I have to redo the Rapid Fire production because that intro was just so fire. I feel like we were on Rap City just now. All right. All right, we're back.
I mean, let's be honest with you. The guy just said, welcome back to the best week ever.
But it was the music underneath.
It wasn't Beethoven in like this symphony and this unbelievable thing.
I was a club DJ.
Play it again, Mikey. Play it one more time.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, do it again.
This is the best week ever.
Yeah, like Peter's about to spit a freestyle. Like,
This is like the people during the Dat-Tiff days when like they thought they would hear a song, be like, whoa, where'd this come from? Like the song came out like 5 years ago. And we're all just reintroduced to it.
Shazammed it.
I like that. All right.
What do we got, Sam?
We're starting with torpedo bats. Let's go to baseball. Jeff Passan was talking about why the torpedo bats came to be specifically with the Yankees and why hitters in baseball are looking for an edge.
Yeah, I heard from hitters and they said, where do I get one of those? And I heard from pitchers and they said, I don't like this. And it's interesting because for so long, the game has been tilting more toward the pitching side, especially when it comes to the use of technology. You can put a pitcher in a lab now and he can design a new pitch over a weekend and implement it in games, whether it's a changeup, a slider, whatever it is. They figured out on the pitching side how to iterate and how to maximize themselves. And hitters have been searching for a similar thing for a long time now. And this may just be a first step. This isn't going to be adopted by everyone in the game, but it illustrates that technology can help hitters as well. And they're hoping that it evens out the game a little bit in the coming years.
Are you guys all in on torpedo bats? I'm all in on torpedo bats.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm fine. What was the old commercial back in the day? Chicks dig the long ball. I mean, fans dig it as well, too. I mean, there's more kind of wow factors as long as we don't get into kind of like the quote unquote, college baseball gorilla ball days where they're hitting the metal bats before they went to BB Core. And, these games are every single final score is like a Colorado Rockies game where it's 16-14 and it's taking 5 hours to play. Like, got no problem with it.
I don't have any issue with it because I don't think this is all of a sudden going to lead to a complete. We saw this like over 48 hours. The Yankees and what they were doing with it. Other teams taking advantage of this bat, which it's shaped just like a little bit different around. I don't even know, what do you call it? The barrel of the bat? Like it's a little bit bigger.
A little bit fatter.
I don't think this is going to change things all that much. I really don't. I think that we saw a spike in it, and I think that it will regress to the mean based on, like, there's 162 games in baseball. It's not like this is all of a sudden going to, like, make each game, like, teams are going to score more runs each game, have more hits each game because of this. No. I think it's good. I think anytime baseball can get innovative, like they have over the last couple of years with PitchCom and with the ABS system that's being implemented at the AAA level, that hopefully in 2026 we'll see everybody have the uniform strike zone. Like, I like what they're doing. I think this is fine.
Whether it's banning the shift or ghost runners or torpedo bats or something, there's small changes that Major League Baseball puts in that I think make it interesting. Whereas in the NBA game, we've tried the play-in game and the play-in tournament, the mid-season deal, and
altering the All-Star game for like the 11 billionth time in the format there.
I mean, I think you can make more adjustments to Major League Baseball that find it interesting versus the NBA, frankly, at this point. It's not the NBA, but free agency is basically here in college athletics. Scott Van Pelt had some things to say about not a player changing teams, but rather a coach on Kevin Willard going from Maryland to Villanova. Here's what he had to say.
Of course, Kevin Willard can go to Villanova. Of course, you can go back to your Big East roots. Of course, if it's better for your family. We're savages, but we're not soulless savages. If it's better for your family, of course. You're a Jersey guy, get you close to that. Of course, all of these things. Of course, Villanova is not a good job. It's a great job. It's a great university, of course. But maybe you don't take a giant on the front steps of the house you've lived in for the last 3 years. You don't do damage to the university and program where you've been for 3 years. And you don't take the efforts of the people behind the scenes who've largely poured their hearts and souls into this for free for you to try to fill in the gaps and tell them that I love this university and I just want it to be great. And I'm anal and I'm I just want this program to be the best it can be. Maybe you don't tell those people that to their face repeatedly when everyone in the industry is saying to me, Scott, why are you guys wasting your time? This is done.
Can you kind of give me the TLDR here? What did he do that we didn't already know about? Like him taking the...
I mean, in essence, just kind of saying, hey, about the athletic director and I don't have a future here. And then, I mean, so we kind of already
because he was trying to get NIL resources for his team. Like, I don't fault him for that at all. Yeah. I know Mike Loxley was like, hey, let's keep this behind closed doors. Kevin Willard was very upfront at the start of the NCAA tournament about the fact that he wanted, you have to speak out publicly about these things to put pressure on your school to divvy up resources that are going to positively affect men's basketball. First time they got to the Sweet 16 since 2016. Do you want your program to be relevant? Like, I get it. SVP is a Maryland alum. I will never fault anybody for backing their school and taking on that stance. But I don't think he had a shady exit here at all. We knew his intentions all along from the start of the tournament. When he said he wasn't going to negotiate about staying at Maryland because his AD was off to SMU and that it's hard to negotiate with someone who's not there.
It makes me, though, appreciate how Will Wade handled his situation at McNeese State when he went to NC State. He basically said, hey, listen, I'm taking this job. It wasn't a waffling back and forth. He said, listen, McNeese State knows because I said I'd be here at least 2 years and we'd have to see what happens. The 2 years is up and I took a better job. And here I am talking about Will Wade being the moral beacon of college basketball, but yet that's how much the game has changed, frankly, over the past 5 seasons. I don't like the fact that Willard went there, but I understand it as well, and I understand why people are fired up about it. I am fired up to talk more about what happened in the Final Four last night. Wild chaos. We'll break it down next year at Best Week Ever.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Kennedy, coming up Monday. As the NBA season winds down, I'll tell you the teams that I'm buying stock in as we gear up for the playoffs. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by Arenado, stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play!
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
The Cardinals at the Red Sox. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern, with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
You have cancer. There's nothing you can do to prepare yourself.
Round 1 of chemotherapy. I'm going to fight it. I'm going to survive. There's no way I'm going to let this take over me.
Cancer doesn't care what you look like, who you are.
It may not save my life. It may save my children's life. It may save someone you love.
Wait, is this cancer about you? Let's do it.
Live, fight like hell. And when you get too tired to fight, let somebody else fight for you.
Because of all the donations, mine is one of the lives that's been saved.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Visit v.org/donate.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Do you know in pregame warmups that you're about to have a big game, or do you start to feel that out when the game actually starts?
It's more so when you start the game and you feel it out. You may be on one, and you may walk by a DB and tell him, "You can't guard me, chump." Now, I'm paraphrasing, ladies and gentlemen. I talk a little differently on the football field.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is ESPN Honolulu, KKEA Honolulu, AM 1420 and K224FR, Honolulu, 92.7 FM.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Ed Benkin. 4 1 seeds took the floor in last night's Final Four in the men's basketball championship. Duke was the favorite in the eyes of many as the Blue Devils took on Houston in the nightcap. The Blue Devils seem to be in cruise control, up by 14 in the second half and up by 6 with 42 seconds left. However, the Cougars stormed back to stun the Blue Devils 70-67 as the season comes to a frustrating end for Cooper Flagg and his teammates.
I mean, it was an incredible season. Incredible people, incredible relationships that I'm going to have for the rest of my life. Didn't end the way we wanted it to, but still an incredible year.
Houston will play for the national championship for the first time since 1984. The first game featured a battle between two SEC squads as Florida took on Auburn. After falling behind 8 at the half, the Gators rallied for a 79-73 win. Walter Clayton Jr. came up big in the clutch once again, finishing with 34. Coming up this afternoon, it's the Women's National Championship game between South Carolina and Connecticut. They will tip off at 3 Eastern on ABC, ESPN, and the ESPN app. In the NBA, the Clippers were winners over the Mavericks, 135-104. LA in a 3-way tie with Minnesota and Memphis for 6 in the East. Meanwhile, the Bucks won their third in a row, beating the Heat 121-115. Tonight on ESPN Radio, it's Sunday Night Baseball as the Cardinals versus the Red Sox. Our coverage gets underway at 6 Eastern. Today in the NHL, 12:30 Eastern, the Islanders host the Capitals. Alex Ovechkin needs 1 goal to break Wayne Gretzky's all-time record.
What's up, kiddos? Clinton Yates here. And coming up on Monday, we'll have a new champion in women's college basketball, and we'll get ready to crown one on the men's side. That's Monday on Clinton and Friends at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
From the Windy City in the Deep South, this is The Best Week Ever with Peter Burns and Courtney Cronin on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
You the best. You the best. You the best. You the best.
We're up to 2, second hour of Best Week Ever on ESPN Radio. If you missed the first one, shame on you. One of these days we'll get a podcast. You can talk about that and listen to it, the greatness between Courtney Cronin and mediocrity of Peter Burns. But I'm just along for the ride. This show always presented by Progressive Insurance, and it was one for the ages. Let's not waste any time to get right to it.
This is the biggest story of the week ever.
All 4 number 1 seeds playing in San Antonio, and it couldn't have been written up or scripted any better. 2 great games and one of the greatest comebacks we've seen in the history of college basketball, because this call, courtesy of Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, I thought it was over when this happened.
So working up top to Proctor. Proctor trying to drive, nothing there, dumps it down low, into the corner, Flag for 3. Oh, salute the Flag! The freshman with a giant 3 in the right corner, and Duke reestablishes control up 64-55.
CC, Duke had been in control for all season long, all tournament long, all game long. Cooper Flagg, when Houston starts making a little bit of a run, drains that 3. And then I was like, post the Vince Carter, it's over meme. This thing was an absolute wrap once he hit that shot.
It was a 14-point game at one point. Duke didn't just look like they were in control. They were in control. They had the youngest team of the remaining 1 seeds. And with a junior point guard and Con Knipple, a freshman, Cooper Flagg, a freshman, Kaman Malawak, a freshman, they were taking Houston to the ropes. But this was where the battle of experience and more experienced head coach and the war of attrition, I think, that wore down Duke in the second half, that's where it won out. I mean, you don't deserve to win a Final Four game when you shoot 1 shot. Make 1 shot over the final 10 minutes, Peter. You just don't.
And you couldn't get rebounds as well. And other players are making big-time plays. This was a big-time play that changed everything.
They're just trying to get this thing in. Remember, possession of Houston. Any tie-up and it's Houston ball. He's got a lob it in, and he's deflected away, and Sharp with the steal. Out it comes to Wilson, humming for a 3 on the right wing. No good. Tip jam by Tugler. 1-point game.
Tugler hits that, and that was monstrous because remember, Tugler is the kid who got the technical foul on him for slapping the ball out of the Duke inbounder. So you're thinking, oh my goodness, that gives them that opportunity. They get a little bit closer, and then one of the most inexplicable things I've ever seen in the history of college basketball, Duke got called for a foul.
Proctor, the front end of the 1-and-1, 69% shooter, misses it, and a foul is called on Cooper Flagg. Trying to reach around Jawan Roberts. He commits the foul, and Roberts, a 63% shooter, will march to the other end for a 1-and-1 to potentially give Houston the lead.
What shocked you more, Courtney Cronin? The fact that Cooper Flagg, National Player of the Year, in a Duke Blue Devils jersey, was called for a 50-50 foul at that moment, or Roberts goes out there with the whole tournament on the line, a 63% shooter, and makes both of them.
Here I am on the fence again. Look, Duke choked this game away. And referees, anytime you reach around somebody when there is a foul shot taking place, they're going to call the whistle. They're going to blow the whistle. But I've watched this, and I'm watching it literally right now as we speak. I can still not see where the foul happened.
No.
And you're calling that with seconds left in a 1-point game in the Final Four. I'm sure that the referees wish they would have swallowed their whistle on that, especially since there was no foul call. But for Jawan Roberts in Houston to redeem themselves at the free throw line the way that they were not able to in the Sweet 16 when they played Duke last year and lost that game, what an incredible story arc for a remarkable season for a team that maybe we don't give enough credit to as a 1 seed. Is it because of the style of play? Suffocating defense. They don't score a lot of points
it's not
like the way we
sexy
saw
basketball.
in the first game.
It's
but it
it's
works.
Not.
It works, and they absolutely outdid Duke. At that point, they outdid him on the inbounds play in the final moments of this game, and they walk away a more experienced team, a better team because of the way that they had to battle back from a 14-point deficit to win this game by 3.
A 9-0 run in the final 35 seconds. You know, we have these great shot charts and probability charts now. There was a probability at one point that Duke was 98.5% to win that game. But no, because the Cougars did not quit. Listen to Kelvin Sampson in his post-game presser about them not quitting.
I thought if we could hold them to 30-something from the field and we could be plus 10 on the boards, I thought we would win. It called me crazy, but I did. You know, I think we're top 3 or 4 in the nation in field goal percentage defense, and we've always been a pretty good rebounding team. It took us a while to become who we are. But at some point, if you have a culture, your kids aren't, quitting is not part of the deal. We're not going to quit. We're just going to play better.
I love that because it's fun to say Duke choked. Right? Simply for the fact of Duke is on TV more times than Leave It to Beaver reruns. Remember, that was a famous Jim Rome line. Like, everyone knows Duke. That is the brand. Okay? And so you just want to see them lose. There's a lot of the country that looks at Duke and they're like, that's a private school. They always have the best players, whatever. I'm done with them. It'd be fun to say they choked. But Houston won that game. That was the Cougars battling and not quitting. And we talk so much now about, well, you just buy teams. It's transfers and there's no loyalty. You build a team, not a program. No, that was the culture of not quitting. And that's what Kelvin Sampson did. A true OG of all OG in coaches. Defense wins championships. And my goodness, they punched their ticket to a championship with the way that they played over those last 5-6 minutes. Hell, even the whole second half.
You can look at it as Duke allowed Houston back in this game to do XYZ, or you can look at it as Houston bullied its way back in. I mean, think about the 19 second chance points that Houston scored. 13 of those came in the second half. Second most second half points that Duke allowed in a game this year. And guess who they did it to before? Auburn, a team that was in the Final Four as well. Like, people are upset about how much chalk there was in this tournament. I just want to point out one thing the committee got right. All 4 1 seeds were the best teams in college basketball, and it's giving us 2 really good Final Four games. It gave us 2 great Final Four games. I think we can all expect a good one on Monday night because of the contrasting styles of play here. Florida, the pace in which they like to run. Houston, how suffocating they are on the defensive end. That sort of clash is what we saw from a team that was 12th in scoring in college basketball this year in Duke. Look how Houston handled them on Saturday night. I look forward to watching what how that plays out on Monday.
We had seen earlier in the season Houston versus Auburn. We thought, well, all right, well, maybe that's one of those potential matchups we would get. No, it'll be the Florida Gators, all because of this man.
And Clayton will bring it up the floor. Splits two defenders, driving all the way to the rim, and Clayton attacks and gets two.
That is so high level from Walter Clayton. Great move from Janai Broome on the one end, and Walter Clayton is just bringing it, taking that defense 1-on-4 and getting it done at the rim.
Gators trailed early, something that happened against UConn, early in the second half. Gators fell behind against Texas Tech until Walter Clayton Jr. happened. And in this second half, a force to be reckoned with and a star was born.
Houck back out. It goes to Clayton. And a golden opportunity. Now Clayton on the drive to the rim. Throws it at the rim. Banks it home. Draws the foul. And a chance for one more at the line. Superman finds his cape again. Florida by 5, 73-68 with 1:33 to go.
It's so cool watching this kid put his legend together and live it out in real time. What he did against Texas Tech last weekend on the 9-0 run that the Gators came back from. This is a team that's been tested. They had the hardest path considering who was in their region. You had St. John's, UConn, teams that, they took down UConn. They beat them by 2 to get into the second weekend of the tournament. What they do against Texas Tech because of Walter Clayton. What they did against Auburn because of Walter Clayton. Todd Golden after the game didn't even know how many points he scored. He was surprised when Tracy Wolfson of the CBS broadcast was like, guy dropped 34 tonight. He dropped 30 the last game. Only other player to do that in the Elite Eight and in the Final Four, one Larry Bird in the late 1970s. Pretty good company for Walter Clayton Jr. to be with.
1979, Walter Clayton Jr. and Larry Bird. Anytime you put your name next to Larry Legend, that's impressive. And I had questions going in on whether or not Walter Clayton Jr., who, by the way, you know how many stars he had in his basketball recruiting profile?
0.
That would be 0. In fact, he went on a Florida Gators football recruiting visit. When you go back and look at his basketball recruiting profile picture, it's a picture of him in a football jersey. So when people say, oh, we didn't have a Cinderella this year, we did. It wasn't a team. It was a player. And his name was Walter Clayton Jr. When you look at Auburn, you look at Florida, those teams were equal. Both had 7-footers. Both had great recruits. Both had really good coaches. The difference is one had a guy named Walter Clayton Jr., the other didn't. And that's why it's going to be Florida facing off against the Houston Cougars on Monday night for a title. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for another marquee matchup. Women's National Championship. Dawn Staley in South Carolina taking on Paige Beckers in UConn. And there's already fireworks before the game is even tipped off. We'll get into that next. Courtney Cronin and Peter Burns, best week ever on ESPN Radio.
Welcome. The 2025 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
The NFL Draft is now underway.
Live from historic Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
With the first pick,
it all begins with round 1.
The Tennessee Titans select
Thursday, April 24th on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
This is Freddie and Harry.
My wife goes, Harry Douglas texted you. Do you want me to read it? And I said, okay, open it. And she goes, you're going to want to look at this. I was like, what?
All right, hold on for a second.